Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Courtroom buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tangled dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Hi, good morning. It's Monday. It's Monday, guys. We need to do this. We can do this. It's not that we can do this. Good morning, Paula. Hi, Hannah. Good morning. Thank you very much for the coffee. Good morning, Bianca. Pickles, hello. Good morning, my friend. I hope you all had a great weekend. Mine was good, was relaxing. I slept in, well, tried to sleep in. Oh, I can't even speak anymore. I tried to rest, was a little bit annoyed, a little bit stressed, but hey, when we're not all of that. And then today I went back to work. I did not miss waking up at 4 a.m. Oh, it was a struggle. I am gonna tell you, it was a struggle and a half to get out of bed at 4:15 in the morning because I had extra 15 minutes. Um, I know words are hard, Hannah. I'm like I can't speak. Um, but um, work was fine. I mean, I got it done. I did it. The bread is out in the shelves, and the pastries and everything else is out in the shelves so people can buy it. I am in my comfies today. I am having. We're gonna have a chilled stream today. Obviously, we're gonna watch the trial and everything, but we're just gonna chill. I wasn't gonna get ready, but then I got comfortable and I almost had, excuse me, a nap. Yeah, by the way, the snoozing. What's it called? The yawnings are back. Because I haven't had my nap. Because today after work, I went straight to my sisters-in-law's house to have my baby cuddles, which of course they are mandatory and they are a daily thing, so absolutely need those. And yeah, so we are getting ready for day 6 of the Christopher Schurr trial. We are I'm hoping, I'm not gonna lie, I'm hoping we wrap this up today, even though I still have no clue what's gonna be next. In terms of trial, I am just hoping that we wrap this thing up today. And I think the prosecution agrees with us because yeah, they were not happy on Friday. I was gonna say on Saturday. It was not on Saturday. There was no trial Saturday. They were not happy on Friday. Because they got postponed to today. Because I don't know. Let me know what you guys think. Do you think that the defense is going a little bit overboard, or do you think that they are doing just right in terms of how many experts, excuse me, they have put on so far? I lost count, but I know we only had like Christopher testifying on Friday. So out of, besides him, that is not an expert, um that Christopher is not an expert, I think they should rest now. And I agree. Defense does definitely have proved their case, in my opinion, and in my honest opinion. I think he is. I'm not saying he's innocent. He is guilty that he did unalive Patrick, and but he is not guilty that they did on purpose. That requires this thing. So oh, it's okay, Paula. It's absolutely fine. You can still give her your opinion. We still treasure it as much as if you've been watching. I know it's a different trial. Sometimes it's a little bit boring. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, and you guys know that very well. So yeah, Exactly. Definitely. Defense are not guilty. Prosecution is definitely getting. I mean, he is so snarky, so spicy, that guy, that we don't need. It doesn't need to be that. Sorry, the lightning today is weird because in the beautiful UK today, the weather doesn't know what he wants to be. It doesn't know if he wants to be sunshine and clear skies or if you want to have clouds and be gray all the time. So it's gonna fluctuate today, and it's a little bit chilly, which I am not complaining. I am very happy about it. I was sick of the heat last night. Our house apartment, listen it, sorry, I'm trying not to yawn. It gets very hot, so literally in the middle of the night we had to open the window to cool it down. Um oh, Hannah, do not be like that. I thought we were friends. I honestly thought that me and you and me, we had this relationship that um that we could be friends. But now you are doing both of my favorite things, in bed and having a coffee. I just can't with you. No, I'm joking. I don't want to stop, Paula. I am so sorry, but I haven't had my nap. And you know how I get without my nap. I'll get cranky. So I will stop yawning. And if yawn, I'll just turn off my camera. So if I turn my camera today, more probably is because I'm yawning and I don't want to make Paul yawn as well by I can't say it, association. So I know, I know, I will, I know. How was your weekend, guys? I know Hannah's weekend because well, she was online most of the time. I'm joking. I hope you guys. Oh, hang on. I we have a feed. Hang on. Share. This one instead. Let's put this up. The sun is there. That one is muted. Sorry. Just organizing. Huh? Oh. Oh, okay. Sorry. Just an error message that was showing up on my screen. I was like, oh, that is not good. Not bueno. I don't like error messages. And which on my days I have so many tabs open that I'm like, which one it is? Which one? Okay, it is this one that is the feed we are using. The other feed that was not complying with the half an hour delay was yeah, it's not live streaming at the moment. So oh, you did your homework. You need to share with us. I think I need now that I started working in my day job, time is gonna be a little bit more scarce, but I do need to do some investigation about that trial, the Maxwell Anderson trial, because if there's gonna be a feed, we are definitely gonna be following that case. It is, isn't it? So the dogs are ate my I love that, Paula. Definitely, that's a cute excuse. It's okay. I'll forgive you. You can just sit in a corner for a little bit. No, I'm joking. Um, but so because we're gonna be covering if there's a feeder and everything, we're definitely gonna be covering that trial because we're gonna have Stephanie, our dear friend Stephanie. She's gonna be there, and she's gonna be our eyes on the ground, which is I am so excited for that. Yeah, it looks like Hannah, the old pound coin that the UK had. We had was what, a few years back they changed the look of the pound coin, the 1 pound coin, and the middle looks like the old pound coin. So that's what I'm like, yeah, putting her head on and heading to the corner. Oh, Paulina, you don't need to go. I'll forgive you. Don't worry. It's fine. It happens. I sometimes more than often I don't do my own homework and I am the one that's live streaming. So there you have it. So I don't know. I really hope they rest today. And we are on verdict watch today because that would be cool to have a verdict watch today as well. Well, in a way, no, because I don't want to go to bed late. But in a way, yes, because I don't want this trial to carry on for that long. Because trial needs to wrap up. There's also a trial starting today that it's not gonna get live streamed, or it's not gonna be shown. But there's gonna be a lot of updates of the PDD case. Well, it's not supposed to start today. Jury selection starts today. With that trial, I'm assuming that it's going to take a while to get a jury for that case. I mean, it's PDD who.
And if you're just joining us, Phil Pinarski here again on Wood TV Plus. We have just gotten word that the trial, day 6 of the trial of former Grand Rapids police officer Christopher Schurr, is set to begin at 9 a.m. in real time. So when that clock hits 9 a.m., that is when things should be getting started there in the Kent County Courthouse. But we're going to keep it here in the meantime, just so we are on top of things, making sure that we don't miss anything again. Once things start getting going, I'll come back on and make sure everybody is aware of that we're getting started, and then we'll be sure to turn up our audio and our microphones there in the courtroom so we'll be able to listen in.
Oh, that's so nice. Thank you very much for that update. Good morning, Theo. Hello, my friend. Hi. I'm in my chill clothes today. I was not bothered to get ready. I did put lipstick on, so that's good. And bringing the coffees. Thank you very much for that, Hannah, as always.
Also, while we have a few moments, I want to quickly bring up another camera that we have out in Muskegon Heights right now. Again, it looks like that there is a large police presence out there. We're still waiting to get some details, and we'll be sure to bring them to you here on Wood TV Plus, as well as over on our website, woodtv.com. This is a look live in Muskegon Heights right now from one of our crews there.
Okay, we don't need to know that. I hope everything's all right. Hello, Liz. Good morning. Hi. Thank you very much for stopping by to say hello. How are you? I hope Karen Reed is treating you well. And happy to Cinco de Mayo, everybody. Yay. Oh, definitely. That will definitely. You know what? I could go grab my Guarana because it's kind of like an energy drink, but it's healthier in a way. But definitely, oh yes, for sure, we have missed you, Lois. We miss everybody. I do understand Karen Reed. It's yeah, but we really, really appreciate that you popped over to say hello. Happy Cinco de Mayo. May the 4th be with you. It's gonna be May. It's all the May celebrations. Hope Karen Reed finishes quick so you can come back home. Oh no, I'm joking. No, we don't celebrate Cinco de Mayo in here. It is a bank holiday. It's a public holiday. There's no work. Well, some people don't work. There's no school, no nothing. But we normally don't celebrate Cinco de Mayo. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know what Cinco de Mayo is about, but I don't speak English. So, but I know it's I don't want to say something wrong and then put my feet in my hands and my hands in my feet, and then I'll obviously will say something wrong and like I normally do. So I don't speak English. Okay, I know hablo English, so I'm not gonna say anything. So we're just waiting for court to start. It should start in about 2 minutes. Um, Oh, it's Mexico Independence Day. Right. Yeah, no, we don't celebrate that. It's a Mexico. Well, it's always a great excuse to drink margarita. I'll take that. I'll celebrate Mexico's Independence Day then too. I'm glad that that happened. It's very good. Also, I think there's something happened today in the UK that I am not sure. Um, Oh, Cinco de Mayo celebrates the Mexican army's victory over the French forces of the Battle of Puebla on May 5th, 1862. But sorta, yeah, kinda, yeah, true. Also, like, I was looking, I was walking around the YouTube land, and I was saying, because apparently the UK celebrating something, as well. I think it's the win is the end of the battle of the World War II or something. I don't know. Oh, Hannah, me too. I definitely I go like absolutely learn a lot. It's VE day. That's it. That's it. In the UK, it's VE day. Thank you very much, Hannah. See, I'm learning again with Hannah. Thank you very much. I I would Google here, but I'm actually entertaining people. I am talking. But that's why you have you. You are my research. Love you, girl. But yeah, so today also in the UK, it's the V day. Oh, you. Oh, okay. Never mind then. I speak too much. So, oh my days. So we're just getting ready for court. None of the feeds have kicked in. That one that we were watching, they took it out. I don't know what they're doing. We have the Will of Unaliving showing, and I don't like that. I don't know what's happening. She comes my pen and I'll turn on now Google Pants. Oh, okay, fair enough. Um, Google Pants. That's good. That's actually good. Google Pants. So, Hannah, you can have it. We can give you. We can donate you the Google Pants. I mean, I Google a lot of stuff as well. But when I'm talking and if I start searching for something else online, I distract myself. It's like I see a squirrel and I'm like, oops, squirrel time. So see, you do not say that too often. Sorry, you're funny. Don't say that too often, cause that might it is rather interesting. Lol. Oh my days. So we're starting today with a good thing. Garden Butt. He was home, but then I think I was talking to him too much because I had oh we did miss you. Of Paula. Believe me, I hate family drama too. But hey, there is a lot of drama going on in my family. So if you want some, I can send some as well. I can send some drama back drama. Like I let's not talk about family drama. Might be short some I'm 6, but wow, you tall. Wow. That's cool. I'm a short little person. I I'm 5'6", 5'7", I think, something like that. So I know family drama can be draining, but I yeah. Oh, you have more than enough. I'm so sorry. I'm sending you lots of love, my friend. It's you. I'm so sorry. We definitely miss you. We miss Lois and we miss Stefan and we miss everybody that is left us for Karen Reed. But I absolutely understand. But hey, we do small little streams now on a weekend every now and again. It's not gonna be every weekend, but we are starting to do. Oh, Lois, the state facts. State seal. I cannot pronounce that. Tuebor is Latin word that means I will defend. Oh, that is very interesting, Lois. Thank you very much for coming with the seal fact. Um, that is really really cool. I had absolutely no clue. That's good. See, this is why we miss you. Every single one of you brings something different, and I love it. Oh yeah, it's very very crazy. Who is even crazy than a I this one has the spiciness as well. Our prosecutor is a very very spicy man. And but hey, Paula, Lois, sorry, my apologies, wrong name there. We might have a not guilty defendant that everyone's saying not guilty in chat. That is like everyone is a not guilty. So it's AS is a content creator called Allegedly Speculating. So she has a crazy train thing ongoing in her chat. That's all. Yeah, I know everyone is on not guilty side. And he actually might be found not guilty because the jury can ask questions in this trial. And what I think, the mentality where they are, they definitely are on that path. I think, in my opinion, they are on that path. So yeah. Oh no, the balloon boat. we Paula says change of subject. Um we have named the new uh to us platoon boat in memory of Nate. He had a llama as a teenager named Larry. The boat is named the SS Harry Larry. Oh, it's a llama stick. Oh, that is so cute. Oh, yes, please do send us a picture if you want to. It is awesome. Oh, that is very, very indeed special, Lois. I agree. So yeah, oh, that is all. I hope the SS Harry Larry has a very long prosperous life and you have loads of fun in it. um and yeah, that is awesome. That's so good, Paul. I'm so happy for you. Sending a big massive heart out to you. Oh, oh, see, look, um our verdict expert, right, just texted me. So she says that at beginning of the trial she was leaning towards guilty, but now, hang on, let me read the rest of. Now she's not so sure if he's guilty or not. So see, even our verdict expert, she might be leaning to not guilty. See, there you go. Uh, So I'm just typing for pickles. She is a content creator called let. I don't even know. Allegedly, I think that's how you spell it. Okay, because I've replied to you in chat. Let's just speculating that she's a content creator. She has a cringy train thing. So, oh, that's so cool, Paula. Oh, that is so sweet. Oh yeah, that is a good question. Do you design or do you send a design that you want of it? Um. Oh, okay, that's cool. That's really cool. Sorry, I will reply to Denise in a second. When she is yeah, uh, yeah. Oh, you sent the picture. Awesome. Let me have a look. Um, where did you send on? Oh, okay, yes. It's on Discord. Oh, that is cool. Is it okay if I share for people that are not on the Discord, Paula? So oh, okay, cool. Yeah, she's awesome. So she's really really awesome, pickles. Okay, awesome. I'm gonna make myself bigger, which is crazy and very very scary, but I am gonna share it. So that's the picture Paulus sent, and then I'll zoom in on the llama before court starts. There you go. That's the llama. That is so cool. One second, I'm just trying to put myself smaller so we can start trial, and I need to put sound on. I know.
Schurr, and all parties are present. And is there anything you need to address on behalf of the people before the jurors today?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
Your Honor, we did file motions. I don't think this is now the time to argue them, but we want to make sure the court has received them. And if the court wants any additional argument on the motions, I'd like to put the question. Otherwise, we'll get rest on our motions themselves, and we're not requesting oral argument on those.
Okay. And I know there was a question that I did not place on the record that we discussed briefly that I should or could be a question on the record, and those were jury questions that were not asked. And I believe specifically when the defendant was testifying. And I'm just trying to find that particular question. But aside from that, once I locate that, then I'll read it place it on the record. I do believe that questions that were not asked should be placed on the record, so what I'll do is just have it, is the witness ready to retake the stand?
Yes, Your Honor.
And would either side like him sworn in again?
No, Your Honor.
Reminder's fine, Your Honor.
And so you can retake the stand, and I'll remind you, sir, that you are still under oath.
Thank you.
Friday.
Yes, ma'am.
And we'll have the jurors come in. All right, welcome back. You may be seated. And once again, I'm glad to see all of you made it back. Mr. Beverly, 19 is your
Thank you. Like I said, not a whole lot of additional questions, but I do want to get at a few things. One of the things you talked about, though, on your direct exam is that you have kind of a network of experts you rely on, because I think one of the questions was Mr. Stoughton or Professor Stoughton and Mr. Bloomfield were not part of your network. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
Now, in terms of, obviously you get hired as an expert, you're retained to provide testimony, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you give a defendant access to the expert, do you get compensated for that as well?
No,
Is it
sir.
On top of, you get paid for this, do you get paid for
No.
giving them access to these other experts?
No, we don't charge a referral fee in our process. No.
But Mr. Bartel would be part of your network, if you will.
Yes, we would reach out to Mr. Bartel if his CV supported the need. Yes.
And Mr. Blake would be part of your network as well.
I don't know that we've ever used Mr. Blake, but I would certainly consider his CV if we needed it. Yes.
What about Dr. Kroll? Is Dr. Kroll part of your network?
Dr. Kroll is, yes.
Okay. So in terms of, did you, in this case, did you facilitate, did you reach out to them to say, hey, I got a case for you, kind of?
No.
Okay. But that you provided that information to the defense so they could reach out for this case.
I don't know. I think they had already found them in this case. I don't know that I actually referred them in this particular case.
We talked a little bit about the International Chiefs of Police and the foot pursuit policy.
Yes, sir.
And then, like you said, it's not mandatory, it's adopted, correct?
Right. Just to be clear, the foot pursuit considerations paper, I couldn't find an IACP foot pursuit model policy. What I saw was the second resource, which is a considerations paper, but I think that's what you referred to.
But in that considerations paper, they talk about foot pursuits are inherently dangerous, right?
They are, yes.
Do you disagree with that?
No.
One of the things they said, decision to pursue a fleeing suspect should not be regarded as required or even prudent in all circumstances. Do you disagree with that?
I do not disagree with that.
It all depends on the seriousness of the offense, the totality of the circumstances. That's what they talk about, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in terms of, people flee the police for all kinds of reasons, right?
They do.
Some people flee because they curfew violation to a serious felony offense, right?
Yes, sir.
And one of the things, I think it was Eric Heim, the podcast you talked about. Do you recall talking about sometimes innocent people are the most difficult people to deal with because they know you're innocent. You're still trying to figure that out, right?
Yes.
So when you're looking at a chase, it's based on the totality of the circumstance. You would never recommend a single officer chasing 4 armed suspects down a dark alley, would you?
Well, if you're talking about the 2 different types of chases, I think we may have discussed chase to pursue or chase to contain or chase to capture. It wouldn't be unusual to chase 4 people. It might be unusual to try to capture them all simultaneously.
So chase to contain is part of the thing. You chase and you're keeping an eye on subjects and calling for backup and trying to get, establish a perimeter, right?
Yes.
All right. We talked about it, I don't know if you were here, but just the CLIA, just for the record, Commission on Accreditation for Law Enforcement Agencies. You're familiar with that?
I am, yes, sir.
And that's kind of like, we've heard it, that's the gold standard, if you will.
That's their marketing slogan. I don't know that they're considered the gold standard universally. There's many organizations that do what they do, but I think their marketing slogan is they're the gold standard. Yes.
Okay. And it's all, I think we heard that only like 5% of law enforcement agencies ballpark are CLIA accredited.
Yeah, I don't know the percentage.
Okay. But Grand Rapids is CLIA accredited.
They are, yes.
And you're not faulting. I mean, it's a good thing to have accreditation, right?
Yes.
And one of the things that CLIA does is they take a look at comprehensive and uniform written directives that clearly define authority, performance, and responsibilities. That's one of the criteria CLIA uses when they look at a department, right?
Okay, I'm sorry, I did miss that. We say that again.
They look at, is there a comprehensive and uniform written directives that clearly define authority, performance, and responsibilities? That's one of the criteria.
I don't know the CLIAs in front of me. I would take your word for it if that's one of their written criteria, yes.
And part of how they do that, though, is they bring in people from departments from all across the country, right? Just to look at the policies of a specific department.
I don't know that that's their policy, no.
You don't know how it's done? You don't know the process of CLIA?
I know the process of CLIA, the evaluation model, sometimes just a couple of people that have been hired by CLIA, and they would be regional representatives. So I don't know how many or where they get. Typically, I know of one regional representative that will work with the agency. You've listed I think your broader question is, do they pull in people from across the country? I don't know that they do that.
Okay. But part of the policy that you cite, though, the policy that's taken a look at is Grand Rapids policy bases the reasonable of any use of force is ordinarily judged on the totality of the circumstances, i.e. based on all of the circumstances. That's clearly Grand Rapids policy.
Correct, yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Morning, Mr. Clean.
Good morning.
On Friday, you were asked some questions about who Force Science has consulted with in this case. And you previously testified you've consulted with defendants, students, community members, and prosecutors. Has the prosecutor's office in this case ever consulted with Force Science?
Yes.
And are you aware of whether the Michigan State Police investigators that are involved in this case has ever attended a Force Science course?
Yes.
Do you recall when approximately we retained Force Science?
I believe ultimately it was September of 2022.
Have you ever met with or talked with Officer Schurr about this case?
No.
Did you have any part in preparing Officer Schurr for his statement?
No.
Thank you.
Just one question. We never consulted with you on this case.
Not on this case, no.
There's been years in the past.
Yes,
Not this case.
I think it was maybe just 2 in the past, 2017 timeframe.
Thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
We do see a couple of questions on your jury, so I'll have my clerk grab those.
All right, we're gonna wait for the jury questions. That was a quick beginning. That's what we like. That's what we want. But I don't know. I don't think they're gonna rest. I am not gonna say about them resting or not because every single time that I say, I think they're gonna rest, they never do. So maybe the time that I don't do, they actually do. You know what do you just talking? The meaning that is like I don't think they are. Ooh, I like that. Send it. Yes, definitely send it. I can't wait. I'm excited now. Um, sorry. I need to go grab some a drink a guarana. I can't even say it myself. Um, but also, like yeah, I'm not gonna say if they are gonna rest or not. Let's just see. I don't think they are. I am not hopeful anymore because every time I say it, they don't, and then they, um, well, it might be, um. So it might be. It's Zizi. Hello. Good morning. I'm done just watching today. Oh, you still have it. I'm so sorry, Zizi. Hello. Good morning, my friend. How was your weekend? Um.
To clarify, your
Sorry, you
opinion
feeling unwell?
is based from you looking at everything, videos, audio, reports, autopsy, testimonial, and then human factors, or the other way around?
So we would start with the first. So we would look at the facts of the case, the evidence in the case that was available at the time. So that would be the videos, that would be the audio. And then when we're taking that and we're trying to evaluate the officer's decision making and performance, that's when we consider the human performance aspects.
And next, when you got drives done in your head, how long approximately did it take to recuperate?
Well, once I realized that I was okay, it was probably less than 30 seconds. I think the initial shock of it probably took more time than the recovery did.
And then next, if the subject didn't have full control of the taser during the time deadly force was used, would you still consider it a reasonable action? Or is this what makes it reasonable?
Yeah, it's again, the standard I'm using is, could a person in the officer's position, knowing what they knew, reasonably believe? And so we don't look at actual threat, we look at apparent threat based on the available information to the officer. So if we later learned that if the officer reasonably believed he had full control, and later learned that he didn't because we could watch a video or do a still shot, we analyze the case based on the apparent threat from the perception of the officer at the time, not what we would later learn. I'll just stop there. I think that answered it.
Any follow-up from that, Ms. Hamilton?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
And I don't see any other hands raised from the jury. May this witness be excused? Ms. Hamilton?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any rejection?
And no objection, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, sir. You are excused.
Thank you, ma'am.
And defense, you may call your next witness.
The defense press track.
And Mr. Rebecca, are you prepared to put on any rebuttal evidence?
We do have one brief rebuttal witness, Your Honor.
Okay, you may call that witness.
I'll Detective Julie again.
And since you were sworn previously, I'm not going to have you be re-sworn, but I am going to remind you that you are still on your own.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Whatever you want.
Detective, kind of going through, I want to get into one of the things you do is obviously you're trying to get a statement from the defendant in any cases like this, correct?
Yes, I do.
I'll let the record reflect that I'm showing opposing counsel exhibits 37 and 38 of these exhibits. Detective, I'm going to show you what has been marked for as exhibit 37 for identification purposes. Could you tell the jury what that is?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but 37's already been admitted.
I'm sorry, I thought we had 36.
37 is already admitted.
Okay, I got to go 38, 38 and 39.
And 37 was training records / outline. And what it was.
Okay. So let's try exhibit 38. Can you tell the jury what this is?
Yep, this is a typed written statement. It's 3 pages long. It's signed by Chris Schurr on April 15, 2022.
And how did you get this statement?
I requested through his defense. I believe Mr. Dodge facilitated getting this to my office.
Okay. And what you did is after you get this, you turn it over to our office and make it part of the case file, correct?
Yep, this becomes a part of my report.
And I'm going to show you exhibit 39. Could you tell the jury what this is?
Yep. After that original statement, I, along with my colleagues, had a couple of follow-up questions. And numbered those out. I believe it was 13 specific follow-up questions. Purely voluntary, but I reached back out to Mr. Dodge and I asked if Officer Schurr would be willing to answer these follow-up questions, which he did. So this is, again, typed answers to those questions, signed by Chris Schurr on May 13 of 2022. It's 3 pages.
And once again, you made those part of the file as well.
Yes, I did.
I move the admission appeals exhibits 38 and 39.
No, you're right. 38 and 39 are now admitted.
And just to be clear, there was not a written interview. This was just typed
Correct.
at some point in time and wait for you.
Yes.
There's one follow thing. Why is the state police investigating this? Happened in the city of Grand Rapids. Why is the state police on this?
Yeah, we have a formal agreement with the Grand Rapids Police Department. Again, I work for the Michigan State Police. And before my time and above my rank, formal agreement was made with the PD that if they had an officer-involved shooting, that our department goes and investigates those. So really, I was there on invitation based on a formal agreement that was in place ahead of time.
Thank you. Anything further? Morning, Detective.
Morning, sir.
I just want to ask you some questions about the statement that was just admitted
Mhm.
and the circumstances under which they were admitted, under which you obtained them. You touched briefly on this. Now this was obviously a case that drew a lot of attention from the public. Is that fair?
Yes, it is.
And you were among several detectives that were working on this case.
Yes.
And you recognize that Christopher Schurr was under no obligation to give a statement, right?
No, this is purely voluntary.
Okay. And if you, in a normal case, went out to talk to somebody and said, we would like to talk to you, if they said, we don't want to talk to you, then you can't force them to talk to you, right?
No, and that carries no weight with me, the response.
Okay, but you were doing this investigation, there's a lot going on, and you wanted to hear from him, and you reached out to his attorneys, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And by that point, he had Mr. Dodge as counsel, right?
Yes.
And I think you said that the first statement was in April 15th of 2022.
Yes.
And that's something that was signed by the defendant,
Yes.
but came through his attorneys.
Yes, it was.
Okay. That's not an interview you had with him shortly after the incident or anything like that.
No, there was no interview.
And in a case like this where there's a shooting, you actually give the officer some time to reflect anyway, right? Before you would try to interview them, right?
That's standard. That's typical.
Okay. So you don't pounce on them like right after the shooting and start asking them questions, right?
If they wanted to, I would not say no, but I've not had that experience with an officer before.
And then you got the statement, you asked some follow-up questions, and you actually wrote questions on the second statement that's dated May 13th. Is that fair?
Yes.
And again, it came through counsel, and to the best of the ability, you believe that you got some answers to the questions you had.
Yes.
Okay. But that's not everything that you might have wanted to ask Officer Schurr, right?
No, sometimes when I'm interviewing somebody, those interviews can go on for hours and hours and hours. This was, if I had to ask some pointing questions, it was a short list.
Okay. And so I think it's 13 questions. That's pales in comparison to the number of questions that he could be asked on, say, like cross-examination, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
No, Your Honor.
Those need entries on the jury. Step down again.
You may, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. You may step down.
rebuttal, Your Honor.
All right, so I would like to take a break because looks like the evidence is complete, but we need to go over some things outside of your presence prior to closing arguments. And so I'm gonna ask you to go into the back and we'll take a 15-minute break right now. And meanwhile, even though all the evidence is finished, you're not deliberating yet, so I'm gonna ask you to stay with your notes and not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else, and also continue to refrain from any news reports in media and social media, and then we'll see you back in about 15 minutes. Okay? You may be seated. Did my law clerk provide you with a set of the final instructions?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
One on Friday. And we sent over some proposed additions. Changes.
I would like to take a break and go in the back to discuss anything that you can discuss as far as hashing out the instructions. I also noted that on the expert witness instruction 5.10, there's several experts that are missing and some that their expertise is misstated. So I'm correcting that particular instruction. But if you want to come in back and make sure that they're complete, and if there's any objections, we can do that and we'll come back on the record.
Okay, so are you saying that we don't have the final question yet?
I'm saying that my clerk gave, my law clerk provided you with the final instructions. I noted that there's some things that need to be inserted. I don't have the, Ms. Hamilton mentioned that they sent, that you sent something over, I don't know if there were corrections or objections. Either way, I haven't seen those. If they were sent over the weekend or this morning, I have not seen those. So I would like the opportunity to review those before saying these are the absolute final set of instructions.
Okay, Your Honor.
Okay? And then I did know that there were a couple that were missing, so, but I would like the opportunity to address any additions and that sort of thing without having it long, dragged out discussion on record about them. But if you don't want to, that's fine. I just thought it would,
Whatever works first.
I just thought it would be easier.
Just one thing, Your Honor. You didn't ask at least one question. You want to put that on the record before you forget?
Thank you for reminding me about that. So I did want to put the questions that were presented by the jury but not asked the defendant, and then this particular witness that just stepped down, there were two questions that were not asked of him. As far as the defendant, there was a question by one of the jurors that we did not ask him, which is, and that's after discussing at a sidebar, and that is, has your wife ever asked you to get something from a different area of your house? When you don't find it, does she take your word for it, or does she go check herself? It was not asked. Also, did you speak to anyone about the incident between April 2nd and when the statement was submitted? That was not asked. And also not asked is, did anyone offer their suggestions for advice on how to write the statement? And those were questions that were not asked of the defendant because they were found not to be appropriate to do so. And then of this particular witness, there were two questions that were not asked. The first is, can you explain your thought on Vitacam from Becker's reference? That was not asked. And then, have you ever testified in a case where the prosecution, where the police officer was found guilty? If so, how many? That was also not asked. And I believe those are all the questions that needed to be placed on the record that from the jury, not asked, but needed to still be placed on the record. I do have all of the jury questions, and I've noted with an X the ones that were not asked, and a check mark the ones that were. So that will be part of the file. And is there anything else before we recess briefly to go over these instructions?
Nothing to your No, you're right.
I'll recess briefly for that happens.
All right, please.
All right, so we are on break right now. Briefly, I'll keep the feed going in the background, to see if there's any movement. I don't know how long they're gonna go, but we'll see. But also, we are on gonna be probably today on double verdict watch today. Hopefully, the other verdict will come either before or shortly after the other trial. I need to get feeds up on my other feed because the Tyrone Nichols case as well. They are already doing closing arguments as well today. So we are gonna do a double verdict watch today, which is gonna be insane. But if by the time that this trial that we are currently watch, the Christopher Schurr does not come back with a verdict. If they come back and the other one they still carry on deliberating from tomorrow and everything, we'll be waiting for that trial. We watched yesterday the prosecution's opening statements of that trial. So if you want to go rewatch it, or you can, or we can just give you a snippet of that case as well. Also, if you have a suggestion of a case, please let me know. I have absolutely no idea which case we're gonna go next. Oh, you missed it. You were there, Hannah. Lol. I don't remember you being there. So we are hunting now for a new trial. For sure, because I think, well, this one is gonna go on verdict watch. I don't think there's gonna be a penalty phase or sentencing. So make sure, yes, the DD is starting today, but first of all, it's jury instructions first, and then it's a federal case. Sadly, federal cases are not gonna be live streamed, which is horrible. To know that. So not the greatest, but we can keep do a little bit updates here and there about that case. We can keep saying, ooh, Arizona, you. Oh, I think it's just the outside camera because I've seen several people doing the same, but I think it might be just outside. Let me show you, like, for example, one that I've just literally passed it. Where is it? ¿A dónde estás? Ven aquí. Where are you now? Come on, I literally just because I'm in the wrong thing. I am so good at this. Arizona, it's one of the worst case. Like, for example, oh yeah, they did this. So this is like a one that says it's streaming the live trial of PDD, but it's literally just the outside because it's federal case. They're not gonna show federal cases. They don't live stream those. Sadly, um for our not pleasure, but you know what I mean. Which the PDD case would have been a very very touchy subject to cover anyways, but yeah. um Ooh, hang on. Ugh, I don't know which day this is. Oh, guys, I found one. I think I found one. Hang on. um ah, Yeah, but the thing is not knowing that it's live streaming or not. It is always a bit difficult to know. I found one, but I don't know if they're gonna actually do it every single day. Hmm. That sounds very, very. It's a hard, very, very bad case, but that could be a good one. I would prefer a current trial, like a live trial. I found one, but I'm not sure if they are going to be live streaming every single day, though. That's the problem. No, we're not gonna do. We can sometimes like do a bit of an update on PDD, but PDD is not gonna be live streamed, sadly. So yeah. So I found one from Ohio. Um. Oh my days! How am I gonna say this name? So, well, says that the is Tus Tuscarawas Valley. Sorry, I probably I I'm gonna put the name on the chat. So you guys probably understand what I said. Probably William is laughing at me in the background saying how yeah, I typed it. That's the one. Um so we can probably follow this one, but the thing is, it's just knowing how good of a reliable feed is this. And I need to find like the name and what exactly. Well, it says what it is in the. I know that is a lot of what letters. That's what confused me. That's what like I was like, "Que? A como? I don't speak English." So that's like literally like I was like, "Huh? To say that? How do you even say that? William, we need your Ohio experience on how to say it. We need help. I need help." Um, so the name of the guy is called Jacob McDonald. I can't speak at all. Jacob McDonald. I would pronounce Tuscarawas. Like, I, I probably, yeah. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. We need like a person that it's of expert on this. I don't know. It's just a bit. It's just hard to say some words sometimes. But no matter what, this new trial starting today. I think it started today because that looks like. Oh, what did I do? I pressed the button. Of course, I pressed the button. If I did not press the button, that wouldn't be me. Not pressing buttons. Oh, now, oh my days! What am I doing? What am I like? What's wrong with me today? Let's not go down that route. Um, just call T Valley. Yes, let's call T Valley. That's probably or the county that this is from. Well, the students were from is the Licking County. So, let's call that. So this call is Jacob McDonald was charged with a total of 26 counts, including 6 counts of aggravated vehicular homicide after a crash on the Interstate 70 near State Route 310, like I know where that is, in November 2023. So it's the trial of a semi-truck driver charged with a fatal crash involving a bus carrying Tuscarawas Valley band students in Lincoln County will begin Monday, aka today. So 26 counties. Oh, Tuscarawas Valley. Ugh, let's just say the Lincoln County trial. So, oh, thank you. Please help me, William. We need to know how to say this word is gonna be in chat because I'm struggling. So the trial started today. They've already done the openings and everything, but we can zoom through things and through the beginning, which is fine. But oh, I have it right. Thank you, Hiel. Oh, but it's just the fact that I need to know if there is more people live streaming or it's just oh, you never heard? Is in Ohio. It's a valley. Oh, but that's fine. Fair enough. Okay. So that could be our next trial. I have absolutely no information whatsoever about this trial. Um, I all I know is it from Ohio. That's all I know. Let's hope that they can give it all. We can try to do this trial. It sounds interesting. It's very sad case, but hey, what do you guys think? Are you on for it? Are you on board? We can start today, zoom through it. Um and see what happens. Hopefully, we can follow it until the end. Tuskura, I am not gonna even try to pronounce it anymore. I'm gonna call it the Licking County. It's easier. Maybe if my friend, lovely friend Zio, yeah, I'll guess who's not live. Who? Oh no, Sacramento. Oh, that is definitely not your friend. Well, to be fair, it's still early. No? What time is it even in Sacramento here? Sacramento time. It's still 7 o'clock in the morning, so you still have a bit of a time. I'm gonna send you a name, Zio, and if you can do me, yeah, this you. It's still like 7 o'clock in the morning, girl. What do you expect yesterday that life? You're still probably in bed sleeping. I'm gonna send you a name. I wanted you to see if you can find me any information, if there is any like other people live streaming or anything, or you know what I mean. Uh Yo, you are amazing. Because he was trying to cover a trial. I would have loved to cover it, but I can't because of the time zone. I just sent it, girl, and I can't cover it because of the time zone. So I said, why not she do it? Because she's also covers true crime and everything. She's an amazing friend. You all know who Zio is. You don't need the introduction. So I told her to do it, and she's gonna do it if there is a feed. So yeah. Oh wow, 80 miles for you. That is far away, William. Wow. Um so it's the case of a semi-truck driver that was involved in a fatal crash involving a bus carrying students from that location, bunch students in the Lincoln County that started today. So that's the possibility of our next trial, and that's why I'm asking here to do some research for us. So well, we know what's happening and everything. So yeah, I know. Yeah, I know it is. Thank you, Leo. It is live now. I don't know how long they are gonna be on break or anything. We might jump and have a look and have tip our toes in the sand, as you say, to see what's happening in our new trial. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm not gonna even try to butcher that name, Paul. I appreciate you, girl. You are amazing. I am not gonna try. Oh my days, that is awesome. Thank you very much. You guys are amazing. See, you are absolutely fantastic. Um, oh, awesome. That's fantastic. So there is a couple feeds, which is good. Thank you very much, Hio. Our Zero is on the case. Amazing. She's great. So we're gonna have a couple ones, which is good. Yeah, yeah, okay, perfect. Um see? Perfect. Thank you. Ooh, nice. Oh, okay. I need all those links. So I need so probably during verdict watch. I know I said I did the I did the poll for the Karen read, but that was before me talking too much and talk about our new trial. So during verdict watch, we're gonna catch up on our new trial, and we're gonna go for this. Thank you very much. And I really appreciate it. You guys make the channel. You guys help me so much and are absolutely amazing. Every single one of you. You are researchers, you are investigators, you are grammar correctors. So, and I really appreciate that. You guys make it, and I'm excited. We have a new trial, and the time zone is great because it's Ohio, so it's only 5 hours for me. Hey, but have we covered Ohio yet? I don't think we have actually, and I think we might have a new state. Hang on, I need to check the map. Hang on, where's Ohio? Oh, we have covered Ohio. It's okay. We're still gonna cover it. Who was from Ohio? Oh, Nixon. That's it. Sorry, Quentin Nixon. We did cover him, but officially was in the very early beginnings when when I started, so doesn't really count. So Ohio is a new state. Sorry. The thing is, right? Garden Bot gave me the yeah, we did the Nixon trial. Uh so yeah. Hey, good morning, Benny. Good, how are you? Welcome in. Thank you very much for being here today. Happy Monday. Happy bank holiday, because it's bank holiday for the UK peeps. So this is the Guaraná, right? That drink, the Portuguese Brazilian drink that I've been talking to you guys, and it's kind of like an energy drink. So it makes me talk a lot. Yes, this jury selection is today. I think they're gonna be doing jury selection on that case for a long time, because I'm sorry. Who doesn't know who Diddy is? Who doesn't know that Diddy is in jail and in big trouble? How can they find unanimous jury for that case? It's just beyond me. If they do that in one day, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna really believe that. But anyway, but sadly we can't cover that trial because it's a federal case, and federal cases are not live streamed. So sadly we cannot cover. Well, sadly or not sadly. So I'm kind of just saying because so yeah. And I only had a little bit of the drink, right? Like garden, but I think it was like here. I had like a sip or something, and I'm already full of energy. Imagine when I have the whole thing. That's like I forgot to tell, this drink is not meant to have like a massive glass, because otherwise I'm gonna be flying around the room, and you guys won't see me no more because I'm gonna be flying, and it can be like an stimulating. Kara, I'm already bouncing out of the walls. If you have not noticed how I'm talking a lot, and I am not struggling in finding topics to talk about, and I just see, I am not struggling in finding topics to talk about, but I'm doing boo-boos because I've already closed the feed that I had for our new trial. Honestly, I don't know who trusted in me to be doing this. It's you guys are gonna be crazy. So yeah, England, I need a sip. Oh, this is so good. If you guys, it's but the thing is, it's like an energy drink, but it's not considered an energy drink, and you can have it. It's not as much as you have as you want, but it's crazy. It's very good news. I need to open the feeds for a new trial. Hang on. Yeah, I need to hang on. Let me just open all, not all of them, but some of them, just to make sure um I'm subscribed to that channel. So when we are coming back tomorrow for the second day, we can. Oh, hang on. I pressed the button that is now making sound. I know. Stop it. Make it. No, sorry. Right. I'm subscribed to all of them now. So now we have 3 feeds for this trial, which is good. So then if something fails, one of them fails, we have backups, which is good. It's always good to have backups. That's always something that I always say. Maybe, oh, hang on. Maybe I can find like an arraignment or video that talks about this new trial, and we can watch throughout this little break that we have in, because I have absolutely no clue how long this break is um gonna be. And what was this name again? Oh, McDonald. McDonald. See, we cannot forget this name, because it's like the McDonald had a farm. So let me have a look. If there is like a video or an arraignment or something uh for him, or maybe if um oh, there you go. Yeah, this one. I'm gonna play a video that talks about a bond hearing for him, that talks a little bit about the case that we are gonna be following next. So here we go. And you guys can have a little bit break of me talking.
Jacob McDonald's bond hearing was a short one, all of about 4 minutes, and in that time, his bond will stay the same, set at $1 million.
Investigators should find no evidence of any avoidance measures by the defendant prior to the initial impact or through the impact.
Jacob McDonald appeared emotionless on the screen in the Licking County courtroom.
Have a seat.
McDonald was arrested at his Muskingum County home Thursday on a warrant after being indicted in Licking County Wednesday. He's accused of 6 counts of aggravated vehicular homicide, 9 counts of vehicular assault, and 11 counts of assault. The assistant prosecutor going through the events of that day to make the case for McDonald's $1 million bond.
When he ran over and threw a 2015 Nissan Murano at 74 miles an hour, setting up a chain reaction where he hit 2009 Vanderpool Motor Coast bus with the Tusky Valley band in it.
In all, 5 vehicles were involved in the fiery crash November 14th. That crash on I-70 left 6 people dead, 3 teens and 3 adults. Members of the Tusky Valley Band were en route to a conference in Columbus. They were caught in slowed traffic on I-70 just outside of Etna in Licking County when McDonald's semi slammed into the SUV and bus. The state believes cell phone use may have been a factor.
Despite having a no cell phone use policy, the defendant's employer, as well as pursuant to law, large amounts of data were received at his cell phone prior to the crash.
McDonald is expected to be back in court on Tuesday for an arraignment hearing here in Licking County Court. In Newark, Colin Dorsey, 10 TV News.
Wow, did you guys see how that semi-truck was? Let's go back again. Like, look at that. Wow, that's so... Oh. Yeah, that I heard that. That was good. Tusky Valley is how they are pronouncing it. Thank you, Paula, for pointing that out. Thank you, appreciate it. But that's wow, that is so sad. Look at how, oof, that is so sad. My days. Hopefully, or Trusky. I will re-listen several times to see how they say it, and then we'll figure it out. But yeah, so that's a little bit. That's like an arraignment that he had. So he is being held on an $1 million dollars bound bond on speak. I don't know how he survived. Sadly, I'm gonna say something that really annoys me is that sadly people that are drunk driving or impaired or texting or anything, they survive these crazy crashes and kill people that don't deserve it, and they cause the crashes, they don't die. I know it's very bad to say, but it's just annoys. Like, how can you it is horrible indeed. Pickles, I agree. It's it's not it's yeah, it is. Well, I hope that justice is gonna, I know, because apparently it was on his phone, and when there's policies obviously not to be on the phone, just for the company and also for the for a normal common sense human being to not use your phone while you're driving, because accidents happened and this situation's happened. And oh, sorry, there's this semi movement in court, so there's just this happening in court. This might be family of Patrick in a courtroom, so that's what is happening now. So in court it's nothing much happening, so we're not losing anything. I keep checking, I have it in a background. So yeah, though it is very sad, man. It's a very sad situation. It's a very sad case, but this is why I don't like people using phones. When Gardenbot is using his phone and is driving, I snatch that phone out of his hand so fast that he doesn't see the light of day, because I don't like it. People texting and driving or impaired driving or anything is just not responsible at all. It's one of the worst things you could do. Yes, yeah, she is. So she was showing, we did show here, thank you. I have it here on the background, just trying to talk. Oh, there's a garden pot in the wild. Oh, why is it? it is a bit fresh. I think I need to ask Garden Bot to close one of the windows that we have open because it's getting a little bit cold. You will be sorry, girl. Definitely, you will be sorry. So yeah, I don't. Did the judge say what time they were gonna come back? Because I'm like, sh- I know she said she wanted a little bit of a break. Let me have a look if online they already say if the closings are on the way, because then we would know. Eh, So no, but we are not on day 4. We are on day 6, isn't it? It's called a short recess and closing. Yeah, yeah. But how short of a recess? Oh, Zio. I know Anna was amazing. She tried to find some information if the uh oof, verdict is going to be on a half an hour delay or if it is going to be live. Can you try to see if you could find anything? Because maybe because you are in the US you are able to find, and maybe us over here in the UK cannot find it. She did an amazing job, but just yeah, thank you. I love giving you work, like I know you like to work for me. No, I'm joking. I appreciate it. You are just a very good investigator. Like you are very good. That's why I trust you. I know I'm asking too much. I know. See, this is what happens when I have that drink. I think I'm gonna. Uh, Ooh, you know what I should do? I should froze the guarana, that drink, and then have it for a longer time, so then I can just have it in normal ice, like as an ice thing. So that would be good. Um, right. There is nothing on that website saying if they are back or not. Hang on, let me. Oh, I did. Oh, where is it? Let me go back to the chat on Discord to see if that website that Hannah sent me has any updates, because apparently they have quicker updates than me. The expert, the rebuttal witness, I would like to take a break. It looks like the evidence is complete. Said she will need to go over some things outside of the presence of the jury. And then okay, no, doesn't has hmm and online and when the trial. Okay, they have a 30-minute delay with on the live stream and on the article. Why does the article also has to have the 30-minute delay? That I just don't understand. Why is it they have to have I think so? It's just yeah. Interesting. Rather interesting. Right. Let's maybe find something. Is there a parole hearing? Because I don't know how long it's gonna be, because now we have the thing back up. Um so we either are 5 minutes away from their coming, or to a half an hour of their coming on, and I have absolutely no clue. Uh let's what Judge Boyd is not doing anything at the moment. Oh, parole hearings are live. We're gonna jump on the parole hearings for a little bit, just until they come back, and then we'll. Because I was gonna say we could do the Oh, actually, hang on. Hmm. 1 second. 1 second. Sorry, just like actually. There was an update. It's like an update, but it's from a year ago for a video about our new case that we are going to start. So probably going to share that instead of watching parole hearings. We can watch parole hearings at any time. So let's watch that. Everyone denying parole hearings. I agree.
10 TV News at 4 starts with breaking news. Within the past hour, we've received an update from Ohio Governor Mike DeWine and Ohio State Highway Patrol about that deadly crash on Interstate 70. Now, the AP is reporting that 3 people have died and 15 others were injured. Ohio State Highway Patrol says they are waiting to give an update on the total number of victims until all families have been contacted. Thanks for joining us for 10 TV News at 4. I'm Yolanda Harris. Now, our crews have been on the scene at the site of the crash for more than 7 hours, and where state leaders have been updating us all afternoon. Right now, 10 TV's Lacey Crisp is on the State Route 310 overpass on I-70, where the scene is still very active this evening. Lacey?
That's right, Yolanda. Emergency crews are still on this scene here, and it's heartbreaking as it is to see those mangled, burned out vehicles.
Oh my days, I'm so sorry. I think guilty. Yes, absolutely. This guy is guilty. Hang on. So, our friend Zio, as I told you guys, she's amazing. She finds any information that she wants, and at the top of her finger, she has all the information. So she just sent me a screenshot. I was like, saying that from a news article saying that I know she is. I love her to bits. I love every single one of you to bits. So says that the judge calls court back in session after the recess. So they are going to come back in about a few minutes. I think. I'm looking at the feed. No worries. Says that the prosecution asked the judge to include a lesser charge of voluntary manslaughter for the jury to vote on. Schurr would likely still face jail time with a maximum of 10 years. Voluntary manslaughter means a person killed another person unlawfully but without premeditation. The defense argues to deny this charge. The judge rules that this charge can be allowed. Oh, Hannah's saying hi. She's seeing you. Oh my god. Oh my days. Why do they do this? Yeah, he says hi again. Hi to you, Hannah. I know. I want to be like hello. He's here. Oh, stop it. I mean, oh my, that makes things a lot more complicated now, right? Because they can still charge him with manslaughter because it's not M1 mother one. They know they lost. They know they lost. The prosecution, I agree with you. Prosecution know that they lost and they are trying to this is so freaking annoying because the jury might not agree on M1 but get stuck on the manslaughter charge and maybe finding him guilty of that. Oh man, this is absolutely frustrating. This is I agree. I was like, why would they do this? They know they're losing. They know they lost the case. They know they were So it's just at 50 should be back at court at 55 after. Oh, okay, right. I still have the defeated. We're gonna be talking about this. Thank you very much, Hio. This is so annoying. Like, I'm not gonna lie, this is very, very frustrating. I'm very frustrated right now because they know the prosecution knows that they're losing the case. They know. They know that if the case would go right now to the jury would find him not guilty. But now he's trying to get a new charge of Valessa, which now was not even included in the beginning with. Oh man, they should not be allowed, right? To add another charge mid-trial. Like, you charge him, you're doing a trial based on that charge, not based on anything else. That is just so unfair. Yeah, the judge approved it. This is so unfair. This is absolutely saying it was lawful to enter a lesser charge after all the things exactly. That is just absolutely crazy. This is not fair. I don't think that this is fair at all. That I agree with you. I want to throw the table. I want to throw everything. Is- this is not fair, man. I don't think I am so frustrated. So um The defense then argues, oh my days, it's, hang on, there's another breaking. They are trying to pin that on him. So the defense argues to deny the charge. The defense then argues the standard self-defense instruction does not sufficiently apply in this case. The defense asked the judge to read the charges the court is not using on the record. This includes use of force to apprehend a fleeing felon. The defense once again argues against the inclusion of the expert witnesses brought forward by the prosecution, saying they spoke on circumstances not known to Schurr at the time of the shooting in this testimony. The judge says other experts. Oh, hang on. What's happening now? Hang on. Something is happening in court. Hang on. 1 second. 1 second. Something is happening and I don't know what it is. So it's that will of. So she basically denied the motions of the defense. So testimony, the expert witnesses is going to come in that of things that Schurr did not know at the time of the incident. It's going to come in. So I absolutely agree that she's definitely biased in this case. That's absolutely agreeable. So it's just so frustrating. Okay, apparently there is. Yeah, hang on.
Yeah, he's got a great family. We heard about how he's an All-American, grew up in Grand Rapids. Yeah, that's wonderful. That's great. It's also fairly relevant. Because you don't compare, okay, one's good, one's bad, we'll just throw it up there. You have to base the case based on the facts. You'll hear from the judge that sympathy or prejudice shouldn't play a role in your decision. So you've got to base your decision on the facts that were here, the facts that were what the witnesses said, the videos, all the policies and procedures. That's what you have to base it on. Not, well, he's a hometown boy and want to do good, and we've got this bad guy who's drunk driving. It's not that simple. It is simple in terms of the elements, though. Clearly, the defendant killed Patrick back in April. And he had an intent to do so. Because part of the instruction you hear, there's maybe 3 different states of mind. But let me just stop at the first one. There's an intent to kill. And the intent to kill, please don't get wrapped up. Nobody's saying that when we left that morning that he intended to kill somebody. When he fired the shot, he intended to kill. That is clear when you put a bullet in the back of somebody's head. So in terms of the elements they have to prove, the first 2 are proven, no question in your mind. Those are the 2. It's those are the easy ones. So what does it come down to? Why are we here? Number 3. Number 3, was the killing justified or excused or reduced to a lesser crime? That is your decision. That is why you're here. And justified, I talked a little bit about cross the line cleaning. Words matter. And words matter in terms of, it matter, we're going to hear a lot of instructions, and sometimes jurors get wrapped up in terms of instructions that, this is the law, and while we're in a courtroom, and somehow things change because you're in a courtroom. You lose your collective common sense, you'll hear that instruction from the judge. You have your own common sense, you have your experiences. The words that you use out there have the same meaning here. Justified. Done for a good and a legitimate reason. Excused, removing something you had to do. You're excused from school. You have a duty to go to school. You're excused from school. You're removed. So what is the duty here? You have the duty not to kill somebody unless it's a really darn good reason. That's the duty you have here. That's the duty any of us have here. There's no difference between a police officer or a civilian. You can't take a life without a darn good reason. So when you start looking at that, when you start getting into the evidence, I think there's maybe also a little bit of confusion in terms of the law. What is the law? Okay? What is the law, and the law impacting the policy? Because you heard that. There's, the policy of GRPD. You have to follow the law. Okay? The judge will tell you, your job is to follow the law policy, and what the policy is, in fact, may impact how you interpret the law and what happened here. But you have to follow the law. So the law on the left, the defendant must have honestly and reasonably, once again, words have meanings, honestly and reasonably. It can be 2 different things. You kind of think of the same thing, but you can have an honest belief, but it's not reasonable, right? There's a lot of people that believe that I don't honestly believe we never landed on the moon. It was a big hoax. Nobody landed on the moon. We made it up. There's a sound stage somewhere in California that we made up a moon landing. It's an honest belief. Is it reasonable? So a lot of what depends on is what is reasonable. And what is reasonable is also defined. And there's two, you'll see the same thing. You have the policy of GRPD is not vastly different from what the law is. You kind of take a look at the reasonable person under same or similar circumstances, looking at the totality of the circumstances, looking at everything that happened. What led up to that decision to fire that shot? You have to take in everything from the start to the finish. And it's got to be reasonable through the entire time. We've heard that testified to on a number of different occasions. So you have to, what is the reasonableness when you break it down? And once again, dealing with the facts of what was presented here today, or here this week, that the time you're paying attention to. Well, maybe putting it another way, it was reasonable to shoot Patrick because he had the taser, he was outnumbered and exhausted. That's really the justification. That's the excuse. Okay? And that's an important thing because it's not that he pointed the taser. Nobody said that. The defendant took a stand, can't say that in a statement, never said he pointed the taser at me. He simply had the taser. That's it. The best we could get at was when maybe he was starting to turn and he thought he may be pointing at him. No evidence, never said he threatened it, said he was going to use it, that I was going to kill you, said anything like that. He simply had the taser as one of the justifications of why I had to shoot. And the other one is he was exhausted and alone, outnumbered. So, kind of taking that second one, let's take a look at that second one going from that perspective. Okay, why? Why were we in that situation? Well, that goes back to the chase. There's no dispute that, the defendant had the absolute right to try and place him under arrest. Okay? He was driving without a license. And that's the thing you have to look at it at the time. He knew driving without a license and had a bad plate. Those are the only two reasons. Okay? There's nothing else. Nothing else that the defendant knew at that point in time. So you have to take it at that point in time. That's what he knew. Didn't know about the drinking. That came up later. So at the time, he makes the decision to chase, and we're not going to play the videos. We've seen it ad nauseum, and that's a great thing now. You can go back in the jury room and play those. You can look at whatever you want. You have the ability to replay it, take different looks at it, pick whatever thing you want. Please take a look at it. Go over it. You paid attention, but now you get to really talk about it. So the decision to chase happens, and he makes the tackle. Okay? He makes the tackle on that, within a minute, that's when he's tired. He's exhausted and outnumbered. That's one of the first things he says in the statement. He's exhausted and outnumbered within a minute. Now, mind you, 1 minute, this is one of the best in-fit officers in the Grand Rapids Police Department. He's exhausted and tired within a minute? Well, apparently they should never chase anybody then, if that's the circumstances. And we're not saying, though, that police can never chase anybody. It's based on the totality of the facts and circumstances. And in this case, look at what's going on here. We talked about the use of force 9-1.5, relative size and stature, multiple subjects, relative strength, access to weapons. All those point against that decision to chase, right? Because from the get-go, he knew when he gets out of the car, he knew he was bigger. We all, we heard from the testimony of Captain Cyber, well, he saw how he moved, got jumped off, kind of moved when he spun. Got lifted off the ground. He was we didn't know he had access to weapons. That's a scary thing because how many times over and over again did we hear about Grand Rapids Police talking about traffic stops, unknown traffic stops? You have to anticipate there are guns in the car. You have to anticipate that the people with the car in the car may have a weapon. But we have a person flying off chasing, not knowing about guns, not knowing about there's another person, knowing that the person's bigger and stronger, and yet doing that. But then using it to turn around and say, well, I'm outnumbered and I'm exhausted because I chased somebody. That's troubling. That's troubling to use that as a justification from the get-go. There's plenty of policy, and that's what we taught over and over again, Exhibit 36. That's the one policy we see, a set out policy. If you're looking at policy, how does that impact the law? That policy says, hey, if somebody's armed and dangerous, you're perfectly fine in following behind, having a plan, not tackling. It's bad tactics to tackle. And I thought it was ironic that, in terms we brought that up, that the defense then brings up, well, they're trying to chase. And they have to go over chases. But the chase that they talk about in Exhibit 31, they bring it up, You're responding to assist in a foot pursuit. Solo officer gave his last location and no further updates. You're your first time I've seen to assist. And what does that talk about? The officer's in trouble. The solo officer's in trouble, and so you've got to assist this officer in, he got himself bit off more than he could chew, which is essentially what happened here. So yeah, they train and you can chase, but basically you don't go running off. Von Queen says, yeah, I'm not going to advocate somebody go running off and chasing people down in a dark alley. You're outnumbered. There's no business. When you don't know the situation, call for backup and do that. But now they try and use that as justification of why this all happened. The next part, the next major part, is the taser. You grab the taser. Okay? And these are screenshots. These are some frozen screenshots from the frame-by-frame video that you have an opportunity to take a look at. When you look at the frame-by-frame, this right here, the one on the left, is you can see the taser. That's when the moment the taser comes out. This is a little bit further behind because it's just about to be displayed, because you see the two dots on here from Nick Bloomfield in terms of that's where the shots are going to go at that point in time. So when the grabbing of it during this period of time, what's going on? Why would you make it? And Nick Bloomfield's the one that says, well, yeah, you can use a taser, but you got a whole big issue with weapons retention right here. And you see why. You see why is because that's exactly what happened. He grabbed onto it. He grabbed onto it right then because he's face to face. But once again, you get back up. It's not like you just look at the silos. What did we talk about before? What did we talk about the criteria, if you will? Patrick's still stronger. Patrick still don't know if he's got weapons. You're still outnumbered at this point in time. You're actually sticking. You're trying to stick a gun where this guy who you just tackled, had two hands on, we're on top of, gets up and walks away, and now you're trying to hold on to him with one hand, and then deploying the taser at the same time, and that's gonna be a good idea. And so this is, we have experts, this is Mr. Bloomfield saying, yeah, that's not a good idea. And you kind of see why that happened, but it also, once again, talks about policy going against, what does taser say? This is from the PowerPoint. We went over the PowerPoint. Here's what taser says about it, is that, employ other force options or disengage. Okay? So, Patrick did a bunch of dumb, bad things, but that, the defendant did some things that led to this firing shot, and he's using those as justifications. Well, this all happened, ergo, I get to use deadly force. And that's where you get into Professor Stoughton and Nick Bloomfield. They're the ones, they don't disagree with everything that happened here. Yeah, you can get pulled over. Yeah, you get a racial arrest. When in these certain critical areas, there are critical mistakes that occurred here that a reasonable officer, not using 2020, a reasonable officer wouldn't make those same decisions. You don't try and chase him as bigger and stronger. You don't try and bring a taser out holding on to with one hand in a position where he can grab the weapon, especially when taser says, hey, disengage. And the ideal footage that somebody has to use for a taser is 4 feet, even with the closed cartridges. Because we went over that. A closed cartridge, yeah, this taser 7 had the ability to use closed cartridge, but closed is 4 feet, not an arm's length, which led to all this. So looking at the totality of the circumstances, you justify, well, I used a taser, I chased somebody, so I had to use, and I shouldn't have, but I had to kill him. That's essentially what they're arguing. So one of the things you also have to look at is the imminent threat analysis. And this is kind of interesting because, one of the things you hear in terms of all the witnesses, the experts on both sides, Von Queen and Professor Stoughton on both sides, they kind of use the same analysis, right? They talked about this. The imminent threat means intent, opportunity. Okay? I think there's a motive. I think Von Queen had motive. There's a similar thing. So if you think about that, when does that do an imminent threat? When does it happen? Once again, you just don't. Use the defendant's statement because okay, you can testify to this, but take a look at the statements. Those are exhibits 39 and 39, the last two things I just admitted. Because when you go back and I cross-examined on him, in terms of what did he think was going on, what was going on at the time, Patrick's trying to get away. Because these are his statements. He began to walk away. He proceeded to turn away. He ran away from the stop. He would not comply with commands and continue. That's, I think, the last two are the key. Continue to move his arms and legs in an attempt to get away. From the get-go, all this time before the taser grab, he's got the idea, yeah, Patrick's trying to get away. That's the defendant's perspective. That's what he says in a statement back in April of 2022. Okay, Patrick's not threatening me. Patrick's not taking a swing at me. Patrick's trying to get away. That's the whole basis. Even when it comes to the taser. And that's the thing. That's the key moment. Okay, that's maybe that's where the, okay, something more is happening here. He puts his hand on the taser. What is the defendant's impression? The defendant's impression is he moved it so he'd not be struck. And that also compares when you think about, you start comparing, you compare the witnesses. What do the other witnesses say? What does Wayne Butler, the neighbor? Wayne says from the get-go, yeah, Patrick's trying to get away. Wayne says, yeah, he's trying not to get tased. That's the whole thing. That's not an expert. That's just a normal civilian. A neighbor sitting there watching everything. He's not trying to get tased. You can tell that. That's a lot of what Seth, Professor Stallman and Nick talk about. There's an intent to flee. There's no intent to harm. There's no assault going on here. He's trying to get away. You don't get to shoot somebody because they're trying to get away. That's not a justification. That's not an excuse. That's what the law is. And that's what the impression of everybody here, including the defendant, because that's a statement. So when you start looking at it, has the ability to have an intent to do great bodily harm. That's the imminent threat analysis. When does that start? Was it here? Because once again, you get to look at the pictures now, because right here, clearly, that one on the far side, he's moving away from him. That's obvious to everybody. So why now, just because he's got his hand on the taser, is he going to use it against him? He never threatened him. He never took a swing at him. And you go back to these, and look at the first two. He's got plenty of opportunity, right? He's arm's length away, both hands are open. Take a swing, punch, do something. It's grab the taser, get away from him. So once again, how does a reasonable officer in this situation think I'm going to die? When a guy who's done nothing more than keep trying to get away from you, to keep trying to walk away from this. How does a reasonable officer get that out of this? And then you go to, and these are exhibits from the body cam, or excuse me, the cell phone video. You hear about, Professor Stone and Nick talk about, their opinion, based on generally accepted police practices, was that a reasonable officer in this situation would not have made the decision to fire. And what did they say? One of the reasons is, well, he was never in a good tactical. Patrick was never in a good tactical situation. And look at this. This is a good tactical situation when you're on the ground. He's on his back. Take a look at it. He's flat on his back with the taser at his side. Okay? He's not. And once again, what does Wayne say? Wayne kind of says the same thing. Wayne's not, once again, not an expert, saying he's winning. The defendant's winning, I think he said. There's nothing coming from Patrick. Okay? Right here, this is the one thing they point to. Right here, just before the shot was fired, his legs get lifted off. His legs get lifted off the ground, but within a little over 10 seconds, he's back on the ground. So you break it up. So until the taser's grabbed, we have the defendant saying, yep, he's trying to get away. What happened in the next minute, 10 seconds approximately, that would make a reasonable officer think he's going to die? What did Patrick do? What did he do? He grabbed on the taser. That's the sole justification. He grabbed on the taser. Didn't point, didn't threaten, didn't say anything else. Once again, didn't throw any punches, didn't do anything like that. So why is a reasonable officer going to think? And that's exactly what Professor Stallman and Nick said. Yeah, a reasonable officer wouldn't have come to that conclusion. Generally accepted police practices, and generally accepted police practices are Grand Rapids policy. Because we heard that from who? Captain Cyber and Captain Pierce, who basically said, yeah, we're CALEA certified. We're certified by CALEA. They give us, that's generally accepted police practices. That you have other agencies come in and take a look at things in generally police practices, and that's what Professor Stallman and Nick base their decision on, base their opinion on, when you take a look at all these facts and circumstances. Why would a reasonable officer think he's going to die when somebody's simply trying to get away, never in a tactical situation by their opinion, and as well as the civilian witness who saw it at the same time? So it also comes into this part. I'm trying to play it, hopefully it works as long as it never. Because that was one of the bases. That was the basis of Nick Bloomfield said, well, the other thing on top of it, the taser couldn't, there's no neuromuscular incapacitation. That was not possible because right there, because that's the second. And Brian Child says, yep, there's a second deployment. So it's been deployed twice. There was no probes that were going to fire out at that point in time. So he couldn't been incapacitated. Well, they call him, David Blake saying, what the heck's going on? We need to, he doesn't hear anything. There's tunnel vision. There's, he's going to skip things and miss things. And his explanation at this point in time is, well, he could have, been out of breath. Out of breath. I mean, listen to it and watch. Drop the tape, and then he moves it away as well. There's plenty of knowledge that he knew exactly what happened, but you also take a look at everything else. And you look at everything else, what happened there, what else? All these other things that he heard through this entire incident. Take a look once again at his statement. He heard everything. He heard the neighbor coming out of the house at the beginning. That's when the fight's still on. He heard that he didn't hear, but that's still hearing, other units were on the way. He could not hear sirens later on. After the taser struggle, he knew that there were no sirens coming, that other cars were approaching. So he heard everything, and suddenly there's just one thing he misses, and that's on top of all the other perceptions he was making at that point in time. He saw, this is, he testified, here, he saw the red on the taser on what was happening. So when you look at all that, he was aware of everything. So suddenly this one thing he missed, that he wasn't aware, that taser had been deployed twice, so there's no chance of neuromuscular incapacitation. You have to ask yourself that. How is that possible? One thing, you just missed one thing out of everything he perceived. He perceived at the moment he fired the shot, in his statement, he says, yep, I checked the background, there's nothing there. So it's not like he says, I don't remember what happened. He says, yep, I was checking everything, I saw everything, I heard everything through this entire incident. So there's knowledge there that the taser was not able to be fired that would cause NMI. And the fact that it suddenly maybe the NMI, that it could have caused pain, we heard over and over again. How many times did we hear from the various defense witnesses? Were you tased? Yeah, it was painful. It was painful as heck. It was burning. It was everything. Pain is not a reason to use deadly force. You can't use deadly force because you're going to be in pain. There's no instruction. You can use deadly force when you think you're going to be killed or you're going to be seriously injured. Pain is not part of that. Just because it's going to cause you a lot of pain. Burning the pain of 1,000 burning suns doesn't justify it. But they try and work that in now. And they try and add that in. And quite frankly, look at the statement. That was never a concern back when he wrote the statement back in April. The statement was he was afraid that he was going to get tased, there's going to be neuromuscular incapacitation, and then Patrick was going to grab his gun. It wasn't the taser that was causing the issue, it was the fact that he may get shot. So NMI said it, and some Patrick's going to grab his gun. Why would you think Patrick's going to grab his gun? Patrick never went for his gun. He testified, never touched his gun, never tried to go after his gun, never grabbed his gun. But that was the feeling at the time. Which also going into policy, if you're trying to determine what policies should have an impact, you heard over and over again, what was the policy in 2020? Exhaust all alternatives before firing. Now I thought that's kind of interesting in terms of, what they talk about. They keep on saying, well, in terms of, if you make the decision to use deadly force, does that mean you have to go back down? That's not nobody's arguing that. Like I said, during one of the witnesses, if somebody comes out with a gun and points at you, you don't have to try and use pressure points, right? Nobody's saying that. But when you're in terms of a struggle over that lasts a couple, 2-3 minutes, yeah, you got to try something else. Then what do we have here? We have arm strike, one arm strike, a bunch of knee strikes, taser gun. What does JRPD teach on this? Why are we going over it? 4 hours, they're recertified. That's where you take a look at the exhibits, all the training records. They are taught for every year, going over all the pressure points, all the different stunts, all the different strikes, all the different things that are used to try and get control over a person who's not willing to be arrested. You don't need to use all this stuff. You don't need to do stuns and takedowns and pressure points. You don't need to grab somebody by the side of the jaw if they're compliant, right? You only do that is when they're not compliant. None of them are used. Zero. Not one. So what is the purpose of this policy that says exhaust reasonable alternatives when nothing happens? They don't use it. It's ignored. Doesn't even try. Arm strike, kick, taser gun. That's all we have here. And then that's part of the policy we talk about require a warning shot. Now they say, well, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense that maybe stop is enough. Maybe stop is, we don't say stop or shoot, but there's some sort of warning, and so we kept on saying you drop the taser, that's enough. That scene doesn't, that once again applies in the face of the policy that says is a warning shot must be given, or a warning shot, warning must be given before firing the shot after you exhaust all reasonable alternatives. None of them were exhausted. There was no early warning. It was just a shot in the back of the head from a guy who was trying nothing more than to get away. There was no threat there. He wanted to get away. Whatever reason, he wanted to get away. We don't know why. We don't know why he made that decision. He was drunk. That could have played a role. But that didn't mean he should die on that day. So when you look at it, a lot of what we are basing on, it's two experts. Our two experts, Professor Stott and Nick Bloomfield. And they based it on generally accepted police practices. What would reasonable officers do under this situation? And when you look at it, they take a look at the whole thing. As you look at it, I think Professor Stott said, there's an imminent threat. A reasonable officer would think there's an imminent threat of somebody trying to get away, but that's very different than an imminent threat of somebody trying to kill or hurt or injure somebody. Those are two different things. And once again, that's also backed up when the one civilian who really saw everything here, Wayne Butler, he kind of said the same thing. There was no evidence that Patrick was trying to hurt or do anything. He was trying to get away. The primary act was resistance, an attempt to harm, and he didn't do harm. I think that's an important thing. There's a fight to the death, and that's why I showed those pictures. There's a fight to the death, and the most injured, you've got maybe some redness on his wrist. You're gonna fight to the death, and they keep on talking about a fight. How's a fight? Once again, a fight is defined as throwing punches, doing something else. This was a wrestling match. The most I could say, all the witnesses said this was active aggression. Okay? He was pulling away. He was wrestling. The only thing we can say is, well, potentially, maybe he could be. The defendant thought maybe he was going to turn and fire the taser. There was never a tactical advantage. That's what they said. Never a tactical advantage. So why would you think that you need to do it at the moment and fire that shot? Because what had happened over and over again? We saw Patrick try to get up once, but then it shut it down. Patrick got up again. What did he do? He walked away. So this time when Patrick's trying to get up again, he gets shoved down. Watch the video. Take a look at that video. He gets shoved down again. He never got up, fully walked around the second time after they went to the ground on the taser. They were wrestling. Patrick went to get up. He was shoved on the ground, and that's when the fatal shot was fired. The defendant had tactical control. The defendant was on top of him the entire time. Why would you think you need to use deadly force under these circumstances? So what happens? If it's not reasonable, it's not lawful self-defense. That's the only thing that justifies it. That's the only way we get out of here without a verdict of guilty under these situations. There's not a reasonable officer that thinks that Patrick was trying to kill him based on what was here. So what does that mean? Defendant's guilty. This is a traffic stop. At the time the defendant knew what was going on. It was for a bad plate and no driver's license. What out of all this made him think he was going to die? Get his taser? That's not enough. He was tired. The guy was tired. Everything was great. You don't need to beat over the head that he was tired. He was tired because he put himself in that situation. There's no reasonable officer that would think he was going to die based on the facts and circumstances here. So the verdict must be calm at the end. He's guilty of second-degree murder, and that's why I asked you to return the verdict of such. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Cordova.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your patience. The prosecutor is trying to make this case something it's not. You're here because you're going to judge my client, Christopher Schurr, on the decision of whether or not to use deadly force in a situation, on his decision and his belief that he was in fear of either great bodily harm or death. You are not here to judge the GRPD policy. You are not here to judge whether it was reasonable for him to chase Patrick Lyoya. You have to decide whether the prosecutor has proven beyond a reasonable doubt, whether Grand Rapids Police Department Officer Christopher Schurr had a reasonable fear of great bodily harm or death. That is the issue. And you must look at it at the moment of the threat. When Patrick Lyoya had the taser in his right hand, whether or not Christopher Schurr was reasonably in fear. And the prosecutor has failed miserably. I want you to look at just the case that the prosecutor put on. And I would submit to you, the prosecutor didn't even meet his burden in their case. You heard from a couple of Patrick Lyoya's friends about what occurred the night before leading up to the events. There was a night of drinking. Mr. Lyoya wakes up at 8 a.m. according to the witnesses who were there. He's with Aime Tuyashime and David Bakuru. And the prosecutor put on evidence of how much everybody was drinking. That was the prosecutor's case. And that they got into a car. No one is suggesting that anybody should be executed because they're drinking and driving. That's absurd. And that's nothing to do with what happened here. Yes, he was drinking and driving. Is that a bad thing? Yes, but nobody's saying they deserve to be executed, and nothing like that happened. The issue is whether or not he was in fear after Patrick Lyoya later on took his taser. So what happened is they get into a car, and it has a license plate from a different car. That means that the license plate belonged to a totally different car. Mr. Lyoya and Mr. Tuyashime and another person was dropped off so that person could take his kid to school, and then they drive around. They visit Mr. Lyoya's new apartment. They stop to reload on Budweiser, and they're driving around again. When, according to Mr. Tuyashime, they hear a noise in the car, and they were driving around. They take a couple right turns. They stopped on Griggs Street in Grand Rapids. And then Mr. Lyoya quickly exits the car to see what's going on. According to Mr. Tuyashime, he really wanted to hear what the noise was to try to figure out how it may have something wrong with the car. But at precisely that moment, in an incredible coincidence, that's when Officer Schurr had pulled him over. You can decide whether or not that was the case, whether or not that's even relevant. But Officer Schurr, it's irrefutable and undisputable, he had a valid reason to pull him over. The plates didn't match the car. He's a police officer, and that's his job. He's at work. It's 8 a.m. on Monday. That's his job. That's why he's pulling him over. And the prosecutor agrees it's a lawful stop. After getting out of the car, Officer Schurr gets alarmed. You can hear it in his voice. He orders him back in the car. 4 times, get back in the car, get back in the car. Why is he doing that? Because he's trained that if somebody jumps out of their car, that could be a problem. So he orders him back in the car, and Mr. Lyoya refuses. Officer Schurr doesn't know why. He doesn't know why he won't go back in the car, but he just approaches him. But he doesn't know anything about a broken down car, because did you hear Mr. Lyoya say anything about, hey, my car's not working? There's a funny noise. No. So we're talking about the knowledge and in the situation of the officer here. So what does he know? He just knows somebody jumped out of the car. Instead of answering lawful questions, which the officer is allowed to do, Mr. Lyoya decides to start questioning the officer. What I do wrong? And then Officer Schurr is asking questions at the same time. Neither are getting answers. Officer Schurr, he says, you have a license. What for? Do you have a license? For what? Do you have a license? What do I do? Do you have a driver's license? Do you speak English? Because now he's wondering, maybe he doesn't understand what I'm saying. Mr. Lyoya answers that question, yes. Can I see your license? What did I do wrong? And then Officer Schurr just starts answering his questions. He tells him, well, the plate doesn't belong on the car. That's why I pulled you over. He's hoping to get an answer from Mr. Lyoya. Do you have a license or no? Do you have a driver's license? Yes. Where is it? It's in the car. Get it for me. What did I do wrong? The plate does not belong in the car. He answers his question again. Police officers are supposed to ask questions at a traffic stop. They're supposed to get your ID. That's what a traffic stop is. And that's what he's doing here. And if you want to see how Officer Schurr responds when somebody actually complies in the smallest amount of way, watch this interaction. Look at his body language. Listen to the tone of his voice. When Patrick Lyoya says, it's in the car, get it for me. Does he scream at him? No. He steps back, literally steps back, get it for me. So what follows after this is a series of decisions by both of them. Patrick Lyoya is making decisions. Officer Schurr is responding to those decisions and making decisions of his own based on his training as a police officer. He's doing his job. Patrick Lyoya decides to walk away from police. Why? We don't know. Officer Schurr is trained, though, that failure to comply, ask yourself why. There's not a lot of good reasons for doing what he did. So he's alarmed again. So he went from, get it for me, please, to, oh, here we go. He's walking away. So I have to go back up. He decides he's walked away. I'm going to have to arrest him. Why? Because as a police officer, he's committed a crime. And it's not his job to decide who gets set free and who gets arrested. His job is to arrest. He is on the to detect crimes and arrest people for them. And it's committed right in his presence. He doesn't think, well, I'm not really going to arrest this guy today. That's not his job. So then you saw that Mr. Lyoya, after Officer Schurr lawfully went to arrest him, resisted arrest. And we can argue about all day whether he affirmatively punched him, but balling up your fist and throwing arms like this, I agree he didn't face up to him that many times, just a couple times. He shoves him, and then he decides to run. Why is he running? Officer Schurr doesn't know. He doesn't even know his name at this point. Officer Schurr does his job. He calls it in immediately. Gets on his walkie-talkie. All right, somebody's running, and he catches him. He's arresting him. Feet from the car. Why? Because he's a police officer, and that's his job. He's doing exactly what we expect him to do. He doesn't get to decide, well, I'm just going to let this person go. That's an option under his training, but he made the choice to pursue him. And Professor Stoughton agreed that the initial pursuit was fine. He's just mad that he disagrees with the fact that he didn't peel off once he got near on the other side of the car. And you saw that Patrick Lyoya continued to resist arrest. He lifts him off the ground. Why? Yeah, he's getting away. But Officer Schurr is not trained to figure out what the motive was for the fact that he's resisting arrest. He's just resisting arrest. He doesn't have time to ask him questions. Why? Please just stop. He's not answering anything that he's saying. He's telling him to stop. So Officer Schurr decides to use greater force because he's a police officer and that's how he's trained to handle it. Knee strikes, commands, open hand blows. You heard that they were open hand. So he's not trying to hurt him permanently. He's using his open hand. That's how he's trained. And obviously, they're not effective. He didn't take out a stick and hit him on the head or anything like that. He's trying to arrest him. That's why he's using intermediate force. He's trying to get him to command, or to comply within the bounds of his training. Then you see Patrick Lyoya, he decides to get up and walk across the lawn with the officer in tow. Officer Schurr doesn't know why, but it's not his idea to go that way. Who's in control of this situation? He gets up. He walks him across the yard. Intermediate force didn't work. You hear Mr. Lyoya yell, "Get the keys." Well, sure looks like he's developing a plan to get out of there. So Officer Schurr decided, oh, he just wants to get in his car and go away, so I'll just let him go. No. It's his job to arrest people that are committing crimes. He can't just decide, well, I have to let him go now, because he's saying he just wants to get his keys and get out of here. The suspect doesn't get to decide when you get arrested. So he pulls out his taser. That's the next step up. It's perfect. Everybody agrees it's perfectly appropriate to use intermediate force here. Fires the taser. As everybody agrees, Mr. Lyoya grabs it and moves it to the side. That was Mr. Lyoya's decision. That wasn't the officer's. He didn't say grab the taser because he put it in front of him. This is not an affirmative act of aggression, reaching out. He grabbed it and he never let go. And he tries to get it from Chris. And look what the officer's decision here was. Did he pull out his gun? No. Did he go to deadly force here? No. He decides to physically try to get it back. He's got the taser in his possession. He won't let it go. And Patrick Lyoya decides he's not giving it back. The officer's yelling at him to drop the taser. Let go of the taser. And then the fight is on. They both want the taser. That's what they're fighting over. And Officer Schurr has a right to it, and Patrick Lyoya does not. And Officer Schurr did not use deadly force to get back the taser. That is not why we're here. They go to the ground, and the film goes in and out because Mr. Tuyashime I'm sorry, Your Honor, is there something wrong with the camera?
The screen went out for a moment. It's back on now.
Thank you. So you see this part of what's going on. They're both still trying to get it back. And you notice that there's a part where it starts in Mr. Lyoya's left hand. And then it's in his right hand. And 11 seconds go by. And you can't really see what happens. So we don't really know how Mr. Lyoya got it in his right hand, but we know it was in his right hand. And then you see Mr. Lyoya roll over onto his stomach. Just like previously by Mr. Butler's house. He started on his stomach, pulls his knees in, and gets up. And that's exactly what's going on here. The taser is now in his right hand. Officer Schur's trying to get the taser back still, and he can't. It's been switched. He's got exclusive control of it. He's on his back, yes. But why is he on his back? Because he's trying to get the taser back. And then you see Officer Schurr still trying to get the taser back. He's over the top trying to get this thing back. And you can see on the exhibit that it is in Mr. Lyoya's right hand. Right there. These slides, half a second apart. Half a second. This is how quick this is happening. It's a literal split second. Patrick Lyoya has got it, holding it in his right hand. It appears from the video, it's consistent with the officer's testimony that he's holding it like a gun. It's clear in the video that it appears that Officer Schurr is being lifted up. Is he jumping up? No, he's being lifted up by Mr. Lyoya. And the angle is turning, consistent with the officer's testimony. And here, this is no longer about our rules. This is the decision you have to judge. Whether in the moment of the threat, he was afraid of that taser, capacitation, or great bodily harm. Whether it was reasonable for him to make the decision he never wanted to make that morning. Christopher Schurr was at work, and he was faced with the toughest decision of his life in half a second. That's what you're judging. Whether it was reasonable in that split second for him to think that an officer could be in fear of the taser. Not whether, what did Patrick Lyoya intend to do with it? He's got holding it like a gun, and he's getting up. He has no idea why Patrick Lyoya is fighting this hard, and he doesn't have time to figure it out. 3 years later, when you hear about his family and his friends, yes, maybe you can draw some conclusions about what he was actually thinking. But he doesn't have the luxury. He's got half a second to make up his mind. And at this point, Mr. Lyoya has given him absolutely no reason whatsoever for him to believe he's not going to use it to get away. It doesn't matter why he's got held like a trigger. I mean, if he's just trying to get away, he's still going to disable the officer to get away. So here we are in a criminal trial. And so now you're asked to judge not what the best practice was, but whether or not in the moment of the threat, whether the prosecutor, with his burden, proved to you beyond reasonable doubt, all reasonable doubt, that he wasn't in fear. And to help you decide this issue, the prosecutor brought in some experts. You heard from Mr. Childs, Professor Stoughton, and Mr. Bluefield, because he is trying to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that it was unreasonable for Christopher Schurr to be in fear. Beyond a reasonable doubt. And you heard from Mr. Childs. He works at Axon. It's the company that makes the taser. So he is an expert in tasers. A taser is a weapon. That's how they refer to it. and it's something to fear. The taser can cause incapacitation, even if the probes are discharged. If used improperly, a taser can blind or possibly even kill you. Probes can be reactivated once fired if they're lying on the ground. All you do is hit the button again. The wires can cause, even with wires, they can cause NMI, this incapacitation. They're insulated, but it's not a big insulation. It can get scraped off, especially if they're being dragged across the ground. The very next witness is Professor Stoughton. And followed him as Mr. Bloomfield. They wrote a joint report. And they've never heard of Brian Childs. Not really sure who he is. Didn't consider his opinions about the taser. How is that possible? They just flew in, gave their opinion, and flew out. It was their opinion. It's reasonable to use deadly force if going to be incapacitated. So they agreed. If you're going to be incapacitated and you're a police officer, you can use deadly force. It's reasonable to use deadly force if you're going to suffer great bodily harm. You don't have to lose an eye before using deadly force. That's what that means. But then here's where it differs. No objectively reasonable officer could be in fear of incapacitation from the taser, because no reasonable officer could have feared incapacitation or great bodily harm in this particular situation. In other words, the taser is not dangerous in this situation. So you heard from Brian Childs, and then you heard from Professor Stoughton and Mr. Bloomfield. And they completely disagree with the prosecutor's own expert on tasers. They say a taser is not a weapon or something to fear in this situation. The taser cannot cause incapacitation if both probes are discharged. It's unreasonable to think the probes can be reactivated after being fired. Wires cannot cause incapacitation if insulated, because it's so unlikely. The taser is about as dangerous as a thumb in your eye. And even Mr. Bloomfield, unless you're holding it like a gun. So you have the prosecution's own experts disagree with each other. You know what this picture is right here? That's reasonable doubt. You don't have to go any further. They're disagreeing with each other on the basis for why he should or should not be in fear. How can you convict someone for acting unreasonably and not being in fear when their own experts disagree? And certainly not beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, Mr. Stoughton and Bloomfield offer some more opinions. They admit they don't know how he's trained. And they essentially admit that there's no bearing on the ultimate issue of whether he reasonably could have used deadly force. It has no bearing. These other opinions about the chase and the staying too close. Why are we discussing this? You're asked to determine whether or not the prosecution has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that he was in fear at the moment of the threat, and then whether it was reasonable. Why are we talking about GRPD chase policy? Because they're trying to distract you from the actual issue. And even if you consider it, it doesn't matter if he chased him improperly. It doesn't matter if he's within 4 feet or 7 feet. And it doesn't matter if he used a compound sentence in his warning or is just a directive. The issue is reasonable fear. And that's why you saw this evidence about tasers and this training. They just don't agree with each other. You don't have to go any further. The prosecutor is also suggesting that you should just let him get away. Let him go. He hadn't punched him. That's the standard for when you get to use deadly force? Well, up to now, I know he just took my taser. He's holding it in his right hand, but he hadn't punched me yet. So therefore, no reasonable officer would think that he was going to use the taser on him. None. That's what they're saying. That's what Professor Stoughton said. It's absurd. Not one officer, no reasonable officer. That's what he's saying. No one could think they were in fear. No one could think that he might use it on them. He's got to figure out that he's got some innocent motive for taking the taser from him after getting up 3 times before. Watch the video. If this issue, does he run away once the taser comes out, or does he turn around and grab it? Does he deflect it, or does he hold on? If this is some reflex, oh, I don't want to get tased, you just deflect it. Does he ever say, hey, don't tase me? Does he throw it away once he has it? Does he listen to anything Officer Schurr is begging him to do? Is it transferred from his left to right hand? Why would any reasonable officer think he was going to walk away politely? In the split second that Chris had to decide whether or not he poses an imminent threat, all he knows is he's fighting to retain control. He knows he's lost the taser. He knows that he's turning and rising. His fear is unreasonable? No reasonable officer could think that. You should find him not guilty after the government's case. And even though we're under no obligation to put on evidence, because his entire life is on the line, we put on substantial evidence that the prosecutor cannot show that his fear was unreasonable. And we're constantly hitting these shifting arguments. You heard from the training officers, captains, Cyber, McCursey. You saw a lot of training materials. Why is this relevant? Because you're considering the knowledge of the officer, not generally accepted police practices. They may coincide from time to time, but you're looking at what, he's a street cop. He's trained. Hours and hours of training. You saw a lot about taser training. Why are you seeing this? Because this is what's in his head of what happens when you get hit with a taser. I mean, is there any doubt that the training puts the fear of God in these guys about these tasers? They're weapons. You heard about firearms training, deadly force scenarios. One of you asked if they have implicit bias training. They do. This is a heavily trained department. And what is the point of all this training? Let me tell you about training. Officers are put in situations like this all the time, and you train because when you don't have time to make a reasoned decision with all the facts about everybody, you rely on your training. So when the time comes, you have to make a decision, you can act quickly. The same thing in military drills, sports. If you ever played sports, what do? You practice. So it comes almost automatic. When you don't have time to think in stressful situations, you rely on your training. All right, Captain Cyber, he's a training officer, expert on GRPD policy and training. He testified that Officer Schurr trained on GRPD policies and trainings, not generally accepted police practices. Followed GRPD policy and training in the situation. Once a decision was made to use deadly force, he's not required to try other options. It's the decision to use deadly force. A reasonable officer in this situation could have used deadly force. Mr. Becker, question. The Captain Cyber didn't do an expert report. This does not matter at all. It's irrelevant whether or not he did an expert report. He was paid exactly $0. I know you heard a lot of paid experts. Captain Cyber isn't one of them. Captain McCursey. He's an expert in GRPD training and tasers. What did he tell you? Officer Schurr was given warnings that taser is a dangerous weapon. If someone gets your weapon, assume they're going to use it against you. A taser can incapacitate you and probe or drive stun. An officer does not have to wait before being harmed or killed before resorting to deadly force. And a reasonable GRPD officer in this situation could have used deadly force. He followed his training. The captains in the GRPD believe that he was reasonable in this situation. Now, let's talk about the prosecutors' experts on GRPD training. Here they are. None. So everything that involves his knowledge, you heard from the defense, and nothing from the prosecution. How did they show you he didn't follow his training? They didn't call a single GRPD officer. You know why he didn't call one? It's his burden to put on proof. Ask that question to yourself. How else has the prosecution failed to meet its burden? We heard about exhaustion. Heard from Lombartel. It's reasonable for an officer in Schurr's position to lose ability to continue fighting. In a fight, you lose ability to contract muscles within 30 seconds. He was in a position of tactical disadvantage, not advantage. He fought with him for 2.5 minutes with a man that was larger than him. He's got nothing less, and he lost control of his taser. Or from Dr. Kroll, he wins the award for the smartest witness. He's a biomedical scientist. Why are we calling him? Because we're trying to refute this testimony by Professor Stoughton, who is not a taser expert, that you can't be incapacitated by this thing. So if you think that Professor Stoughton actually knows more than Mr. Childs, we called another expert. Drive stun can temporarily incapacitate you through disorientation. You have the probes, and then you have the drive stun. A scientist came and told you, yes, you can be temporarily incapacitated. And Professor Stoughton agrees, if you can be incapacitated and you're in fear of incapacitation, you can use deadly force. The drive stun can and has caused great bodily harm to sensitive areas. You heard this whole thing from Professor Stoughton. There's no reported deaths of police officers who lost their tasers as officers trained after they lost their tasers where someone took their gun and killed them. And you know why? You also heard that answer from Dr. Kroll. Because officers are trained to use deadly force if someone gets your taser. That's why. He told you how many deaths there were. You heard from Dave Blake. Well, you first heard from Mr. Bloomfield that this is not the type of situation where auditory exclusion and tunnel vision or this sort of closing in, it's not stressful enough. And then he was asked, are you an expert in human factors? Well, no. So this is Dave Blake. He is. He said this is exactly the type of case where this could occur. And that Chris did not have time to give a warning. That's it. That's how much time he's got to make up his mind. That's what you're judging him on. And that decision, not whether he chased him a minute and a half before, that's how much time he's got to decide and whether that was reasonable under those circumstances. The prosecution suggests that you shouldn't credit Dr. Blake's testimony because he went to an online school. But yet he wants you to credit Mr. Bloomfield's testimony even though he didn't go to school for this. I'll let you decide who's more credible. So you heard from the use of force experts, they pretty much agree on a lot of stuff. We agree on the standard as trained. When you're in fear of great bodily harm or death, that means you can't you're not worried about a paper cut. It's got to be like stabbing, breaking a bone, or losing an eye. And of course, death. And if the prosecutor could show beyond a reasonable doubt that he wasn't in fear at that moment, that's the standard. You heard about the totality of circumstances. And you can go through these. These are the things you're supposed to consider when reviewing whether or not the decision to use deadly force was appropriate. And we agree that a lot of these things apply. But that doesn't mean he shouldn't have tried to arrest him in the first place. This just means, under the totality of circumstances, the decision to use deadly force was reasonable. You know what's not on there? Foot chases. Because it doesn't matter. It's the decision to use deadly force that you have to consider. And so he was bigger than him. There were multiple people. He was stronger than him. He got his taser. He's in a bad tactical position, or if you believe Professor Stoughton, he's in a better tactical position. The fitness level, the exhaustion, it's raining. He's getting up with the taser in his hand, and he's right next to him. All these factors point to a positive decision to use deadly force. You heard from Officer Gady. He's a firearms instructor. It's deadly force is deadly force. All the experts agree on this. It's the decision to use deadly force that you're judging, not the location of the shot. Not one expert said, oh, you have to try to wing him or hit him in the hand or hit him in the side. That is not what these experts are saying. It's the decision. Am I in fear of imminent threat? Is there an imminent threat? Then I can use deadly force. The manner of deadly force doesn't matter, and everybody agrees to that. Where do they disagree? Well, you heard that the prosecutor's taser expert and the prosecutor's use of force experts disagree. And you also heard that their use of force experts didn't really rely on GRPD policies and Michigan law. Instead, they have this generally accepted police practices. And that's because Professor Stoughton and Mr. Bloomfield, they're viewing this in hindsight, and everybody agrees you shouldn't do that. It's a sort of a woulda, coulda, shoulda thing. If you go back in the jury room and say, you know, if he just had let him go, that is not the proper analysis. I wish he just, I guarantee Christopher Schurr wishes in hindsight that he let him go. He didn't want to make this decision. That's exactly what the prosecution is doing here. Monday morning quarterback, based on all kinds of issues that don't matter, it's the moment of the threat. Look at his training, his knowledge, what he knew. And you take that into that situation and you decide that based on what was in his head, the decision to use deadly force was reasonable. In this case, they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that it was unreasonable. Now you heard Chris testify. He had no obligation to testify. It's a criminal case. What did he tell you? He testified about his knowledge, his training, and experience. He was exhausted, running on fumes. He was alone. He called it in right away, but there's nobody there. You can listen to the video. Do you hear any sirens? At the moment of the threat? Listen to it. Crickets. Where is everybody? He testified he did everything he could to avoid using deadly force. He didn't pull out his gun as soon as he grabbed the taser. Probably could have under this training. What are you trying to get it back? And he's screaming at the guy, let go of the taser. It's the moment of the threat. He testified that he saw the firearm In his hand, he was trying to he testified he's tried to put the safety on. Couldn't do it. He's in a bad position. He does not feel like he's safe. He's pulling himself up again. And look at what Mr. Lyoya had done 3 times prior. Literally lifted him off the ground. And now this time he's got the taser. It's reasonable for an officer to think in that situation that he's going to use it on him. It would be unreasonable for him to think he wasn't. But when he's given a chance, he comes into the stand to cross-examine him as vigorously as he did Captain Cyber. He barely even asked him about the moment of the threat. What is he asking about? You didn't have to chase him, right? That's the questions they got. You stand too close to him. You're in really good shape, aren't you? That's just designed to mislead you from the issue that is why you're here. He suggests that he's lying about the second pop because he said, look at the statement. Did he ask him about hearing it? Nope. He just wants you to look at a statement that was done. As Christopher Schurr testified, I kind of wrote it like a police report after seeing the video. I mean, this video was out there right away. That wasn't his fault. And then you have the state police asking for a statement. And he's got counsel already. And he signed it, so it's attributable to him. But keep that in mind. View the actual evidence. The testimony. The prosecutor has a chance to ask him all these questions. Now he asks you to answer based solely on a statement that was written with the help of lawyers a few weeks after the incident. That's not fair. He didn't have to testify, he did, and then he didn't ask him any questions. How can you assess his credibility on these issues when he wouldn't even ask the questions? All you're left with was what he said originally, but it wasn't the focus of cross-examination. No, it's something he wrote kind of like a police report because he's a police officer. I mean, look at this exhibit right here. If you're wondering whether he's exhausted, I know he's in good shape, but 2.5 minutes trying to wrangle a grown man, desperately trying to get a taser back, is not the same thing as running on a treadmill. So you're going to hear about the law, and I think I have already stated over and over again what the issue is. Nowhere in here will it say, please consider whether or not Officer Schurr's complied with policy. Nowhere in it will say, hey, maybe we should change GRPD's foot policy. Please give us your thoughts on that. No. That's a distraction. Go to the next one. The relevant consideration is not what defendants should have known or done, but rather what a reasonable officer with the knowledge in the situation of the arresting officer could have believed at the moment the officer made the decision to use deadly force. That's why we're here. Professor Stoughton and Mr. Bloomfield say it was no reasonable officer could have thought he was in fear. We don't think that prosecutors come close to meeting that burden. If you start discussing whether or not GRPD should have a foot pursuit policy, stop, because that's not relevant. Look at the moment of the decision. It's the decision. Please just look at this decision and whether or not there is enough there for any reasonable officer to think he might be in fear of harm. You're going to hear also that police officers do not have a duty to retreat. And this is important because private citizens do. Like if he wasn't a police officer and you saw this, then yeah, he put himself in a position he shouldn't be in. But Officer Schurr, he's not supposed to be retreating. He doesn't have a duty to retreat because he's a police officer. He put himself in danger, yes, because that's his job. You heard one of the officers about the cowardice policy, just letting people go. You have to be sure that he wasn't in fear of great bodily harm or death before you can convict him of murder. Now, if we go to the next one, please. Honestly, or go back, I'm sorry. One more. It has to be an honest and reasonable belief. You heard from Officer Schurr. Judge him on his testimony. And judge his testimony in comparison to what you saw in evidence from the video. You heard him say that Mr. Lyoya had exclusive control of the taser, and he did. You heard him say that he was completely exhausted after a minute, and you saw how he was 4 minutes after. And if there's any question whether he feared that taser, whether he had an honest belief, if he doesn't fear it, ask yourself, why is he trying to get it back? What is he, even after the second discharge? Does he stop for a second and slow down after that second probe goes? No, he's still going gangbusters trying to get it back. Why would you turn the safety on if it's as dangerous as a thumb? It doesn't matter what Professor Stoughton thinks about thumbs and tasers. It matters what he thinks. And look at the video. Does he slow down for a second? He's fighting as hard as he can to get that thing back. He's going over the top of him. He's putting himself at harm. Yes, because he's trying to get it back. Reasonable? This is what the prosecutor thinks is reasonable. No reasonable officer could have thought that that taser, with the probes discharged, could harm him, could incapacitate him. None, not one. These guys who didn't even talk to the taser expert for the prosecution, who disagrees with that completely. If no reasonable officer could have been in harm or thought he could be incapacitated, then why does everybody else that's called to the stand think you could, including taser experts? Especially when handled by an untrained person. Now you're going to hear a separate jury instruction on manslaughter. It's the first time you're hearing this. This is the prosecution recognizing this case as weak. It's a lesser included. It's for cases where someone didn't intend to shoot the gun. Officer, he got up there and he told you, yeah, I intended to use deadly force. I intended to shoot him. But it was justified because he had the taser and I was in fear. This is not a situation where someone gets in a fight and they don't really intend to kill him, but they lose their cool in the heat of passion before they have time to cool off. They kill someone and didn't really intend it. That's a lesser included. That's not this case. And justification of self-defense is a defense to both of them. So if you find that the prosecutor hasn't met his burden to show that he was unreasonably in fear, then you must acquit to both of them. You absolutely cannot convict him of murder or manslaughter if you acquit him of murder. Now, you heard a lot about the burden of proof. And it's important. It's a criminal case. It's not a civil case. I think a lot of you were asked during the voir dire whether, it's got to be one of the, it's one of the most important decisions of your life, like buying a house. I agree. It's got to be, this decision is as important as those. And this is the highest burden under the law. I like to equate it to, you have a friend, family member who's on life support, and you have to decide whether or not to take them off life support. That's how important this decision is. It's any reasonable doubt. Now, the wiggle room in there is if it's not reasonable. If it's an unreasonable doubt, then that's not something you should consider. It has to be a reasonable doubt. If you have any sliver of reasonable doubt, then you must acquit. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he wasn't in fear and that his use of deadly force was unreasonable. If you back this thing, well, he might have been justified. You must acquit. He could have been justified. Not sure whether he acted reasonably or not. That's an acquittal. That's the burden the prosecutor has to show before this is murder. And we just ask that you judge him on the decision and not all this noise around it. It's the split second. Any reasonable officer? This isn't murder. What an impossible decision. Make up your mind. It's not murder. It's not manslaughter. This man did not commit a crime. No one is saying Patrick Lyoya deserved to die. That is not what this is about. It's about in the decision that we've asked Christopher Schurr to make in that moment where he's supposed to be, whether the prosecutor's shown beyond a reasonable doubt that it was unreasonable. No reasonable officer could have used deadly force in that situation. That's the standard. And their experts don't even agree on what's dangerous. You must acquit him of both charges. Thank you.
Do you have rebuttal?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay. You may go ahead.
Agree. So you have attack prosecution's experts. That's one of the things you got to take a look at. You got to take a look at the credibility of witnesses. This is one of the instructions you're getting. Does a witness have any bias, prejudice, or personal interest on how a case is decided? And that includes the experts. That includes everybody here. So you want to compare experts here. Let's compare for science. For science is not an expert entity. For science is an advocacy group for police officers. That's what they're there for. Von Cleveland, and that's their network. That's their whole thing. So you're not compare about why not to believe somebody. Why would you believe an entity that starts out with giving the benefit of the doubt to the officer? That was Von Cleveland's testimony. He starts out. So how can you be impartial? How can you be coming from a position of neutrality when you start out? You're going to get the benefit of the doubt to the police officer, which goes into them finding 98% of the time officers acted appropriately. What other profession is that infallible? What other profession? Name one that they're correct 98% of the time. So that goes into how do you believe they're experts? Yeah, they created a bunch of experts out here. And it gives you just an insight of what happened. If you guys remember my question to Mr. Bartel. I said, well, geez, MMA goes 5 minutes, right? MMA goes 5 minutes. Well, that was the dumbest question ever made in the history of cross-examinations because the disdain from the stand just oozed out of his pores. How could you can't compare an officer to an MMA fighter? MMA fighters train for 3 hours a day, the whole years, and blah blah blah. Yet the next day, when Von Clean, his partner, his friend, who he presents with all the time, what does Von Clean do in his report? Compares Patrick to an MMA fighter. Because that's what they got to do. They've got to say he has an opportunity because he can spring up like an MMA fighter. That gives you a window in terms of the prism. They translate what happens based on an officer. They like officers, which is perfectly fine. I'm not saying that they shouldn't have advocacy groups for officers, but you judge an officer by one standard, then you judge the victim by another one. That's the opportunity. That was a tactical advantage because why? Because Von Clean and Lon Bartels do jiu-jitsu and they do grappling. And so ergo, that Patrick has the same opportunity because he can suddenly spring up from a face down or a face on his back position and maybe use the taser. That's what gives him the opportunity. Von Clean talks about, disproportionate resistance. That's their intent. That's his interpretation. That's what he said. Well, you can determine the intent. Disproportionate resistance by Patrick is why you can think he's going to use deadly force. Von Clean doesn't want to use that against police officers because, they have no idea. How can they come up with disproportion? They can't comprehend that. So when you want to talk about bias and prejudice against, the experts, you want to criticize ours, take a look at theirs. And then they're comparing apples and oranges. Because, our experts are use of force. They say, in terms of taser, what a taser does, what a taser can do. And it's possible for these things to happen, but it's not reasonable to think it is going to happen. That's the reasonableness test. You can't look at every sort of possibility in the universe of what might happen and then say, it's reasonable that you can do it. I mean, why does it take Wegovy? You listen to all the bad things that can happen on any of the drugs that are on TV because they may cause, hair loss, liver problems, and so on and so forth. But they want to use that as justification because all this may happen. It could, the wires could. There is no, talk about distractions. There is no evidence the wires were broken. There's no evidence that anybody was feeling MNI. There's no evidence that wires had any impact. But they got to throw out all these things. You want to talk about another thing? Why is it GRPD? Why do we ask for GRPD? Does a bank, when somebody embezzles money, investigate their own? No, they call it an independent. They call it an outside organization. How hard is it? And this is not just GRPD, this is for anybody. How do you judge something that you trained? I mean, Captain Cyrus said, I was his commander at one point in time. You think they're coming from a position of not bias because you're asking to judge their policies, their procedures, and what this person does? They like him. He's a good guy. How do you come in and say they're impartial? And once again, to give a window on that, what did Captain Cyrus say? Because Captain Cyrus, when we asked, we said, okay, you've been listed as a defense witness. Okay, what's the policy? If somebody's disarmed with a taser, do you have a policy on that? Nope. No policy. Never heard of it. Yet then he takes a stand in front of you and says, that's deadly force. Well, wait a second. 2 weeks ago, when the detective asked you about it, you said, no, there's nothing. But now that, as soon as somebody disarms you of a weapon, that was a weapon. You never said taser specifically, but he was asked specifically about a taser and disarmament. No, there's no policy on that. We don't train nothing about that. But yet all of a sudden it changes. That gives you a window of why there's bias. There's a conflict of interest. That's why we have the state police in here talking about it. There's a conflict of interest to try and bring GRPD officers to judge on another GRPD shooting incident. They have every reason, just like anybody else. Just like a bank, you don't ask the people who were responsible for training what went wrong. But even then, and this is what I'm talking about, you believe all, some, or none. They say Grand Rapids policies are generally accepted police practices. They're one and the same. There's no difference. Both of them say that. So to create this, he doesn't know what generally police practices are because he wasn't trained on them. It's just a fallacy because it's one and the same according to GRPD. The other example is that, officer dating. Why couldn't he talk to the officer? I got better things to do. He doesn't want to talk to an officer to give him, I'm not disputing. That's not a dispute. Yeah, when you use deadly force, that's what's trained. You use deadly force, you're going to shoot to kill. They're not going to try and shoot an arm off. They're not going to try and shoot a foot. Why do you want to talk to the detective about that? And so he trains. He was part of his recruit class. It's somebody in-house. You can't ask somebody in-house to be completely impartial and unbiased when you ask them to do stuff like that. But when you look at it, when you think about it, when you try and compare in terms of what's going on between these experts, compare the experts, what about Sergeant, I think it was Johnston, the first sergeant on the scene? Let's remember his testimony. Remember what he said? Did he or didn't he not sound like Seth Stoughton? Because he was worried. He said, yeah, we pulled up. I couldn't see inside that car. I didn't know what was going on in that car. I didn't know what the individual that was standing outside the car had. He could have a gun. That's what we teach. We don't know what's going on. I mean, that's the thing. He's got 3 officers at the time, all with handguns drawn. And look, watch the body cams. How carefully they approach that car because they don't know. That's what they're trained. So it's kind of a contradiction in terms of saying, yep, it's okay for a single officer all by himself to run after and chase and tackle somebody, which flies in the face of their policy that says don't do that you saw. That's a big difference there. How can you chase if they're treating everybody, 3 officers on scene being that careful? Why is 1 officer all by himself? That's okay. That's fine. And so it's not distraction. So what is the purpose of the reasonableness of the officer's actions when you're looking at the totality of the circumstances? If it's just as many times you snap your hands, there's no totality of circumstances. It's just looking at that moment, period. And what's the purpose of the totality of circumstances? Looking how the officer got into that situation. There is no purpose. There is no totality of circumstances. Well, he was somebody had a taser, you can shoot him. And the interesting thing was, because who did they say? Who did he say? Well, Professor Kroll is the one who said, oh yeah, they're able to use deadly force because he did that study. Professor Kroll isn't a taser expert. He has no idea of police policies. He said that was his testimony. It was his impression of police policies. Because they can't bond clean, the GRPD officers, nobody can say anything about what the taser policy. There is no. Take a look at all the policies. Take a look at the policy where it says if you're just starting the taser, you can use it. You can shoot them. Because it's not there. There is no policy. It's based on the totality of the circumstances, based on everything the officer knew at the time. And what the officer knew at the time goes back to when the incident started. The whole thing, not just looking at that one brief second. And why would a reasonable officer, when there's been no aggression, there's been nothing, no punching, no kicking, no hitting, no anything, think he was going to die because somebody had his taser? That's what's not reasonable about all this. And you're right. You're right, manslaughter is going to be brought up. And it was a complete misstatement of the law to say, well, the manslaughter is not an intent to kill. That is not the law. Listen to the instruction. It is an intent to kill. The traditional manslaughter thing is when a spouse shows up and sees their spouse in bed and loses it. That's your typical manslaughter. You lose it and they want to kill them. It's not, well, they got into a fight. A manslaughter instruction is because of emotional excitement. Because of emotional excitement, somebody who's driven to kill somebody. That's what we're talking about here. It is not just, well, there was a fight they didn't need to. That's a completely different thing. Manslaughter, listen to it. And because of emotional excitement to the point a reasonable person may have acted in impulse. And if anything, that's what their experts are talking about. That's what their experts bring up. Yeah, Professor Blake. Yeah, heuristics. Heuristics. And I said, heuristics. It's kind of, putting in layman's terms, that means jumping to conclusions. And that's it right there. He doesn't know why he's running, so he jumps to a conclusion. The defendant jumps to a conclusion. Well, there must be something worse here. There must be something worse here. I'm going to jump to the conclusion and think it's a bad thing. That reduces it. So it's justified excuse. It reduces it to a lesser crime. Manslaughter is a lesser crime. So if you think this fight, if you think this battle, you need to characterize it as a battle, because what it is a wrestling match. And that's in the totality of the facts and circumstances. How does somebody want to kill you when they don't do anything else before that? How do they want to kill you? What evidence do they want to kill you? He grabbed my taser, and I'm tired. That's not enough. That is not enough to justify taking another person's life. And watch the video. Yeah, take a look at the video. Yeah, he stands up 3 times, but at the moment he goes to push himself up, the defendant shoves him back down. He shoves him back down. He's got total control over this incident. So to think that he has to kill him at that moment is just wrong. It's not reasonable. Yeah, no reasonable officer would come up with that. Yeah, why? No idea why it's so far. Where's the fight? It's not a fight. It's a wrestling match. I thought the other thing that was, interesting about, GRPD puts the fear of God. Puts the fear of God about tasers. Yes. Watch that video. Watch the graduation video. This is the graduation video. So the fear of God, you put it's a serious weapon, but the fear of God in an instrument that you put the soundtrack to Top Gun to in the graduation video, and take a look. Get a closer look. Look at the smiles. Look at the smiles on all their faces. Yeah, somebody's going through it again. It's taking the ride. We're talking about taking the ride. Yeah, it's a serious weapon, but it's not a weapon that's going to cause death or great bodily injury. That's not putting the fear of God into him when you put it to the soundtrack of Top Gun. It's not putting the fear of God into him when you're sitting there smiling at him, smiling at somebody getting tased. It's something you're concerned about, sure. But this whole thing in terms of distractions, it is once again, it's amazing now, because now we're saying don't ignore the defendant's prior statement, ignore it, because it was just a police report. But we heard on the stand that we couldn't trust his testimony on the stand either. Why? Because, Mr. Dodge asked him, well, it's been 3 years. There's a lot going on in those 3 years. You've been through a lot of trauma. So you can't really believe his testimony by his own, attorneys asking him questions, but then you're also not supposed to pay attention to his written statement. So how do you determine what it is? You gotta take it. That's what the statement's there for. Compare what the differences are. Take a look what it is. Take a look. Where did the bladed stance come from? Because that's what it says in his written statement. Where's the bladed stance? Because we heard what the bladed stance was by Captain Siren. Somebody may have a gun. That was a bladed statement. No testimony to that. It was in his written statement. And then I didn't ask him questions. Well, show us the bladed stance. Wow, it's a different perspective. You really can't see. So, what we're trying to do is trying to build up the danger of Patrick. Trying to build him up. He had a bladed stance. It was dangerous from the get-go. Well, then if it's dangerous from the get-go, why are you chasing him? And that's part of the totality of the circumstances. You think you may have a weapon, you shouldn't be chasing him. That's what GRPD policy says. It's a bad idea to do that. And you got to take a look at everything that led up to the decision to fire that shot. And simply getting up is not enough with the taser. He has gotten up 3 prior times and has done nothing. Has done nothing other than try and get away. But you're supposed to jump to the conclusion, using heuristics, jumping to a conclusion that he's going to kill you. That is not reasonable. It may reduce it. Maybe it's manslaughter, but it doesn't excuse it. It doesn't say, yep, go on away. You did nothing wrong here. So when you're looking at everything, it's a big decision. But a reasonable doubt, you'll hear, I've talked about it before, a reasonable doubt is a fair, honest doubt. But it leaves you firmly convinced. Firmly convinced based on the evidence. Based on the evidence that's presented here. And when you look at this, when you look at the facts, when you look at the evidence, should be firmly convinced that there was a homicide here. There was a murder. It was second-degree murder. It was a death caused by the defendant. He intended to kill, and there is no justification for it. Simply having a taser with nothing more does not think, well, I'm going to die. We've had all kinds of people up here saying, yeah, we survived. We got taken numerous times. Talking to me, got tased in the head. He's still talking about it. That's about 30 seconds. And even in terms of you want to talk about reasonable, use their expert. Use Professor Kroll. It's never happened. Never happened in the history of policing, where an officer's been tased, disarmed his weapon, and killed. And it's his impression that because they kill. But the one thing where he said is it's happened 9 times where a person's actually been tased, an officer's actually been tased, but in the other case, the majority of the time, nothing happens. They want to, every possibility consider. You have to consider what's reasonable. If you have a reasonable doubt, then you could crime of homicide. That's the crime of manslaughter. But he is not justified. He is not excused. Patrick was not a threat. Patrick meant no harm. Patrick wanted to get away because he was drunk or whatever. But the only logical conclusion you have is you find it guilty.
Members of the jury, the evidence and arguments in this case are finished, and I will now instruct you on the law. That is, I will explain the law that applies to this case. Remember that you have taken an oath to return a true and just verdict based only on the evidence and my instructions on the law. You must not let sympathy, bias, or prejudice influence your decision. You must avoid reaching conclusions that may have been unintentionally influenced by stereotypes. You must reach your own conclusions about this case individually, but you should do so only after listening to and considering the opinions of the other jurors who may have different backgrounds and perspectives from yours. As jurors, you must decide what the facts of this case are. This is your job and nobody else's. You must think about all the evidence and then decide what each piece of evidence means and how important you think it is. This includes whether you believe what each of the witnesses said. What you decide about any fact in this case is final. It is my duty to instruct you on the law. You must take the law as I give it to you. If a lawyer says something different about the law, follow what I say. At various times, I've already given you some instructions about the law. You must take all my instructions together as the law you are to follow. You should not pay attention to some instructions and ignore others. To sum it up, it is your job to decide what the facts of the case are, to apply the law as I give it to you, and in that way to decide the case. A person accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent. This means that you must start with the presumption that the defendant is innocent. This presumption continues throughout the trial and entitles the defendant to a verdict of not guilty unless you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty. Every crime is made up of parts called elements. The prosecutor must prove each element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence or to do anything. If you find the prosecutor has not proven every element beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. A reasonable doubt is a fair, honest doubt growing out of the evidence or lack of evidence. It is not merely an imaginary or possible doubt, but a doubt based on reason and common sense. A reasonable doubt is just that, a doubt that is reasonable after a careful and considered examination of the facts and circumstances of this case. When you discuss the case and decide on your verdict, you may only consider the evidence that has been properly admitted in this case. Therefore, it is important for you to understand what is evidence and what is not evidence. Evidence includes only the sworn testimony of witnesses, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else I told you to consider as evidence. Many things are not evidence, and you must be careful not to consider them as such. I will now describe some of the things that are not evidence. The fact the defendant is charged with a crime and is on trial is not evidence. The lawyer's statements, arguments, and any commentary are not evidence. They are only meant to help you understand the evidence and each side's legal theories. You should only accept things the lawyers say that are supported by the evidence or by your own common sense and general knowledge. The lawyer's questions to the witnesses, your questions to the witnesses, and my questions to the witnesses are also not evidence. You should consider these questions only as they give meaning to the witnesses' answers. My comments, rulings, questions, summary of any evidence, and instructions are also not evidence. It is my duty to see that the trial is conducted according to the law and to tell you the law that applies to this case. However, when I make a comment or give an instruction, I'm not trying to influence your vote or express a personal opinion about the case. If you believe that I have an opinion about how you should decide this case, you must pay no attention to that opinion. You are the only judges of the facts, and you should decide this case from the evidence. At times during the trial, I have excluded evidence that was offered or stricken testimony that was heard. Do not consider those things in deciding the case. Make your decision only on the evidence that I let in and nothing else. You should use your own common sense and general knowledge in weighing and judging the evidence, but you should not use any personal knowledge you may have about a place, person, or event. To repeat once more, you must decide this case based only on the evidence admitted during this trial. As I said before, it is your job to decide what the facts of this case are. You must decide which witnesses you believe and how important you think their testimony is. You do not have to accept or reject everything a witness said. You are free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In deciding which testimony you believe, you should rely on your own common sense and everyday experience. However, in deciding whether you believe a witness's testimony, you must set aside any bias or prejudice you may have and not be influenced by a witness's disability, gender identity, race, religion, ethnicity, sexual orientation, age, national origin, or socioeconomic status. Again, take the time you need to test what might be automatic or instinctive judgments and to reflect carefully about the evidence. There's no fixed set of rules for judging whether you believe a witness, but it may help you to think about these questions. Was the witness able to see or hear clearly? How long was the witness watching or listening? Was anything else going on that might have distracted the witness? Did the witness seem to have a good memory? How did the witness look and act while testifying? Did the witness seem to be making an honest effort to tell the truth, or did the witness seem to evade the questions or argue with the lawyers? Does the witness's age and maturity affect how you judge his or her testimony? Does the witness have any bias, prejudice, or personal interest in how this case is decided? Have there been any promises, threats, suggestions, or other influences that affected how the witness testified? In general, does the witness have any special reason to tell the truth or any special reason to lie? All in all, how reasonable does the witness's testimony seem when you think about all the other evidence in the case? Sometimes the testimony of different witnesses will not agree, and you must decide which testimony you accept. You should think about whether the disagreement involves something important or not, and whether you think someone is lying or is simply mistaken. People see and hear things differently, and witnesses may testify honestly, but simply be wrong about what they thought they saw or remembered. It is also a good idea to think about which testimony agrees best with the other evidence in the case. However, you may conclude that a witness deliberately lied about something that is important to how you decide the case. If so, you may choose not to accept anything that witness said. On the other hand, if you think a witness lied about some things but told the truth about others, you may simply accept the part you think is true and ignore the rest. You have heard that a lawyer talked to one of the witnesses. There's nothing wrong with this. A lawyer may talk to a witness to find out what the witness knows about the case and what the witness's testimony will be. You have heard from several expert witnesses. Zachary Batchelor has given you his opinion as an expert in the field of video technician and audiovisual analysis. Dr. Stephen Cole has given you his opinion as an expert in the field of forensic pathology. Brian Childs, who has given you his opinion as an expert in the field of taser and body cam by Axon. Seth Stoughton, who has given you his opinion as an expert in the field of use of force and police practices. Nicholas Bloomfield, who has given you his opinion as an expert in the field of police practices and use of force. Captain David Cyber, who has given you his opinion as an expert in the field of GRPD training policies and procedures. Captain Chad McCursey, who has given you his opinion as an expert in the field of GRPD training policies and practices regarding taser use of force and duties and functions. Lon Bartel, who has given you his opinion in the field of exercise, sports science, and exertion and exhaustion factors. Dr. Mark Kroll, who has given you his opinion in the field of operations and effects of electrical weapons. Bob McFarland, who has given you his opinion in the field of video analysis. Jason Getty, who has given you his opinion in the field of GRPD firearm training policies and practices. David Blake, who has given you his opinion in the field of human factor psychology and police practices. And Von Kleem, who has given you his opinion in the field of police practices, tactics, policy, and use of force. Experts are allowed to give opinions in court about matters they are experts on. However, you do not have to believe an expert's opinion. Instead, you should decide whether you believe it and how important you think it is. When you decide whether you believe an expert's opinion, think carefully about the reasons and facts they gave for their opinion and whether those facts are true. You should also think about the expert's qualifications and whether their opinion makes sense when you think about the other evidence in the case. You have heard testimony from witnesses who are police officers. That testimony is to be judged by the same standards you use to evaluate the testimony of any other witness. You should not decide this case based on which side presented more witnesses. Instead, you should think about each witness and each piece of evidence and whether you believe them. Then you must decide whether the testimony and evidence you believe proves beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. Facts can be proven by direct evidence from a witness or an exhibit. Direct evidence is evidence about what we actually see or hear. For example, if you look outside and see rain falling, that is direct evidence that it is raining. Facts can also be proven by indirect or circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence is evidence that normally or reasonably leads to other facts. So for example, if you see a person come in from outside wearing a raincoat covered with small drops of water, that would be circumstantial evidence that it is raining. You may consider circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence by itself or a combination of circumstantial evidence and direct evidence can be used to prove the elements of a crime. In other words, you should consider all the evidence that you believe. You have heard evidence that before the trial, a witness made a statement that may be inconsistent with their testimony here in court. You may consider an inconsistent statement made before the trial only to help you decide how believable the witness's testimony was when testifying here in court. If the earlier statement was made under oath, then you may also consider the earlier statement as evidence of the truth of whatever the witness said in the earlier statement when determining the facts of this case. The defendant, Christopher Schurr, is charged with the crime of second-degree murder. To prove this charge, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, the defendant caused the death of Patrick Lyoya. That is, that Mr. Lyoya died as a result of a gunshot wound from a gun fired by the defendant. Second, the defendant had one of these three states of mind. He intended to kill, or he intended to do great bodily harm to Mr. Lyoya, or he knowingly created a very high risk of death or great bodily harm, knowing that death or such harm would be the likely result of his actions. Third, the killing was not justified, excused, or done under circumstances that reduce it to a lesser crime. The prosecutor must also prove beyond a reasonable doubt the crime occurred on or about April 4th, 2022 in Kent County. You may also consider whether the defendant is guilty of the less serious crime of voluntary manslaughter. To prove this charge, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, the defendant caused the death of Patrick Lyoya, that is, that Mr. Lyoya died as a result of a gunshot wound fired from a gun by the defendant. Second, the defendant had one of these three states of mind. He intended to kill, or he intended to do great bodily harm to Mr. Lyoya, or he knowingly created a very high risk of death or great bodily harm, knowing that death or such harm would be the likely result of his actions. Third, the defendant caused the death without lawful excuse or justification. The crime of murder may be reduced to voluntary manslaughter if the defendant acted out of passion or anger brought about by adequate cause and before the defendant had reasonable time to calm down. For manslaughter, the following two things must be present. First, when the defendant acted, his thinking must be disturbed by emotional excitement to the point that a reasonable person might have acted on impulse without thinking twice from passion instead of judgment. This emotional excitement must have been the result of something that would cause a reasonable person to act rashly or on impulse. The law does not say what things are enough to do this. That is for you to decide. Second, the killing itself must result from this emotional excitement. The defendant must have acted before a reasonable time had passed to calm down and to return to reason. The law does not say how much time is needed. That is for you to decide. The test is whether a reasonable time passed under the circumstances of this case. The defendant's intent may be proven by what he said, what he did, how he did it, or by any other facts and circumstances and evidence. You must think about all the evidence in deciding what the defendant's state of mind was at the time of the alleged killing. The defendant's state of mind may be inferred from the kind of weapon used, the type of wounds inflicted, the acts and words of the defendant, and any other circumstances surrounding the alleged killing. You may infer the defendant intended to kill if he used a dangerous weapon in a way that was likely to cause death. Likewise, you may infer the defendant intended the usual results that follow from the use of a dangerous weapon. A gun is a dangerous weapon. A dangerous weapon is any instrument that is used in a way that is likely to cause serious physical injury or death. You may return a verdict of guilty of the alleged crime, guilty of a less serious crime, or not guilty. The defendant claims he acted in lawful self-defense. A person has the right to use force or even take a life to defend himself under certain circumstances. If a person acts in lawful self-defense, that person's actions are justified and he is not guilty. You should consider all the evidence and use the following rules to decide whether the defendant acted in lawful self-defense. Remember to judge the defendant's conduct according to how the circumstances appeared to him at the time he acted. At the time he acted, the defendant must have honestly and reasonably believed that he was in danger of being killed or seriously injured. If the defendant's belief was honest and reasonable, he could act immediately to defend himself, even if it turned out later he was wrong about how much danger he was in. In deciding if the defendant's belief was honest and reasonable, you should consider all the circumstances as they appeared to the defendant at the time. The relevant consideration is not what the defendant should have known or done, but rather what a reasonable officer with the knowledge in the situation of the arresting officer could have believed at the moment the officer made the decision to use deadly force. Reasonable is that which an ordinary, prudent, and intelligent person with the knowledge and in the situation of the officer would have deemed necessary under the circumstances. A person may not kill or seriously injure another person just to protect himself against what seems like a threat of only minor injury. The defendant must have been afraid of death or serious physical injury. When you decide if the defendant was afraid of one or more of these, you should consider all the circumstances, the condition of the people involved, including their relative strength, whether the other person was armed with a dangerous weapon or had some other means of injuring the defendant, and the nature of the other person's threat. At the time he acted, the defendant must have honestly and reasonably believed that what he did was immediately necessary to prevent death or great bodily harm to himself or others. A police officer in defense of himself or others may use that force which is reasonable under the circumstances. Unlike the private citizen, a police officer, by the necessity of his duties, is not required to retreat before a display of force by his adversary. If an officer is authorized to arrest or detain someone and the person resists, the officer is entitled to use a reasonable amount of force to overcome that resistance. Like the private citizen, a police officer must reasonably believe himself to be in great danger and that his response was necessary to save himself from that danger. The defendant does not have to prove that he acted in self-defense. Instead, the prosecutor must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant did not act in self-defense. Possible penalty should not influence your decision. It is the duty of the judge to fix the penalty within the limits provided by law. When you go to the jury room to deliberate, you may now take your notes and these full instructions. If you want to look at any or all of the exhibits that have been admitted, just ask for them. When you go to the jury room, you will be provided with written copies of these final jury instructions. You should first choose a foreperson. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in a businesslike way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. During your deliberations, please turn off your cell phones or other communications equipment until we recess. A verdict in a criminal case must be unanimous. In order to return a verdict, it is necessary that each of you agrees on that verdict. In the jury room, you will discuss the case among yourselves, but ultimately, each of you will have to make up your own mind. Any verdict must represent the individual considered judgment of each juror. It is your duty as jurors to talk to each other and make every reasonable effort to reach agreement. Express your opinions and the reasons for them, but keep an open mind as you listen to your fellow jurors. Rethink your opinions and do not hesitate to change your mind if you decide you were wrong. Try your best to work out your differences. However, although you should try to reach agreement, none of you should give up your honest opinion about the case just because other jurors disagree with you or just for the sake of reaching a verdict. In the end, your vote must be your own, and you must vote honestly and in good conscience. If you have any questions about the jury instructions before you begin deliberations or questions about the instructions that arise during deliberations, you may submit them in writing to my clerk. If you want to communicate with me while you're in the jury room, please have your foreperson write a note and give it to my clerk. It is not proper for you to talk directly with the judge, lawyers, court officers, or other people involved in the case. As you discuss the case, you must not let anyone, even me, know how your voting stands. Therefore, until you return with a unanimous verdict, do not reveal this to anyone outside the jury room. That concludes my final instructions. We'll now pick 2 individuals that will be alternate jurors. So what that means is for today, you are excused. However, you still have the same restrictions as before. I'm going to ask those 2 individuals to leave your notes in here on the chair, and we'll make sure they're destroyed in the event that you're not needed as an alternate juror. But it's still for you, again, to maintain the restrictions as before, not access any news reports or discuss the case with anyone, because if we need to call you back as a juror, obviously if you've been out posting on Facebook about how you were a juror and all that, then you wouldn't be much use as a juror in the case. So those 2 individuals will still be, again, under the same restrictions, and then we will follow up and let you know when a verdict has been reached so that you know that you are discharged, whoever those 2 people are. And I'd also like to take this time to thank those 2 individuals for your time and attention for this case.
Seat number
Wait,
2,
so
120.
just because we're don't say the person's name, just say that the seat number.
Seat number 2.
Yes. It's seat number 2?
Correct.
Okay. And
Seat number 1.
okay. So 1 and 2 would be you in the first 2 seats from the corner. And again, thank you very much for your time and attention, and we will let you know when a verdict has been reached so that you know that you're discharged. But if you just hang out for just another moment, then we'll send everyone back. Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that you will, to the utmost of your ability, keep the persons sworn as jurors on this trial from separating from each other, that you will not suffer any communication to be made to them or any of them, orally or otherwise, that you will not communicate with them or any of them orally or otherwise, except by the order of this court, or to ask them if they have agreed on their verdict until they shall be discharged, and that you will not, before they render their verdict, communicate to any person the state of their deliberations or the verdict they've agreed upon, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. All right, so at this time, I'm going to have someone come out and let you all out to go and begin deliberations. Any breaks will be on your own. If you do decide to leave for an extended period, I do ask that you have your foreperson just write a note that, hey, we're taking an hour break or however long, but that's all entirely up to you as a group. Okay.
Thank you. Being seated.
Okay, and then I'll ask if the final instructions were satisfactory for the people
No objection, Chair.
and defense.
I know the objections already stated, Your Honor, they were read correctly.
Okay. And so I would just ask that you make sure that we have your contact information so that we can alert you once a verdict has been reached. I also, because I know that you didn't want to do oral argument on these motions that I received this morning after I arrived at court, but I do want to rule on them. So as far as the directed verdict, I've already ruled on that motion. It's a renewed motion. There's really not any new information contained within it. So I'm maintaining my previous ruling of denying a motion for a directed verdict. Also, there was a renewed motion for a mistrial. And part of, it's pretty much a run of the mill except for the claim of judicial bias. There's an allegation contained within the motion that I was rolling my eyes during some testimony. I can't help but believe if one of my benchmates were presiding over this trial, that exact same allegation would not have arisen. However, I obviously don't, well, maybe it's not obvious, but I'll state for the record that I don't know the defendant. I don't know the victim. This is at least my 10th, 11th, maybe 12th murder trial. I do oftentimes work on other matters while I'm up here. I have hundreds of open cases. So I don't know where that implication of bias comes from. I do note that one of the cases that were cited as support for that portion of the motion involves a case where the judge in that case inappropriately questioned the defendant, questioned the defense's witnesses. I didn't obviously question anyone except for maybe asking for some type of clarification. And so it would have to, again, in order for there to be judicial bias, it'd have to be reasonably likely that my conduct is improperly influencing the jury, and I don't believe that to be the case. Also, there was a claim that the instructions have changed over the course of the trial. I've only given instructions to the jury at the outset of the trial and at the end of the trial, and the implication is that I gave some different instructions or changed them midstream so that no one knew kind of what to expect, but I don't believe that to be the case either. I've never changed instruction. It implies that different instructions were given. I was reluctant to state what the final instructions would be without any evidence being put on or presented. There weren't any interim instructions requested, so I don't believe that to be a appropriate or an argument that has any merit either. So for those reasons and the reasons I cited previously, that a mistrial most mistrial would not be appropriate to grant, I'm going to stand by that and deny that motion as well. And if there's nothing else for the people while we go into verdict watch.
Nothing for us, Your Honor.
For defense.
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right. So again, if you do decide to leave the general area, please let us know so that we are able to get everyone back here in a decent amount of time once a verdict has been reached. Great. All right, and we'll recess until then.
Sorry guys, I was my mouth was busy chewing. Sorry about that. Hopefully I don't think we are on the 30 minutes delay right now anymore. Hopefully it's gonna be not guilty. We are officially in verdict watch. I've got the timer on my phone. I'm gonna show it to you guys in 1 second. 1 second. Oh, let me take William's comment out of the way. It's going on my phone, so it's absolutely here. So I will be in your ear. I will whisper. Definitely. I this is what is crazy, you know. I just hope that is found not guilty across the board. And just get some justice. I really hope so. I have 2 feeds ongoing in the background of getting any information about if there is a verdict, if it is everything. Sorry. So hopefully we will know soon. I don't know. Oh no! Oh, Patsy, a Cinco de Mayo party or May the 4th party or both 2 in 1 party. I was not invited to that party. I'm gonna cry. No, I'm joking. So, yeah. So Hannah says, "Oh yeah, no, he hasn't gotten anything. That's like the new charge pickles that the judge approved the prosecution putting at the last minute. So it was just added charge. Somehow that's possible, which is crazy. But anyway, we are officially on verdict watch. We will come back at some point that we know. We are going to start our new case. Exactly. They already know that they could not prove the case, so they say, "Oh, let's add another charge that it's like easier to charge than the other one." So, ooh, little brother 21st birthday. Whoop whoop! Happy birthday to him, a belated one. Hope well. For the sounds of it, I think you guys had a lot of fun. So I hope you did had a lot of fun. And yeah, 21st birthday in America, it's a big deal. Absolutely. So yeah, so new facts now that we are on verdict watch and hoping that justice is served to Christopher. I know I feel bad for Patrick. It's not never easy, but even the family was saying, I was watching the other day, a news thing that say even the family says that Patrick was not a saint. He was a criminal, that he wasn't supposed to be drunk and driving and everything. It is hard, and they don't really agree with the charge of the police officer. But here we are. Prosecution does what the prosecution do. New trial, right? So this guy, Jacob Jacob McDonald, I found, thanks to our wonderful yet again Zio, because obviously when I'm streaming, it's hard for me to do any investigation, any digging, or anything. Um, it is very hard for me to do any investigation, and she put herself to work, and she did some investigation for us. What she's found was this is a very, it's going to be a very quick and dry trial. It is going to be a trial that's going to probably last 3 to 4 days. So basically this week. And it is a bench trial. So a bench trial, for those that don't know, it's a trial that has no jury. So who decides the fate for the defendant is the judge in itself. So the judge is going to find either this defendant guilty or not guilty. Not guilty or not guilty, and then go from there. So yeah, oh, I'm so glad about that. Pickles, about that I will DM you about that. All right. So it's a bench trial. So on this way, to making sure that that I don't turn off. Yeah. So bench trials are rare, but this is the second trial that we're covering from Ohio, and it's the second bench trial. So even the other one, the Quentin Nixon trial, it was a bench trial. So it's maybe a Ohio thing, but yeah, that is quite interesting. So we started at 1 p.m. and it was over by 10:30. Oh, on a Sunday. Well, I'm sorry, Maria. Well, if you were in the UK, today is a bank holiday, and you would have had everyone would have had the day off to recover. Right. So this is how small the courtroom looks. Right. Our courtroom looks so small. It looks really, really tiny. I'm sorry, but this um yeah, they look so very, very tiny. It is hilarious. Yeah. Oh wow, that is awesome. That is good. It's good to hear. Same Pickles. It's very good to hear that. Right. So hopefully the sound is good. Otherwise, we have two other feeds to try. And we can see. We're gonna start with the opening statements. So just to very, very quickly recap before we start this trial. This is the trial for semi-truck driver Jacob McDonald that was charged with a fatal crash involving a bus carrying a band of students, band students of Licking County in Ohio that started today, Monday, and is facing a total of 26 charges, counts, including 6 counts of aggravated vehicle homicide after a crash on the Interstate 70 near the route in Ohio in November 2023. Right. So that we're gonna start. Hopefully the sound is good. I'm so nervous. We can skip, and the good thing is we can skip breaks, lunch breaks, at least today. We can. Right.
Whereas the bus driver. Convention Center. Here on Tuesday, November 14, 2023, was a day that was supposed to be a joyful day for the Tuskegee Valley High School band. Instead, it turned out into another case caused by distracted driving by the defendant. We believe the evidence in this case will show that the Tuskegee High School marching band was selected to play at the Greater Columbus Convention Center on this particular day. We believe the evidence will show that the school had retained the Van Hool motor coach to transport the students and staff to this event, with 65-year-old Donald Wagler as the bus driver. In all, 56 persons set out in the Van Hool bus on November 14, 2023 at 6:50 a.m. We believe the evidence will show that an additional 3 chaperones followed the Van Hool bus. High school band director Mary Gensley would hand over the keys to her silver 2015 Nissan Murano to algebra teacher David Kennett to drive with Kristen Gaynor and Shannon Wakefield as passengers to follow the Van Hool bus to the Greater Columbus Convention area. We believe the evidence will show that the trip would bring the 2009 Van Hool bus in the lead, followed by 3 chaperones driving in the band director's silver Nissan Murano onto the westbound lane of Interstate 70 in Lincoln County, Ohio. We believe the evidence will show that the area of Interstate 70 westbound is a 2-lane highway with a speed limit of 70 miles an hour. We believe the evidence will show that while the bus was en route with Tuskegee High School band, chaperones, the defendant, Jacob McDonald, would begin the second stage of a multi-day trip that he had been making for the last year as a Class A commercial driver for Midstate Systems Incorporated. We believe the evidence will show that the first stage of this multi-day trip started at 6:53 p.m. on Sunday, November 12, 2023, with the defendant driving to East Pennsylvania, East Penn Manufacturing in Topton, Pennsylvania, arriving at this location at 1:24 a.m. on Monday, November 13, 2023. We believe the evidence will show that the defendant would load up 16 pallets of lead-acid automotive batteries with an excess weight of 24,000 pounds and leave the manufacturing center at 11:38 a.m. and arrive back in Zanesville, Ohio on 6:03 p.m. the same Monday, November 13, 2023. I believe the evidence will show that the defendant would exit his truck, spend the evening at his personal residence before returning to his truck on Tuesday, November 14th, and at 7:49 returning to duty at 8:17 to begin his final phase of delivering these batteries to Honda. We believe the evidence will show that this time period prior to the crash would form the forensic baseline of activity prior to the collision for his cell phone. And at the time of the collision, in determining the activity of the defendant's Samsung S22 mobile phone with his cell phone. I believe the evidence will show that the defendant entered a 70 westbound ramp near State Street and would proceed to travel at varying speeds between 62.8 miles per hour and 75.2 miles per hour, pursuant to his electronic data recorder on 70 westbound. The speed limit on this roadway was again 70 miles an hour. I believe the evidence will show that the defendant's 2019 315 semi-truck was pulling a 53-foot trailer, that the semi was not equipped with any collision avoidance technology, was not equipped with automatic braking, and was not equipped with any kind of adaptive cruise control. We believe the evidence will show that the defendant's 2019 Freightliner 315 semi-truck had a conventional cruise control with a maximum speed that would set for 70 miles an hour. And the truck could be driven at a higher speed that would require driver control, and the maximum governed speed would be 75 miles an hour. We believe the evidence will show that 75-year-old Robert Wolverton would start his day with coffee and a road trip in his 2006 Toyota Highlander to a restaurant in Pickering, Ohio, via State Route 79, Interstate 70, westbound for approximately 10 miles to the collision site. We also believe that Eugene Manns Jr. was operating a 2020 Ford Transit 350 van on State Route 70 westbound also on November 14, 2023. Mr. Manns at the time was employed with the Veterans Administration and was driving a veteran to Columbus for the veteran scheduled hospital trip. We believe the evidence will show that Brandon Markle on November 14, 2023 was operating a 2014 Volvo semi-truck transporting animal byproducts. His semi was equipped with forward-facing video camera. The video will show that at the time he was rear-ended, that traffic was moving, albeit slower, at the time of that collision. We believe the evidence will show that closer to Columbus in the westbound side of the roadway near milepost 117, Ohio State Highway Patrol Trooper Sean Grimm and Ohio State Highway Patrol Trooper Jody Sawyer were completing their work on a vehicular accident near milepost 117, with all vehicles having been cleared from the roadway. We believe the evidence will show that at 8:45 a.m., that both the Tusky Valley Van Hool bus van, followed by Mary Kensley's 2015 silver Nissan Murano, were all in the right lane traveling behind the 2006 Toyota Highlander operated by Robert Wolverton. In the front of Robert Wolverton's 2006 Highlander was a 2014 Volvo operated by Brandon Markle. And Your Honor, if I can show what the court will see here is I'm referencing a reconstruction that was done by Trevor Jasper in this particular case. What the court will see is that pre-collision, I'm looking at figure A here, and this would be the defendant's 2019 semi-Freightliner. In front of it immediately was the 2015 silver Murano, which had the 3 chaperones in it. In front of that would be the Van Hool school bus, the 2009 Van Hool bus. In front of that would be Mr. Wolverton's Toyota Highlander, 2006. In front of this would be the 2014 semi that was being operated by Mr. Markle. They were all in the right lane. At the time that this was going on, there were other vehicles behind them, but more important to this, the weather conditions. They're heading west. The sun is to their back in this particular case. We believe the evidence will show that there was no ice on the roadway, no inclement weather to the roadway, no fog, no other distractions that were out there. And the court will see from a series of videos, one from the lead vehicle, another from 2 trailing semis, that the roadway prior to this impact was pretty open, pretty clear, no heavy traffic congestion. About a mile ahead of this, and off of the road and now cleared at this point of any vehicular traffic, is the accident where Trooper Grimm and Trooper Sawyers had cleared the roadway, and they were completing their work there. We also believe that of note here is that the defendant's position in this truck would place him at an elevated position, which would cause him little difficulty to see over the vehicles that were in front of him. We believe the evidence therefore will show on November 14, 2023 at approximately 8:48 a.m. in the westbound lane of Interstate 70, approximately 0.2 of a mile west of milepost 119 in Licking County, Ohio, that the 2014 Volvo tractor trailer operated by Brandon Markle was traveling in the right lane, followed by the Highlander operated by Robert Wolverton, followed by the Van Hool operated by Donald Wagner, containing the members of the Tusky Valley High School Band, and followed by the 2015 Nissan Murano operated by Mr. Kinnett. We believe the evidence will show that 2 other semis were traveling behind, one in the fast lane, one in the slow lane, but at the time initially, both in the slow lane, both had forward-facing video cameras that recorded activity. We believe also that the evidence will show that Sam Dowie was operating his truck immediately behind the defendant's 2019 Freightliner. He would be the first semi following. We believe the evidence will show that the speed limit for this truck was set and governed at 65 miles an hour, and that he was traveling at this speed. We believe the evidence will show that his dash cam captured the defendant's conduct 1 minute prior to the collision, series of collisions, and also immediately after the series of collisions. I believe the evidence will show that all of these vehicles, other than the defendant, were in the process of slowing down in reaction to the pace of traffic, which is something the defendant would be aware of and indicated he was aware of in his statements to the Ohio State Highway Patrol by virtue of the fact that you're coming into the Columbus area. I believe the evidence will show that at this time that the defendant was looking short. We believe the evidence will show that the defendant's ability to keep his semi in the lane of travel, which is important. You have a fog line to the right side of him, and you have the dash or zipper line immediately to his left. And for a period of about a mile plus, the defendant has no difficulty keeping his semi in the middle of that lane. I believe the evidence will show that at this time, the defendant started receiving a significant amount of cell phone data. But before that, after this, just prior to this menu that you see up here, Mr. Markle was, Mr. Mann, I'm sorry, was driving a veteran. He saw the traffic slowing down and he moved over to the fast lane. About 8+ seconds afterwards, the defendant, having nothing in front of him, drove into and over the Nissan Murano, immediately killing all 3 occupants in the Nissan Murano. It didn't stop there. The speed that he was going was over 72 miles an hour, probably 74. There's no showing that what his ELD was showing a minute earlier at 74.7 miles an hour would be incorrect. The fact that he doesn't have adaptive cruise control would show that this defendant was manually operating the fuel pedal. We believe at the time he was looking at his cell phone. We believe the evidence will show that looking short is something that is typical, and the court will see evidence from the state's experts, witnesses in this particular case, that when someone is looking at a cell phone, they only have time to look up partially and watch traffic. We believe the circumstances of this collision, because he didn't stop then either. He kept on going into the Van Hool bus. He would kill 3 people in the Van Hool bus, the force of that collision. The bus driver in this particular case was able to make a hard right cut of his wheel, which is the only reason why Mr. Wolverton, who suffered serious injuries, multiple surgeries, is alive. The force or the result of the collision, as the court will see, and I'm looking at number D here, would push off the Toyota Highlander into the fast lane and spin it out. The Van Hool bus still would go into the 2014 semi with such force that it would push in the entire rear right side of the trailer and push that tractor trailer off of the roadway. These multiple impacts would ignite a fatal fire on the bus that would consume the defendant's Freightliner. He would make it out of his vehicle. One of the things that the court will see are some pictures taken immediately after the defendant got out of his vehicle. One of which shows the defendant with both hands in the air, looking back at his semi that was taken by Mr. Manns, who was in the 2024 Transit vehicle. There's a lot of heroes this day. He was one of them. He grabbed his fire extinguisher. He put out the fire, or what looked to be a start of fire. around the Toyota Highlander. He also sprayed part of the back of the semi. He also, with Trooper Sean Grimm, would pull Mr. Wolverton out of the vehicle. I believe the evidence will also show that Josh Chico was coming the opposite way. As a semi driver, he would stop his vehicle, he would run across, he would help pull students off the bus. Some of them would have died, but for what he did. Your Honor, the defendant is charged with 26 counts. We believe with the stipulations that there's no disputes with counts 16 to 26. That there is a dispute as to counts 1 through 6 and 7 through 15 as to whether or not the defendant's conduct was negligent or reckless. We believe that after the court considers carefully all the evidence in this particular case, listens to all the witnesses in the case, has the opportunity to hear from the expert witnesses in this case, that on Tuesday, November 23rd, 2023, the defendant was speeding. The defendant wasn't watching the roadway. The defendant was pulling a 50-foot trailer in a semi with over 24,000 pounds of batteries. And that his inattention for a period of over 800 feet caused the death of 6 people, caused serious physical injuries, and caused physical injuries to other individuals that were on the bus, including the bus driver in this particular case, who after the collision into the 2014 semi, he had injured his left leg. He had to hop and hobble his way off the bus, and he would end up having that leg amputated because of this. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Mr. Bridges? Your Honor, the evidence through video testimony and various exhibits in this case will demonstrate that on November 24th, 2023, that Jacob McDonald was operating his Freightliner in a reasonable manner as any other truck driver on the road today would be. We have the court will see video evidence from ODOT truck traveling in the right-hand lane at a reasonable speed, other cars passing him during the course of that travel. The video evidence will demonstrate, particularly of the Freightliner that was directly behind Jacob McDonald at the time of the accident, will demonstrate that he was continuing to flow with traffic. There's a key piece here that's being left out. It was left out of that exhibit you just saw. It's very important. It's the white van. We'll be able to demonstrate to you through that Jacob McDonald was continuing with the flow of traffic. Now, both sides have experts that will be testifying here today. The state's claim of the on-off, I believe that it's called, is completely made up. That's one promise that I will make to you in the course of this trial. They will never be able to prove that. You'll learn through the experts and through the evidence that's going to be submitted, it's literally on it, that AT&T doesn't tell you what user activity is. They tell you only volume of data, the session interface. They can't tell you what it was at all. Their expert can't tell you, Sergeant Jasper can't tell you, AT&T can't tell you, nobody can tell you what that data meant. So the claim of on and off is a made-up phenomenon. Jacob McDonald was operating that vehicle, that semi-truck, with a load of approximately 26,000 pounds. I believe the semi is about 20,000 pounds as well. Flowing with traffic, and the key point here that's being left out that was omitted from the NTSB report, that's in all the police reports, is there was a sudden stopping event. We know that. We'll have kids on the bus that'll come here today that'll testify, not today, but later on this week, that will come and testify that the bus broke hard. There was a hard braking event from the bus. Then there was the impact from the rear. That's what that figure doesn't show you. That's what the NTSB and Sergeant Jasper left out of the report. They never mentioned the white van either. There's a lot of omitted here. A key piece that you'll learn was the average speed of Jacob McDonald in the course of that travel of 35 miles, as plotted by Sergeant Jasper in his report. He never gave you the average speed. Jacob McDonald's average speed was 68.4 miles an hour, and that's leaving out the last data point. Your Honor, this case should have never been brought in felony court, and I look forward to proving that to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Murphy, your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State of call, Bryn Goodell. Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
Hey, first approach of the case. I am so sorry about all your ears that are gonna die. I'm so sorry. I think we all gonna be very, very angry at this trial. So hang on 1 second. First sidebar. I need to try to do something. Bear me a second. We can catch up on this anyway. So there you go. Okay. Right. I can go back. We are about 4 hours behind, but I can play this a little bit speedy. I need to be more careful because sidebars are gonna be, oh man, they don't have it. Okay. Now I was trying to see if they have one with closed captions. I might find another feeding on. I do have 3 other feeds as well anyway with for this trial. I'm gonna try to see if there's one with captions on. Oh, that one doesn't have captions either. I don't know why I got really used to captions, so I'm trying to see if I can find one with captions. 1 second. You don't have captions. That's the one that we're using right now. Okay, we might have to survive without captions, which is okay. We can make this. I am still keeping an eye on our trial. There's nothing new. There's nothing, but I'm gonna put 1.25 so we can speed up a little bit better. So and we can skip sidebars. So, let me add this back here. There we go. And skip the first sidebar.
Sure, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear testimony about this case, now the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, something else.
Yes.
Have a seat. Say your full name, spell your last name, please, for the record.
Bryn Goedel, Goedel.
You name for it?
Good morning, Bryn. Can you introduce yourself to the judge, please?
Yes. My name is Bryn Goedel, and I am a senior at Cincinnati High School.
Okay. And back in November of 2023, what grade were you in?
I was a junior in high school.
Okay. And were you part of the band?
Yes.
How long have you been part of the band?
Since 5th grade, so I was about 10 years old.
Okay. What instruments do you play?
Just the clarinet.
Okay. And do you recall why you were going to the Greater Columbus Center on November 14, 2023?
Yes, I was going to the Columbus Convention Center, and we were going there to play music for the meeting that was going on there.
Okay. Was this any kind of honor or any kind of service work done?
Yes, so what I understand is we were going there to play just our marching band music that we were playing throughout the year, and there was only like one school there, one band that got to play. So it was quite an honor to be there.
Okay. Were you expecting to go on something other than a yellow school bus?
Yes, we were on a motor coach.
Okay. If I asked you if it was a 2009 Van Hool motor coach, does that sound about right?
Yes.
Okay. And about how many people do you think went from the van?
I'm not entirely sure, but what I recall is about 54.
Okay. And was the school or the bus, Van Hool bus, also carrying your instruments, or how are your instruments getting there?
Most of them were underneath in the storage compartments, but some of the smaller instruments like the flutes and clarinets, we got to hold on the bus and put them in the overhead bins.
Okay. And so that I understand, was there any seating, or was seating set up, or just wherever you wanted to sit?
Yes, wherever you wanted to sit, you could sit there.
Okay. Any chaperones going?
Yes.
Okay. Who were the chaperones, if you know?
Kim Charton,
Okay.
Mr. Tripp,
Okay.
he's the assistant band director. And that's it.
Okay. Were you aware of a vehicle that was going to follow behind?
Yes, the vehicle had 3 chaperones.
Okay. And was, in terms of the loading of time and everything else, about what time do you think the bus was loading, ready to go?
I would say 7 in the morning.
Okay. And what were you all discussing on the bus?
Before we left,
Yes.
we were just discussing how excited we were to be playing all of our marching band songs that we learned.
Okay. And prior to going on this trip, did you have any health issues?
No.
Okay. And so when the bus left, did you know who the bus driver was, or who was driving the bus, or did the bus driver introduce himself or anything like that?
No, I did not know him.
Okay. Were there any safety instructions that were provided?
No.
Okay. Anything that the bus had, restroom or anything like that?
Yes, I saw a restroom, I think in the back left corner.
Any restrictions to use of the restroom that you're aware of during the operation of the bus?
No.
Okay. Anything unusual about the bus ride, prior to getting on 70?
No.
Okay. Anyone taking any pictures?
Yes.
Okay. Richie, can I switch up on you? I gotta turn off the Do you know any of these folks?
Yes.
Who's in this picture?
So the person taking the picture is Samantha Bosler, and the boy on the left is Luke McCoy, and the one on the right, like looking at him, is Mason Tidrick.
Okay, and does this picture, State Exhibit 15A, truly and accurately depict
Yes.
what it looked like on the bus? Kind of seats? Looks like this is looking back toward the back of the bus. Does that appear accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you what's been marked, 15B. Looks like the same type of picture, but at a different angle.
Yes.
Who are we seeing here?
So we are seeing the one closest to Samantha is Riley Ramey,
Okay.
and the one sitting beside Riley Ramey is Astor Blackwell.
At any point in time, did you decide to use the bathroom?
Yes.
Okay, about when would that have been?
I'm not sure the time, but if I had to, it would have been about 8:15, I would say.
Okay, were you getting close to Columbus or anything?
Yes, we were close.
Okay, but you don't remember the exact time? Okay. And how do you get to the bathroom?
I got out of my seat, which I was sitting on the window side. So the boy that I was sitting with, Cam McCoy, he had to get out of the seat. He let me out, and then he sat back down. And then I started going back to the restroom.
Okay. I think you previously said prior to this time, was there any abnormal braking or maneuvering by the bus?
No.
Okay. At the time that you were walking back toward the bathroom, was there any abnormal attempts by the bus or braking by the bus or anything of that nature?
Yes, so I stepped out of the seat, and the bus had slowed down.
Okay. And was it unusual?
Yes, because we were on the highway, so
Okay.
it was unusual, yes.
Okay. And so did it cause you to lose your balance or anything, or?
Yes, I had squatted down in the seat. My arms were on the handlebars of the seat, and I had squatted down on my bottom with my knees up.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you exit that position and start walking back to the restroom?
Yes.
Okay. Safe to say that you're on the bus, that you don't know what's happening outside the bus in terms of traffic flow?
Yes, I did. After I got up from that position, I looked to the front,
Okay.
and I saw out the window that there was traffic.
Okay. Is that unusual traffic in front of Columbus?
No.
Okay. At any point in time, did you see Caitlin Owens?
Yes.
And where did you encounter her?
Towards the back, and I saw her on the right side of the bus.
Okay. Did you have any interaction with her?
Yes.
What kind of interaction?
I told her that I had to use the restroom because we have like an inside joke about that.
What's the inside joke?
That her nickname was Tinkle because she always had to go pee. So I just laughed with her about that.
Okay. Did you try to open the bathroom door?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to open the bathroom door?
No,
Okay. Any particular reason why?
I don't know.
Okay. When you tried to open the bathroom door, what happened next?
I don't remember everything. I don't remember until I woke up.
Okay. So you lost consciousness?
Yes.
Okay. And when you woke up, describe what you were seeing, experiencing.
My ears were ringing very, very loudly. I could not hear. I also, there was black, it was pitch black. I could not see a thing, but I heard people yelling.
Okay. Where was your body physically at that time?
My head was towards the front of the bus, and I was in the middle of the aisle on my
Okay.
back.
Did you recognize anyone around you?
No,
Okay. How did you get up?
I did not get up at all. Someone had to drag me off the bus.
Okay. Do you know who dragged you off the bus?
Yes,
Okay. Who dragged?
Josh Chica, which I did not know at the time, but now I do.
Okay. Was he part of the chaperone group or?
No.
At any point in time, did you see J.D. Worrell at your feet?
Yes,
And what did he look like?
he did not look awake, but I did see blood on his forehead.
At any point in time, did Ms. Charton try to help you?
Yes,
Was that before Mr. Chica?
yes.
Okay. What did she try to do to help you?
She tried to go underneath my armpits with her arms and drag me off, but she couldn't.
When you got off the bus, and I guess before that, you said you didn't know Josh Chica at the time. Do you recall what he was wearing?
For sure.
Yes. I'd let this go for a little while. She's my child, but I'd like to object. We've admitted to injury, we've admitted to death, we've admitted that the vehicle was the causation of this.
I haven't received the stipulations yet.
Yeah, I'm objecting to relevance with regards to Mr. McDonald's driving of the semi-truck, whether he was negligent or reckless. This testimony after the fact.
Response?
Well, the one is that we haven't put the stipulations before the court. That's one. But there's an issue as to the bus braking that was brought up, which is two. What happened with the kids on the bus is apparently important since the defense has also subpoenaed people that were on the bus. So we are going to offer testimony as to the braking efforts on the bus and who was on the bus. I believe that they are relevant.
Objections overruled. Good.
Thank you. You're going to ask me to repeat the question now, aren't you?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good question.
Okay. Do you know what Mr. Chica was wearing at the time?
Yes, I don't fully remember what color shirt, black or blue, but he did have glasses on.
In terms of when you got off the bus, did anyone pull you further away from the bus?
Yes. So Josh Chica, he kind of like put me down the stairs, and then would you like me to name names?
If you know.
So Luke McCoy, Jaden Copen, and Miss Mary Gensley, they had pulled me farther away from the bus.
Okay. Did you require any medical care?
Yes.
What kind of medical care?
I don't know if it was, I think it was EMS. They came over and asked me what like state I was in, and I just told them I could not feel anything from the waist down.
Okay. Were you taking them out Parmalee?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of injuries did you have?
I had a severe concussion. I also had burns to the right and left side of my face. I had a very large burn on my left upper arm on the back side. I had 9 rib fractures. I also had a bladder laceration and multiple pelvic fractures. And lastly, my sacrum had split and went up on my spinal cord, which led to me not feeling my legs.
Okay. Do you recall how long, when you said you felt the bus was breaking, to the time that you were back at the bathroom trying to get in? What kind of time period we're talking about?
I would say a minute and a half at most.
Okay, so it's pretty.
It happened very fast.
Okay. Was there any other sharp braking that you noticed between the time period of when you got back up and the time period you started walking back to the bus?
No.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination? I have no questions. Thank you. No? No questions. Thank you. Okay, step down. Your next witness.
Thank you. You're on the state call, Mary Gensley.
Here's your right. You solemnly swear testimony you're about to give in this case now being heard, the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. May proceed. You state your full name and spell your last name, please, for the record.
Okay. Mary Gensley, Gensley.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Evening, Court.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you introduce yourself to the judge?
Hi, I'm Mary Gensley. I'm a high school band director.
And how long have you been a high school band director?
For Tusky Valley, 38 years.
Okay. And were you employed on the 14th of November 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Why was the band going to the Columbus Convention Center on that particular day?
We were going to perform for the Ohio School Boards convention that they were having in Columbus. And one of our board members had recently been voted in as the president of that organization. And she asked me if the marching band would come down and perform and be the entertainment for the convention.
Okay. And I'm assuming you said yes?
Of course.
In terms, so this is an honor?
Oh, definitely.
Okay. Any particular way that was discussed how the band would get there?
At first, I thought we would be taking school buses, but then the school decided that they were going to have a coach for us to take us down.
Okay. And you did in fact take coach on November 14, 2023?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Were there enough seats on the coach?
Not for all the students, the directors, and chaperones.
Okay. In terms of students on the bus, approximately how many were there?
About 54 to 55.
Okay. And how many chaperones?
There were 3 directors, and then I think we had, I know for sure, 3 chaperones.
Okay. In terms of sitting, where were you sitting on the bus?
I was in the very front on the right-hand side, and I was sitting in the aisle seat.
Okay. And who was sitting next to you?
Kim Charton.
And what's Kim's function with the band?
She's a volunteer, and she's been with the band and volunteering ever since her daughter graduated from high school. She likes to do that.
Was Mr. Tripp on the bus?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And what's Mr. Tripp's relationship with the band?
He is the assistant high school band director and the middle school director at the school.
Okay. And do you know David Gannett at the time?
David, yes,
And
yes.
What was his relationship to the band?
Okay, David was, or Dave, he was our announcer, our band announcer.
Kristen Gaynor
A parent of one of our students and a chaperone.
and Shannon Wakefield.
A parent of one of our students and also a chaperone.
Did they ride on the bus?
They weren't able to because there weren't enough seats.
Okay. Did you lend them keys to your personal vehicle?
Yes, I gave my car. Dave didn't want to drive either one of his vehicles. He didn't think either one of them was good enough to drive down. And I told him I had just gotten my car detailed and it had just been serviced. And he was more than welcome to take my car and drive.
Okay. Now to the silver 2015 Nissan Murano?
That's correct.
Okay. And prior to leaving, did the bus driver have a pre-trip safety
No,
breakdown of any kind?
no, he did not.
Okay. Were there any assigned seats on the bus?
No, we have a specific order though. And I've given my students, as they get older, they get more privileges. So the seniors always get to load the bus first. And so it went seniors and then the juniors and then the sophomores and then the freshmen.
Okay, so the folks that would have been primarily in the back of the bus would have been who?
The older students are seniors because most of the time that's where they like to ride. And so they get first choice.
Was there any discussion about which route to take with the bus driver?
As we were going through Schurr, I kind of asked him because I have a daughter that lives down here in the Columbus area. And I always travel like 77 to 36 to 161. And I like that route. And so I asked him, had he decided which route we were going. And he said, yeah, he figured that we would go 77 to 70. And then I explained to him that the route that I normally would go. And he said, well, I think we're going to be able to get there faster if we take the 77 to 70. And I said, okay, well, you're the driver. It's your decision.
Okay. Is that the route that was taken?
It is.
Okay. In terms of any abnormal driving by the bus driver, did you notice any?
Not really. I thought he was driving just perfectly fine.
No speeding?
Not that I was aware of.
No fast cuts in and out of traffic?
No, none at all.
No sudden braking?
No, not really.
Okay. Was there any time where the bus driver had to brake more than just tap the brakes?
There might have been just one time that might have been a little bit more of a, than a gradual, but nothing out of the ordinary, I don't feel.
So you left at about what time do you think?
It was really close to, I think, 6:50 going on 7,
Okay.
and that's the time I wanted to leave.
Okay, why is that?
Because I knew it would take us about 2 hours to get there.
Okay.
And I wanted to get there, arrive around 9 or a little after, because we had to unload. We had to go in, find our room. We had to also get our instruments out, warm up and tune. And then our practice session was scheduled for around 10:30. And I wanted to make sure we had plenty of time to get all that done.
At any point in time, did you fall asleep on the bus?
No, no.
Prior to the collision that occurred here, did you look up at any point in time?
Oh yeah, I always scan and watch, us. I'm never looking down all the time, no.
Okay. Prior to the collision, did any of the actions of the bus driver cause you to look forward?
To look forward?
Yes.
No.
To see brake lights of any traffic or anything slowing down?
Okay, when we were about just slightly past the sign that says 20 miles from Columbus,
Okay.
I noticed that when I looked up, I saw especially to the left in the turning lane that there were red lights, the tail lights. And then I scanned to the right and looked in front of us and I saw more red lights. And my last thought in my mind was, oh, great, there's either an accident or there is construction up ahead. Are we going to be late? Is
Okay.
this going to cause us to be late?
But nothing in that action caused you to believe that there was going to be a collision of any kind?
Oh, definitely not. I mean, as soon as I saw the red lights, I noticed our coach driver started to slow down. I think we noticed about the same time.
Did he have any trouble bringing his Van Holt bus to stop without hitting anyone?
I do not remember coming to a stop. I remember slowing down.
Okay. So there was no stop?
I don't remember any stop.
So if it was suggested by someone that there was a stopping of traffic, that's not what your recollection would be?
That is not what my recollection of it was.
Okay. There was a collision with the bus.
Yes.
What was your first understanding that a collision had occurred?
Well, it was right after he started to slow down. And I had already seen like the lights up ahead. And it was, there was a distance up ahead. It wasn't like real close to us. It was a distance up. Then I felt this slam and it felt like it came from the back. And then I blacked out. And I felt like, I think there might've been a second one, if I remember, a second slam into somewhere. I just don't remember where it came from. It kind of felt maybe it could have been from the back. But I totally blacked out. That's how hard we were hit. And I was all the way up in the front.
When you came to, what was going on?
My mind was I was in a fog and I was trying to figure out what had just happened. And I wasn't totally like aware yet. And I looked over across the bus driver where he was seated. And all of a sudden the corner of the bus started caving in and coming apart. And I was trying to figure out what is going on. I mean, like, it was like, I don't know. I just couldn't figure out why that was happening. And then I kind of like looked to the front. And when I looked to the front, after a few seconds, then the windshield just caved in. And my mind is still trying to figure out what is going on. And so I was just like I felt I was in a daze and seeing this stuff happening and trying to figure out what had just happened. And so then I started hearing the kids on the bus, commotion on the bus. And so I think I stood up and turned around in the aisle and I saw this white haze in the bus. And I started going, guys, what's the white haze in the bus? What's going on? What's the white haze in the bus? And then Cam McCoy, because I recognized his voice, said, the bus is on fire. The bus is on fire. And when he said that, I snapped out of it. Whatever I was in, it just like, that's what got me out of the days I was in. So I immediately said, get off the bus right now. Get off the bus. I said, leave your stuff, get off the bus. And I stepped back into my seated area to let the kids off first. And they started coming off the bus and I kept repeating, get off the bus now. And I said, leave your stuff, because sometimes kids will want to pick up their stuff and go with them. I said, don't, just get off the bus. And they were really great. They started getting off the bus right away.
How did the bus door get open?
I remember right when the first student went down, and I don't even remember who the first student was. When they went down to where the door, it seemed like it was slightly ajar, like not quite closed all the way, but just a little bit. And I think they pried it open with their hand and they were able to open it up. And then they started all getting off the bus as quickly as they could.
What'd you do when you got off the bus?
Well, I felt that the kids were too close to the coach. And so I kept telling them, get up farther. And I kept waving them on and I go, keep running. And then I got them off to a distance where I thought it was safe enough that if the bus was going to blow up or something like that, they would be out of that area.
Okay. When you got off the bus, did you notice what had hit the bus?
No, I still didn't know what had happened, to be honest with you.
Okay. Did you see your vehicle, your 2015 Nissan Murano?
No, and right at the moment, it was just getting the kids off, getting up to safety. And the thing I think that I was thinking was, I thought all the kids were off the bus. I thought everyone had gotten off, because when the last kid went off, I figured, okay, it's okay for me to get off the bus. The thought had not even occurred to me yet that there were still kids on the bus.
Okay. At some point in time, did you have the kids line up in sections if they left?
Yes, I did. I had them get in sections, because that was for me the quickest way to figure out who was missing.
Okay.
Yes.
And who was missing?
One of the clarinets, which was Caitlin, and then two of my percussionists, Wyatt and JD.
At any point in time, did you try to figure out what happened to your Murano?
Okay, yes, I did. After I called 911 and the first responders were there, and after I knew that the kids, we had an accurate count of who was there, then I started thinking, where's Dave and Christy and Shannon? And I was like, I know they were following us, and maybe they got farther behind us. So I started with Dave's number first and tried calling him, and he didn't respond. And then I tried, I think, Shannon's number next. I'm not sure exactly which one, but I tried all three, couldn't get a hold of them. And then their kids were saying, Gens, I can't get a hold of my mom. And I said, I know, I can't either. I've been trying. And they said, what should we do? And I said, just keep trying to get a hold of them. That's, you just need to keep trying to get a hold of them, because I'm not sure where they are.
At some point that changed.
Yes.
You suffered some injuries.
I just, nothing major. I think I had severe whiplash, which is still bothering me. And then I just had a bruise and my ankle was hurting, but nothing major.
Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Point. You testified just a moment ago that you felt 2 impacts from the rear.
Yeah, I felt an initial really heart attack, and then I felt another one. It wasn't as severe as the first one, but I don't know exactly where I felt it came from.
And you were sitting next to Kim Charlton?
That's right.
She's the other, she's a volunteer, right?
Yes.
Okay, an adult, right? She's not one of the band members.
What was that?
She's an adult, correct?
Yeah, she's an adult, yes.
Okay. So you were in a position to observe probably things that she would as well.
Probably, since we were both sitting there.
Did you observe the bus driver taking phone calls during the first step?
I think I heard him, I thought he was actually talking to us at one time. And then I looked over and I think he was talking on his phone.
Thank you. No further questions.
Redirect.
Thank you. Did he have the physical phone in his hand?
No.
How was he talking on the phone then?
I think he had an earbud in his ear and he was talking with an earbud.
Okay, it's like with a headset.
Yes.
You didn't see him manipulating the phone to dial any numbers or anything like that?
I did not see that.
You didn't see him play any video games or watch any movies or anything like that?
No, he was not doing that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Brother.
We cross.
Never cross, Rob.
Thank you, man. You may step down. Your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Kim Charlton. Please stand.
You're so testimony that you're about to give this case, now being heard, is true, told truth, I'm sure something got. You see. You said your full name is fair last name, please, correct.
Kimberly S. Charton, Charton.
Thank you.
You may go.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Well, glad you started this.
I want to go back to November 14th, 2023. Did you have any official responsibilities with Tusky Valley?
I am a 20-year volunteer in high school.
Okay. Play an instrument?
I played clarinet when I was in high school. I still do.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you to any or anything like that. But did you teach clarinet to any of the band members, or?
Yeah, I help however I can help in the band. So what I do help out, especially clarinet.
Okay. Were you heading to Columbus on that particular day with the band?
Yes, I was.
And why?
To go to see Sally Green be installed as the school board president of the Ohio State School Board.
Okay. Was the band going to play?
Yes, the band was going to play.
Is that an honor?
It was a very big honor that day, yes.
And where were you on this bus? Where were you sitting?
I was on the passenger side, the front seat, against the window.
Okay. Anyone next to you?
Ms.
Or
Gensley, the manager, was beside me.
okay. And how long have you known Ms. Gensley?
Well, my daughter graduated in 2005, so 8 years before that. This is probably when I first met Ms. Gensley.
Okay. What position did she have?
Ms. Gensley's the head band director.
Okay. And in terms of how many of the folks on the bus were in the band?
Well, there were 54 on the bus and 3 of us were adults, so 51.
Okay. And the third adult on the bus besides the driver would have been who?
Well, I guess there were 4 on the bus, then counting the driver. Mr. Tripp, the assistant band director.
Okay. And I'm assuming you know him as well?
Yes.
So you were sitting in the front of the bus on the passenger side, you said?
Yes.
Okay. And about what time did the bus leave Tusky?
I honestly do not remember that detail.
Okay. Was it early or late in the morning?
It was early morning.
Okay. Were you there when the bus was loaded up?
Yes.
Okay. And who loaded the bus up?
We load up by class order, so seniors get on the bus first, juniors, sophomores, freshmen.
Okay. And how do the instruments get to where they're at?
But instruments were loaded beforehand underneath the bus, unless it was a small one. Clarinets and flutes went on the bus in storage there.
Okay. The trip itself, what roads did the bus take, if you know?
We got on 77 and headed south. So I don't know if that takes us to 70 then. I don't know. That wasn't in detail. That's important to me.
Okay. Was there any conversation before leaving what the roads the bus was going to take were?
The bus driver asked us if we should take a smaller road, and Ms. Gens and I both told him to just head to 77.
Okay. I'm assuming you're familiar with 77?
Mhm.
Are you also familiar with 70?
Somewhat.
Okay. And I'm assuming you probably have taken that once before, a couple times before,
Mhm.
into Columbus.
Not since.
Okay, I understand that. What kind of road is that?
It's a interstate, so major highway, probably 70-mile-an-hour speed limit.
In terms of traffic congestion on that roadway?
It was not heavy traffic.
And so at some point in time, was there an incident with the bus braking or stopping before a secondary collision?
Yes.
Okay. How far into the ride do you think that occurred?
We were almost to our destination. We were about 15 minutes out from the convention center, so.
Okay. Talk to us about the braking prior to that time period. Was there any erratic braking by the bus driver prior to that?
No.
Was there any unusual braking?
No.
Of any kind before that? Did the bus driver appear to be speeding at any point in time to you?
No.
Any unusual moving from one lane to another or unusual driving by the bus driver?
No.
Okay. And then talk to us about the braking incident before the collision. How would you describe that braking?
I was not facing forward. I was looking at my phone. We were trying to determine where we were because we were supposed to call when we were about 15 minutes away from our destination. So I was talking to Ms. Gensley, I'm looking at my phone, and all of a sudden we were braking pretty hard.
Okay. When you say braking pretty hard,
Probably about all he had.
okay, so you think he was fully braking?
I do,
Okay, and do you know why?
because the traffic has stopped for a wreck in front of us.
Okay, so you believe the traffic had stopped at that point?
I do.
Okay. And had you seen the vehicles that were in front of you at this point in time?
The only vehicle I saw when we had stopped completely, was a white tractor trailer in front of us. That's all I saw.
Okay. Did you see a red SUV?
I did not.
Okay. And at what point in time was there a collision with the bus?
We had stopped. I had enough time to breathe. I heard a horrible bang behind us, and then we were flung forward.
Okay. How would you describe that impact?
It was pretty violent. Like, I was in the front row, there was a metal bar. I hope that's a padded bar at this point in time, but I hit that and flung back in our seats. I realized, I didn't know our seats reclined. When I looked back, all the seats had been reclined at that point from the impact. It was, do you want me to describe what I saw after it hit, or?
I just asked you about the.
That's fine.
At that point in time, was there an effort to get off the bus?
Ms. Gensley stood up and told them we needed to get off the bus.
Okay. Do you know how the bus door was open?
I do not know, but it was open.
Did you have the opportunity to see the bus driver after that impact, that collision?
Yes, because
And what condition was the bus driver?
both of his feet were bloodied.
Okay. So he had appeared to have sustained some injuries to you.
The front part of the bus had been pushed back into him, yes.
Okay. And did you see how or why the front part of the bus was pushed back into him?
We were pushed into the tractor trailer in front of us.
Okay. And how would you characterize that collision into the tractor trailer in front of you?
It appeared slow motion at the time. We were pushed a long way down the road, and it just slowly folded in on the driver, and then the front windows collapsed.
So the bus driver wasn't very close to the tractor trailer in front of him?
When we stopped?
Yes.
No, we were pushed into it.
Okay. And you think that was a pretty big distance?
When we stopped, between the tractor trailer in front of us from when we stopped?
Yes.
Probably about a car and a half length, maybe two.
Okay. What did you do when you got off the bus?
Mr. Tripp, after we got all the kids off that could walk off, I turned back and Mr. Tripp told me, we still have kids strapped on the bus and it's bad. I don't know why, but I took my coat and my purse and set it outside the bus, came back on, and by then Mr. Tripp had Bryn Kettle, who just testified. She was laying on the floor. I went back to try to get her off the bus because she couldn't walk.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Morning.
Good morning.
So you were seated next to Ms. Gensley in the bus, right? You're next to the window.
Yes.
Okay. And then after the accident occurred, you were outside the bus. At some point in time, you spoke to the highway patrol.
Briefly.
Okay. You gave him a statement though.
The highway patrol, I did not give a statement to at the bus.
Did Trooper Keaton ever speak to you?
That name's familiar, but not, he might have been at the NTSB
Okay.
interview.
Do you remember talking to an officer after the accident?
I had an officer ask me for a bus list of passengers.
Did you describe to him the accident
No,
itself?
no.
So it's your testimony here today that you never talked to a Trooper Keaton at all to describe the event?
If Officer Keaton was the one that was at my interview with the NTSB, then yes.
Okay. And you told Trooper Keaton that you've been volunteering for the school band for about 20 years, right? Okay. And I think you described the bus driver taking approximately 4 phone calls, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You described that as hands-free.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you told the trooper that you felt that the bus driver was following too close to the traffic ahead of him.
I did.
Okay. You also stated that when the crash occurred, you were looking at your phone at the time, right?
Right.
Okay. And the bus stopped quickly.
Yes.
Okay. And you described it as fast braking and aggressive braking.
Yes.
Okay. Like it needed to stop now, I think, for your exact words.
Yes.
Okay. You didn't hear any tire squealing.
I did not.
And you explained to the trooper that the difference between the hard braking or the aggressive braking in your description of the bus and the impact was mere seconds.
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
Redirect.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mayor. You may step down. Your next one.
Stephen Tripp.
So I'm sort of testimony that in this case, I'm being heard as a true up and a true self you got. Yes. See? State your full names, your last name, and record, sir.
My name's Stephen Tripp.
What's your last name?
TRIPP.
Thanks, sir.
You may inquire.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Sir, I want to go back to Tuesday, November 14th, 2023. What was your function or what was your relationship with Tusky Valley School?
So I'm 5 through 8 band director, and I assist with the high school band. So I'm there in rehearsals every day, full group sectionals, just at all the events.
Okay, and how long have you been with Tusky Valley? And
This is year 8.
Okay.
Tusky Valley.
so you're the assistant band director for the high school band, and you're the band director for 5 through 8. Okay. What instruments, if any, do you play?
I'm a trumpet and guitar guy.
It's okay. Something wrong with that. Do you know where the band was going on Tuesday, November 23rd?
That's the Ohio School Board Association Conference in Columbus Convention Center.
Okay. And that was November 14th, 2023? Okay. And why was the band going there, sir?
We were the performance. My understanding is the big convocation. We'd be on the main stage there, just kind of entering music as people were filing in to the event.
Okay, so it's a pretty big honor?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the, how was the band supposed to get to Columbus from Tusky?
We were taking charter bus.
Okay.
Loading up that morning and driving straight down.
Okay, and how were the instruments loaded?
Underneath in the undercarriage of the bus.
Who did
Most
that?
of the instruments, the kids were helping just kind of set them in there, and then I don't remember if I was helping organize them. We had some of the smaller instruments like flutes, clarinets going on the bus, so it was a little easier to get to them. They wouldn't be shifting around as much.
Okay. And sir, did you actually ride on the bus?
I did.
About where on the bus did you ride?
I was 5 or 6 rows up on the driver's side from the back.
Okay. I show row 8, driver's side. Does that sound right?
I know we sat down and did the seating chart, but I don't remember exactly. It's been a while now. It was roughly in that area.
Okay. In terms of where people sat in the bus, was there any assigned order?
There was not.
Okay. So you could sit pretty much anywhere you wanted to?
Correct.
Okay. Bathroom on the bus?
Was in the back.
Okay.
I was the last one on, so there were 2 kids sitting by themselves. I had one sit with the other, because otherwise I'd be sitting by a student, there'd be a student sitting by themselves. So
Okay. Are you familiar, or was the route discussed that the bus was going to take to Columbus?
I wasn't really involved in the planning process, or just day of help. Because they're kind of to fix instruments, help make sure we had things where they need to be.
Okay. In terms of the bus itself, how was the bus driver reacting to the road conditions?
Most of the drive, I was working on my master's at the time, so I had a tablet, and I was my 2 chapters to do. I was trying to do 1 chapter on the way down, 1 chapter on the way back. So I don't remember any significant, nothing that really caused concern on the way down.
No hard braking?
Until the very when the traffic started slowing down there, right before the incident.
Okay, but before that, no hard braking?
Not that caught my attention.
No lane changes or anything like that?
Not that caught my attention.
Okay. You mentioned, at the time of the impact or the collision, talk to us about when you first realized that there was a collision and what events happened before that.
Just before we started slowing down, and I was sitting pretty close to the back, so I couldn't tell exactly what was going ahead of us. We did slow down enough that I picked my head up to kind of see what was going on. And I remember looking back down, and then we were hit from behind.
Okay, was the bus moving when you were hit from behind?
I don't know for sure if it was moving or completely stopped.
Okay. And was when the bus was hit from behind, what happened next?
We were getting pushed, so I wasn't sure if we were getting pushed or if we had gone off the road and I was bouncing around in my seat, kind of ended up in the seat next to me, just getting jostled around.
It was a pretty violent impact.
Yeah, it was pretty violent.
Okay. Was there a second impact?
It was like an impact and then like an immediate push. And again, I didn't know. I wasn't sure if it was some kind of chain reaction crash or if it was we'd gone off road. There's a lot of movement. Everybody was getting thrown around on the bus.
Okay. How did you get off the bus, sir?
Out the front door.
Okay. And what led to you getting off the bus? It was only right after the impact. There were decisions made, instructions given.
Right.
Walk us through that.
So right after the impact, everybody kind of jumped out of their seat to see what was going on. I told everybody to sit down so we could kind of assess the situation. I got up and turned around. And it just takes a second to process because nothing's where it should be. There's like big debris everywhere. There's instruments, there's codes. You know, it was cold out that day. Nobody had their codes on. They were all sitting in the seats. So everything was thrown around the bus. There was kind of like a haze. And it was hard to process right again. Just a lot of things that weren't where they were supposed to be.
Okay. Did anyone yell, get off the bus?
We did. So I walked back and I looked down and one of our students was in the middle of the aisleway, non-responsive. I remember reaching down and kind of tapping and saying, hey, buddy, can you hear me? No response. And about that time, one of the kids right beside me yelled fire. We could see the fire through the window and through the roof of the bus.
Okay. Do you know who that student was?
Yes.
Who was it?
That was Cam McCoy.
Okay. Did the students then start exiting the bus?
Yeah, it seemed like they were being held up in the front just a little bit. I don't know if they were gathering their things that they didn't realize how bad it was. And I was really focused on the back, just trying to. There were kids kind of trapped in the back corner. Some large debris kind of in the way there. We had some. The one JD was on the ground, not responsive, and then tangled up with him was Bren, who was responsive. And I said, "Bren, can you move?" She said, "I can't feel anything." And it was just part of the heavy. I don't know if it was part of the bathroom door or the ceiling or the above the bins that go above the seats. Something big and heavy. Trying to move that out of the way. Kids in the back saying he can't get out. We had some kids that were just kind of in shock, and I remember one kid I whacked him because he was just like sitting there and he had to move. Just trying to get out. Kids were climbing over seats. It's kind of helping them move over seats. Trying to move stuff out of the way because kids couldn't get out. They were just stuck in the back.
Were you able to get anyone off the bus?
I was able. So first I had kids who were in the back corner who were stuck. I was able to move the big things out of the way. So they were pulling over seats. I was kind of helping them. And then I started working on the middle aisle because there were other kids in the back right corner that I couldn't get to. There was no way to get back to them right away. So just moving debris. And then I kind of drug JD and Bryn out. I told Bryn to grab onto me and I kind of gave her like a bear hug and just pulled as hard as I could. And we got her partway up the bus. And I got JD most of the way up the bus. And then thankfully somebody, Josh Chica, came in and he started dragging the kids off the bus from the front there. And at some point, they just saw the window and like I could see the semi. So I think I pulled one of the kids close to the front and then ran out real quick, saw what was going on, ran back on. In the back corner, Tori Wilson, one of our students, was there. And she's trapped between seats, like in between seats, can't get out. So I'm kind of coaching her, having her pull herself up. I'm running to the back and kind of pulling on seats. The seats weren't moving very much. There wasn't enough she could get out. She kind of pulled herself out after I pulled the seats apart. And then Xander Tindrick was in the back corner. And he was totally pinned, couldn't get out. And I'm just cranking on the seats as hard as I can. And he's able to pull himself up and started kind of falling out the window. And there was one more student. Wyatt was in the back, Wyatt Mosley. And I'm just pulling on the seats and they won't move. And he's totally stuck. And at that point, you can see smoke and fire inside the cabin. So ran outside. Xander was still hanging out the window, so I went back and started pulling on his arm, just trying to rip him out of there. And something was hung up. We made some progress at first. He probably came out about a foot, and then he was just hung up. We couldn't get him, or I couldn't get him. I was thinking I needed to move, maybe pull in the other direction. Right then, there was an explosion. So something blew up right that second. I don't know if it was something from the SUV or something that fell off the semi-truck. That kind of caught me. It spun me back, and it felt like bad sunburn on my face afterwards. And Josh Sheik and one of the guys ran up and started lifting him out the window. So I ran back on the bus. As we went in, there was somebody, I think it was a police officer, who said, "Don't get back on there." And I just went on anyway. I yelled, "Is anybody still in here?" And I thought I heard something. I don't know if it's kid, they were still working on it out the window. And I pushed it about halfway back. I was just coughing. I couldn't see anything. I remember coming back off the bus. And I said, "I think we saw kids trapped in there." And I just remember two people just shrugging. That's kind of the image that stuck with me. Is there were some people standing by who, didn't jump in right then. Then we saw the patrol car pull up, and he had a fire extinguisher in the back. So we went back over. He kind of led the way, and Josh and I were behind him, just kind of pushing up. There was nothing left to do at that point.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
So you testified prior to the accident, you're working on a master's?
Correct.
Is that through an iPad or laptop?
I had a Surface Pro. It was music for world cultures.
Okay. What master's degree?
Music education.
Okay. So your objective was to do a chapter on the way there and a chapter on the way back?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So your attention was, is it fair to say, was engrossed in the material that you were learning?
Yeah, for the most part.
Okay, so you probably weren't paying attention to too much going on around you?
Yeah, as far as the road conditions or anything.
And there was an event that caused you to look up prior to the impact?
Yeah, we had a heartbreaking event.
You had a heartbreaking event which caused you to look up, and then you felt the impact from behind?
I remember looking back down because it seemed like we had stopped or almost stopped, and then we had the impact from behind.
Okay, so mere seconds, is that fair? Thank you. No further questions.
Redirect.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You missed it. Why don't we take a 15-minute break? Susan?
All rise. We're now recess.
Wow, this trial is going really, really fast. Well, we are watching at 1.25, so that is something, but it's going good. The Xbox murder trial is the trial that Robert's covering is a resentencing out of Florida, because that Robert's been covering on her trial on her channel actually, normally after mine. So yeah, that's the trial that she's covering. I don't know where is it at the moment, but I'm after our live, I'm gonna be redirecting us to her live like I normally do, and yeah, so she's been covering that one. That trial. It's been well. I've been watching on catch up because I'm asleep while she streams. So yeah. Hey, Paulo is back and court is on a break. We just zooming through breaks and going through them. It's a small courtroom. Here we go. I think we are by. Oh, hang on. Ha 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 ha. Here you go. You can have the feed too. That will help. So again, remember this is a bench trial. There's no jury, so we're gonna jump right in.
Thank you. Have a seat. All right, Mr. Murphy, your next one.
Thank you, Your Honor. Today we call Brandon Markle.
Solemnly swear testimony about this case now be heard as the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Proceed. You state your full name, spell your last name, please, for the record, sir.
Brandon Marshall, Marchal.
Thanks, sir.
You may play.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. Sir, do you remember what you were doing on Tuesday, November 14th, 2023?
Yes, sir.
What would that be?
I was coming back from Zanesville area with a semi-truck trailer loaded.
Okay. And so you have a Class A license?
Yes, sir.
What is a Class A license?
It's endorsement, drive commercial motor vehicle, combination vehicle, 80,000 pound with air brakes.
Okay. And how does one get a Class A license?
You go through, there's a written portion test, driving course to take, and you're right, then you go from there.
Okay. Are you allowed to do commercial hauls?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you been doing this?
Right now, 5 years.
Okay. Are you familiar with State Route 70?
Yes.
Milepost 118?
Yes.
Okay. How are you familiar with that road?
We travel that once a day to Zanesville and back.
Okay. And so a lot of traffic in that area?
Yes.
Okay. Why is there a lot of traffic in that area?
A lot of people commuting to Columbus for work.
Okay. A lot of accidents there? If you don't know, I guess.
I don't know. I
Okay.
can't answer that now.
How long have you been driving that route?
5 years now.
Okay. Have you ever had a collision?
No.
Okay. Going back to Tuesday, November 14, 2023, were you operating a 2014 Volvo?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did that have a dash cam or recording camera?
It had a front facing camera.
Okay. And was that active?
Yes.
Okay. I want to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit number 5. Are you familiar with State's Exhibit number 5, sir?
Yes, sir.
What is State's Exhibit number 5?
Coming into slow traffic, I was
Well,
That's sign 117 there,
yes,
or 118?
that's 118.
118. Okay, so this is State Route or Interstate 70.
Okay, I'm just gonna pause very quickly here and try to get serious. This might be a little bit of it's a very content warning. Content warning is gonna stay on the screen. If you get impacts, I'm gonna remove it. But just be aware of the next scene. We're gonna be watching the footage of the crash. So be careful. If anything, I'm also gonna remove it if it shows anything that YouTube doesn't like, but just be aware, everybody. Okay. Hi, Case One, by the way. Hey.
Yes, coming into Pataskville.
Okay, is that in Licking County, Ohio, where you're at?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you've driven that road, you indicated, for a considerable period of years, 5 of them?
Yes.
Okay, and sir, this is pre-crash, if I'm correct, this is the beginning of the tape?
Correct.
Okay. Sir, about what distance do you believe that you had? Apologize. About what distance do you believe that you had at that particular time with any oncoming other traffic in front of you?
I can't recall.
Were they right on top of you, sir?
Not that I know.
You're looking at the camera, are they right on top of you?
No.
Okay. And again, this is pre-impact?
Yes.
Apologize. I'm looking at, this would be the first car in front of you. It appears to be a red vehicle.
Yes.
Okay. And nothing else is in front of you. It doesn't feel like anything is inside you.
Correct.
And this is the start of this.
Yes.
And again, this video truly and accurately depicts the preceding events that you would have been able to see at this point in time. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Now, sir, it appears that you were impacted at this point.
Correct.
Okay, and it looks like there's a speed
up in the corner.
Right, and that shows 10 miles per hour?
Yes.
In your location? So you were never stopped, were you?
No, I was coming to a slow.
Okay, and just playing this forward, tell me when that red car in front of you right here stops, sir. It's still moving, isn't it?
Yeah, it never.
What about the white truck? Is that stopped?
No.
The blue van in front of it?
No.
The silver car to your left?
Nope.
So if someone was to suggest that traffic had come to a stop, would that be accurate?
No.
And sir, after this this collision, and before this collision, it looks like you were doing about 33 miles an hour. Is that a yes?
Yes.
And you slowed to 10.
Correct.
Okay. Is that unusual?
That is unusual, yes.
Why is that?
I was thinking I was coming into Columbus rush hour traffic.
Okay, is Columbus rush hour traffic unusual?
Being out that far, yes.
Okay. What about these wonderful barrels that we see on the other side of the roadway?
The construction barrels.
Are they unusual?
No.
The actual road there, is that a hilly road? Is it a flat grade? How is that road?
Flat.
Okay. It looks like there's a white fog line on the right-hand side, and it looks like there's also a zipper or in the center line.
Correct.
Okay. Any ice on the road, sir?
Nope.
Okay. You're heading west. This is in the morning. The sun would have been to your back.
Yes.
Okay, so no inclement weather of any kind?
Nope, it was nice out that day.
The impact itself on your semi, did that do any damage?
To the trailer. It damaged the trailer, not the truck.
Okay. And how did you find out or learn that your trailer had been damaged?
It just did. Natural instinct, knowing being hit. And I actually went back and looked at it.
Okay. Did you at any point in time prior to this see a white Van Hole bus following you?
You're asking about the charter bus?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And about where would you have seen that?
At least a half a mile prior.
Okay.
In my rearview mirror, because I knew we were traveling together.
Okay. Was the Van Hole bus tailgating you?
No.
Was the Van Hole bus on top of you?
No.
Is anything that the Van Hole bus driver doing that would cause you concern in the manner in which you were operating your vehicle?
No, I can't answer that because I focus on myself.
Okay. What kind of weight is your semi, the trailer, and the load in it have?
I was weighted at 76,000.
76,000 pounds?
Yeah.
How would you describe the impact of the bus? Did it move your vehicle at all?
It didn't move, yes.
Okay. Was it a hard hit, or was it, what kind of hit on the back of your vehicle?
It was a significantly hard hit.
Okay. After the hit, and you said you pulled over to the side?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do next, sir?
I seen the fire in my rearview mirror, so I grabbed my fire extinguisher and ran to the bus.
Okay. And what did you see on the bus, or to the bus?
I seen the damage on the front of the bus and the impact on the back.
Okay.
Fire.
Had the fire started when you first got back there?
Yes.
Okay. About how long did it take for police to show up, if you recall? If you don't, I don't want to guess.
I don't know.
Okay. At any point in time, did you become aware of something that had collided into the bus from the rear? Again, if you didn't, I don't want you to guess. Okay. Do you have an automatic or do you have a standard?
An automatic.
Okay. When did automatic start becoming popular with semis?
It had been the start of like 2015, 16 era.
Okay. What's the difference between the two?
One, you have to shift, and the other one, you don't have to. It's just like driving a car.
Okay. Is it, I'm assuming, then easier to drive than
Yes.
the standard?
A lot easier.
A lot less work on the actual driver of a vehicle.
Yes.
So with a lot less effort at work to drive a standard versus an automatic, you have the opportunity to do some other things potentially too.
Correct.
Okay. Are you required to have an ELD of any kind?
No, we follow under the, we're an exempt under 150 mile radius.
Okay. So you don't have to log your miles or anything else?
We just keep a daily time sheet.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, and if you know, is it easier to brake or stop a semi that has an automatic transmission versus a manual transmission?
To me, it's the same.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination?
This Volvo that you're driving, like you stated, it's an automatic, correct?
Yes.
And as you're in your 76,000 pounds roughly?
Yes.
So as you're approaching the traffic, you're slowing the vehicle down through downshifts, right?
Yes.
The transmission, you use that because if you're on the brakes all the time, you burn the brakes up, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you're using the truck. Do you have a Jake brake on that?
Exhaust brake.
I'm sorry?
It's an exhaust brake.
Same, that's the same thing. Would you agree?
Yes.
Jake brake, like that's it. They use the compression from the exhaust to help slow the vehicle.
Yes.
Okay. Did you have the Jake braking
Yes.
or exhaust brake? I'm sorry, I'll use your terminology.
Yes.
You had that engaged?
Yep.
Okay. So that plus the downshift of the transmission begins to bring that truck down, slow down, right?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree in these last few seconds here, you're going 33 miles an hour, you don't hit the brakes on the actual vehicle until about between here and that red bar?
I was on the brakes the whole time because the Volvo truck, once you step on the brake, it's supposed to engage the exhaust.
That's what engages your exhaust?
Yeah, when I was slowing down.
Okay. And were you paying attention to the red car in front of you? Did that kind of catch your attention?
Yeah, I was paying attention to the red car and all the brake lights ahead of me.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So on an automatic, if I have an exhaust brake, so when I hit the brake, do I only have to tap it once, or how does that work?
You can keep pressure on the brake pedal, then it'll downshift and go down itself, you know.
Well, and here's what I'm asking, because on a non-semi with type of engine braking, if I'm going down a hill, but a hill descent type stuff, I'm assuming it works something similar to that.
Yes.
So it's a computer calculation that on a grade of some kind, once I hit it, it's going to engage that and make that lovely noise everyone loves. So if I do that, then I don't have to hit the brakes really hard, do I?
No.
the exhaust will do the work.
Yes.
Okay, so in terms of paying attention, if I see something like that in front of me, and I'm looking at your speed again, at this point, it looks like it's 33 miles an hour. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's accurate.
Okay. I got some distance there. All I got to do is let the exhaust do the work for the most part.
Yes.
I don't have to basically plant my foot all the way to the floor with the brake pedal.
Right.
Okay. And that was a feature that was available in 2014.
Yes.
Okay. And that's easier on the brakes.
Easy. Yes.
It takes less effort on behalf of the driver if they're watching to just hit it once, or do you have to keep pressure on it?
I keep pressure on it.
You have to? No. Okay, so if I just hit it once, will it do something until I hit the throttle again? Will it continue to brake until I hit the throttle?
They'll continue to brake till you hit throttle.
Okay. So if I know something is coming up and I don't know what's going to happen with it, if I hit the brake once, I don't have to do anything else. The exhaust will do the work and I'll naturally slow down. So,
yes.
And if I need to speed up, and I just hit the gas pedal. Thank you, sir.
Hey, Cross.
Verification here. So once you've engaged the brake, it engaged the engine exhaust.
Mhm.
And of course, the transmission's working to
Slow down.
the vehicle as well. If you took your foot off the brake, I think you just answered this, I just want to make sure that the exhaust brake and the transmission will continue to slow down.
Yes.
Thank you.
You used the term, you were asked about the term ELD. What does that say?
Electronic logging device. So
Keep track of your hours and miles.
yeah, electronically instead of on the paper book.
Okay. Can an exhaust brake be activated without applying brake pressure?
It can't be. Yes.
It
It
can't.
can't be. But in some trucks, yeah, they can have programmed where you need to apply brake.
Okay, but a driver can, in some situations, a driver can employ the exhaust brake
Yes.
without touching the brakes.
Yes.
If that happens, do the brake lights get activated?
No. Not until you press the brake pedal.
Okay. Is there a connection between the exhaust brake and the transmission?
I honestly can't answer that.
Yes, yes. How does the transmission know to downshift?
When there's no
Based on the speed and the RPMs?
speed and RPMs, and you're not calling for power to take off.
Accelerate?
Accelerating, yeah.
Okay. So are you saying that as a driver, you can activate the transmission to help slow, of an automatic transmission, to help slow the speed of the truck?
Yes. Yeah, you can manipulate or to get to start slowing down more.
Okay, so by the gear shift?
Yes.
Okay, so you can, even though it's automatic, you can
There's a push button we can.
go to low gear, go to low gear, go to low. Would that activate the brake lights?
No.
Okay. Follow up?
The actual exhaust then would come on automatically if you were on a grade going downhill.
Your foot's off the accelerator.
Okay. And of course, you're not on a grade at this point, you're in flat level.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
No questions.
Thank you, sir. You may step in. Mr. Murphy.
The state would call Robert Wolverton.
Stand here, sir. Stand here, sir. Just raise your right hand. You solemnly swear testimony that you're about to give in this case now being heard is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Yes, you. Can you state your full name, spell your last name, please, for record, sir?
Robert Scott Wolverton, WOLVERTON.
Thanks, sir.
You may work.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Wolverton. Sir, I want to go back to November 14th of 2023. Do you remember that morning, sir?
I do. I'm a God's miracle. 6 people died down me.
Okay.
God saved my life that day.
Okay. How'd your day start, sir?
It was about 9:30. I was traveling to Pickerton, East Friends for breakfast. There was an accident ahead of me, and that's why I was stopping in the right lane.
Okay.
And that's when I got hit in the rear end by the bus.
Okay.
Which knocked me to the right.
Okay.
Knocked me over, the airbag went off, car was on fire. I used the console to pick myself up. The driver's door was jammed. Said, God, don't let me burn up in this car. That's when State Trooper Sean reached in with a good Samaritan and pulled me out of the car. I was laying on the grass, the squad came up, asked me, they took the vitals, asked how I was doing. I said, I'm hurting. That's when they transported me to Grand Hospital. 8.5 hour operation. Broken neck, broken back.
Sir, I want to show you a picture. I apologize. This is of your 2016 Toyota Highlander.
2006.
I'm sorry, 2006.
Yes, sir.
Sir, is this in fact photographs of your 2006 Toyota Highlander?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This would be afterwards?
After I was hit.
Okay. There's a truck. It looks like the remains of a semi on the side of your vehicle.
I can smell the smoke and fire from it.
Okay.
I think it had little batteries on it.
Okay. And sir, the actual Toyota was hit by, was it the bus or the semi?
Bus, which kicked me to the right.
To the right as to the,
Yeah.
looks like you're in the fast lane there. That looks like it'd be to your left.
I was in the right lane on 70.
Okay. So you moved from the right lane to the left lane?
I stayed in the right lane until it knocked me over.
Okay. But your vehicle ended up in the passing lane or the left lane here. Is that?
I guess, I don't know.
You said a good Samaritan helped.
Yes, he was out in the hallway.
Josh Chica?
Yes.
Okay. And you also mentioned Trooper Sean Grimm?
Yes.
Okay. How did they help you?
When the driver's door was jammed, they reached in and the Good Samaritan helped me get out of the car and laid me down in the grass.
Okay. And you indicated that you required an operation. You've had some injuries, specifically to your back as a result of this.
8.5 hour operation, Grant Hospital.
Thank you, sir.
Cross-examination.
I have no questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Okay. Next witness, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Trooper Sean Grimm.
So, swear testimony that in this case, now be heard is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so be God. Good. Proceed. State your full name, spell your last name, please, for the records.
My name is Trooper Sean Grimm. It's Grim.
You may inquire.
We can go over here. Sorry to make you move again. I apologize. Sean, where are you employed?
State Highway Patrol, Granville Post 45.
And how long have you been Ohio State Highway Patrol Trooper?
Coming up on 22 years.
Okay. And were you so employed on Tuesday, November 14th, 2023?
I was.
Sir, are you familiar with Interstate 70?
I am.
Is there any part of Interstate 70 where you frequent?
Worked basically from Lincoln County stretch, mile marker 113 to about the 142.
Okay. And we're going to be talking about a couple of collisions that occurred. The first one was an accident. This one's a collision. The first one, were you assisting Trooper Sawyers?
I was.
And sir, what location would that have been at?
I've been at Interstate 70 on mile marker 117 westbound.
Okay. And sir, would that location be further west than the second collision?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Now, sir, as Ohio State Highway Patrol Trooper, is your cruiser equipped with a video recording system?
It is.
What kind of video recording system?
It's got a front video system, the dash cam video, and I also carry a body camera.
Okay. And sir, did you have those operational on Tuesday, November 14th, 2023?
I did.
Okay. And sir, tell us about the accident that occurred around mile marker 117 that you were assisting Trooper Sawyers with.
Yes, I got information that Trooper Sawyers got dispatched to a 4-vehicle crash involving a commercial, and that they were located in the median. I was running errands, but I told the dispatcher I'll be en route to assist. I arrived there about 45 minutes later to assist with Trooper Sawyers. When I made contact with Trooper Sawyers, he said that he needed some assistance with gathering statements from the drivers, so that's what I was in the process of doing.
Okay. At the time period that you arrived, where were the involved vehicles in this accident?
It was on Interstate 70 west of State Route 310. It was in the median, so it would be south of the roadway.
Okay, so the vehicles at this point in time weren't on the roadway itself that were involved in this accident. They were off the road?
They were off the road.
Okay. And so as far as other traffic or congestion issues, that would have only been one of these rubbernecking type events. It wasn't something that would have stopped or closed the roadway at the time you arrived.
That is correct. Both lanes were open and traffic was slowly going through.
Okay. And so when I use the term rubbernecking, that's just people looking to see what's going on?
Pretty, yes.
Okay. How's the traffic flow in this area generally?
Depending on the time of the day, like in the morning when you have more traffic, it's pretty busy. It lightens up during the afternoon, but Columbus traffic, Port traffic picks up a little bit in the evening too. But generally, it flows pretty well.
Okay. And so describe this roadway. How many lanes are on this roadway?
It's 2 lanes. There are certain parts of the interstate that does pick up to 3, but at the stretch of the roadway, it's 2 lanes.
Okay. Slow lane, fast lane,
Yes.
fog lines.
Yes.
Had those, rumble strips on both sides of the roadway?
Correct.
If you go over that?
Yes.
Okay. And the speed limit in this general area?
70 miles an hour.
Okay. The particular area that we're going to be talking about here, that area also was in Licking County, Ohio?
It is.
Okay. So both these events would have occurred in Licking County?
That is correct.
Okay. Any fatalities from what you were investigating, this accident at 117?
No.
Okay. In terms of the normal procedure, you were going to take statements from individuals that were part of this or witnessed this, or walk us through that?
I checked with Trooper Sawyers, and he just said that he would, to assist his investigation, he wanted me to get a statement from the driver. Yes.
Okay. So that's all you were doing?
That's what I was in the process of doing. Yes.
Okay. At some point, was this activity by you disrupted?
Yes, it was.
And what disrupted the activity?
As I was getting ready to start questioning a driver out of this crash, I was looking towards the east, and I noticed I would describe it as a mushroom cloud of smoke coming from the east. My initial thoughts were there's a car fire, there's something going on back there, so I radioed that into the dispatch center and let them know to start firing EMS to that location, which I estimated about 2 miles away. And I determined it was westbound on Interstate 70, just east of our state road 310.
So the same side of the roadway you're on,
Yes.
further east.
Yes.
And you indicated that from what you saw, from your experience, it looked like something was on fire.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm assuming you've seen something like this in the past.
Yes.
Okay. And sir, was your body cam active at that time?
Yes.
Sir, I want to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit number 4. And sir, this is an image from your body cam.
That's correct.
And off to the east, is that the plume that you were talking about?
Yes.
Back over here?
Yeah, that's the smoke. Yes.
Okay. And the involved vehicles, they're off on the side of the roadway here?
Yes.
Okay. See if the volume take better.
Records on scene. Looks like we got a 34 behind us by the bridge. Go ahead and start up. Fire department. I'm gonna go check that.
And sir, we just saw a series of cars going by, so the traffic was flowing there?
That's correct.
Okay.
Not gonna be good back there. No. Do we got everybody out?
Sir, you arrived at the scene at this point. Where are you parked at?
Parked on the median. It would be just east of the final rest of these vehicles. Median.
What are we seeing over here?
You're seeing a bus on fire, the rear part of it. You're seeing the commercial truck on fire. You're seeing the Toyota Highlander that's next to it. The heat's spreading towards it. The fire's spreading towards it. And underneath the commercial truck here, the Freightliner, you have another vehicle that we found out about a little bit later.
But you didn't know about that other vehicle at that time?
No.
The actual Toyota Highlander, what lane of travel was that in?
That is in the south lane facing the opposite direction. The left lane. Yeah, the left lane.
gentleman is on the ground here, sir?
Later determined that was Mr. McDonald, the driver of the Freightliner truck. But that's at that point, when I'm walking by, I did not.
Do you see Mr. McDonald in the courtroom here, sir?
I do.
Can you identify him for the record, please?
He's sitting across from me in a blue flannel shirt.
You're going to ask the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant.
Yeah, we'll say reflect.
And sir, what do we see all scattered around here?
Those are our batteries. Debris from the Freightliner truck. The impact forced them out of the trailer and then littered the south side of the roadway and the roadway.
And that's the Mid-State Systems trailer there?
Yes.
Who is it? Come on, let's get out! Get out! Come on! Move, Mark, move! Come on! Go, go, go! All right, now. So you guys dragging him over?
Sir, I understand that this is your safety vest, your jacket.
It is.
But what did you guys just do?
Determined that there was the driver that was in the Toyota. It turned out to be Mr. Wolverton. He was laying in there when I came up to the car. I noticed he was in there. He was at an awkward angle. His feet were toward the steering wheel. He was laying back towards the back. The car, the seat was at an angle too broke, I believe. And he was in there. Made a determination, had to get him out of there because the fire didn't know how far that spread. Needed to get him out in safety.
And you know who helped you?
I do not know specifically who helped me. I believe it was an officer that was also the officer from Gahana TV, but I still have not met him.
Were they wearing a uniform or anything?
No, he was not.
Was it the defendant, though, that was helping you?
No.
Anything? Come on! Have you had communication? Come on. Sonny! Anyone here? Anyone? Come on! We got a count, are you sure? I don't see anyone. Somebody get a count on the count. Count them all. Get an itinerary. Count them up. What about the driver there? Anyone in there? I got here. They already have to. They got one guy around the SUV. We're still trying to figure out if there's one kid in the bus. I checked it. Couldn't find it. How many was with this on over? I just stopped in that truck. I was dragging the freaking kids off. Right here.
You learning the identity of this individual?
Later on, I'm having a freeze on the name.
Josh Chica?
Yes.
Okay. You having difficulty breathing inside the
A little bit.
bus? Why is that, sir?
The smoke got to me. So.
EMS! EMS! I'm for 1361. Hey! 1361. He just 291353 down to that 31A. His vehicle's up in the garage. You okay? Sucking?
I'm going to stop it here. Are you familiar with this semi-trailer back here?
I am.
How are you familiar with that, sir?
He was involved in the vehicle. He was the last one that was struck.
Okay. Looked like there's a pretty big distance from where that is and where the bus was.
There is.
Was there any corresponding damage to the bus that you saw?
Yes.
What kind of damage?
The bus, it would be the bus damage left front area was in the center front area was, there's a big impact area there.
Would that be where the driver would have been sitting?
Yes.
You got a couple down here that need help. You talking? You got broken leg. I got one broken leg. I got this spot. You witness this? I was in this truck here. broken leg, couple broken ankles. He's CPR right now. Maybe one more. Hey, you get over here. Where else are you? Huh? Where else are you? Broken leg. She's conscious. We got some over here. I need you to get a count of who's out. I need you to get a count. Does anyone need us? EMS? Who needs it? Anyone need EMS? Anyone need EMS? One? Here's Andrew. They're conscious, so I need a count. What's the injuries on this one? She can't feel anything from the legs down. You got two over there with probably broken ankles. That's it. Back there is more they could. I didn't see anything, but they got tired. We're getting a count right Were you the only one in the SUV? What happened? Where were you at, sir? Can't hear you. You're in the what? You're in the semi? What happened? Do you have any identification on you?
Sir, is that Mr. McDonald you're talking to? It is. Did you ask him what happened?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
I don't know what happened. Didn't know. Don't remember.
Okay. There's blue skies out there.
Yes.
There's no adverse weather.
No.
Black grave.
Yes.
We go to the road.
Yes.
He doesn't know what happened.
Do you have any identification on you? Is there anyone else in the truck with you? And you said, I already asked you this, so you didn't have anyone else with you? Your license. So I'm coming out, okay? You said you were hit by the bus? Did you hit anyone in front of you? What's that, sir? Let's see which we hit to. Okay. Well, there's a car under the symbol. The axle under, yeah. There's an axle under your body. There's a car in the Just make sure when we notify these guys, we run everything through commands, we don't duplicate efforts. I was just walking, yeah, we just found out, and then I was gonna, they got a hit. They're gonna have They're sizing it up. See what they need, they get all sized up.
Which trooper is this, sir?
That's our recon investigator, troop sergeant. Cambridge Pros. I'm drawing a blank.
Danny?
Yes.
Where exactly was the Nissan located?
Underneath the power unit of the commercial. You can tell really with this, but it's underneath that commercial unit. It went over top of it at the impact.
Now you're gonna field sketch on.
I'm not sure you can hear me, but the sound is absolutely horrible. They're not saying anything. When they say something, I'll turn it off, but it's more images right now. They're doing an investigation, so it's more, um, yeah. So it's, yeah, it's the sound is too much of the wind, of the cars, of everything. So they're not saying anything anyway. So when they start speaking, I will put it back and I will. Uh, oh, is it going in and out? Whoa, what's going on with this now? Can you hear me better now? Great. Am I underwater? Yes. Am I sounding better now? Or am I worse? Because earlier when I got scared, I touched the button on the soundboard that I shouldn't have touched. And probably, oh, am I, okay, I'm not under the water anymore, right? Or am I still underwater? Oh, sorry. I'm not gonna do that again. Oh, it is better. Okay, awesome. Good. Hey, I fixed something. Look at me. Yay. Sorry. Um, but yeah, they're still not saying anything. Oh, there you go. We finished the video.
Did you requested to leave this area at some point?
I was.
And go where?
To the church where they were setting up all the kids and people that were involved in the crash at the Netna. They wanted us to meet with the first responders and meet with our MAT team.
When you first arrived on the scene, did you observe whether the driver cab for the Mr. McDonald semi was open?
It was when at one point I was able to see that. I could see right through. The driver's seat the door was open to a point I could see the driver's seat was empty. I could look right through and I could see that there was no one in the passenger seat.
Sir, is using your cell phone unlawful in the state of Ohio?
No.
Okay. There's a lawful way of using it?
Yes.
What's the lawful way of using it?
If you're talking about when you're driving, you can answer the phone, put it up to your ear, and receive a call that way.
Okay. Can you do anything besides that?
You can use it in Bluetooth capabilities. You can use it through as long as you're not holding it or touching it. Yes.
Can you watch a movie while you're driving?
No.
Okay. Can you play video games while you're driving?
No.
And why is that, sir?
Taking your eyes off the roadway, you're responsible for driving and maintaining safe transport through highways.
Thank you, sir.
Cross-examination, Mr. Ray.
So you were investigating another accident that had previously occurred when this accident occurred. That's right. So you didn't observe the sequence of events of the accident that's in question today at all, correct?
No.
And in fact, all of your body cam footage is subsequent to that event. Yes. Okay. In the very last part of your body cam footage there, you were walking around the red Toyota Highlander. We're just making observations of that?
Yes.
Okay. And towards the end there, you're standing at the back of the Toyota Highlander. Do you recall that? Okay. And there's damage to the back of that vehicle? Would you agree with me that that damage kind of begins about the middle of the tailgate and becomes increasingly so towards the passenger side?
There's damage, yes. No.
Yeah. It looked like it got hit about maybe the passenger corner, mid tailgate area.
That's about right.
Okay. No further questions. Thanks.
Redirect.
You weren't in charge of doing reconstruction on this collision?
No.
Who was that, sir? Who was in charge of that?
Trooper Jasper.
Okay. Did you provide what information you had to Trooper Trevor Jasper?
Yes, I did.
Are you aware if he was on the scene on this particular day?
I believe he was, but not at the time I was there. I don't believe he was there.
Okay, so you had left the scene by the time you arrived. How would you describe the damage that you saw to the pavement in this area where this collision occurred?
Severely damaged, burnt, to the point that it had to be repaved after everything was cleared. It was undrivable. It was unsatisfactory for people to drive on it, so they had to repave it. It's bad.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Recross. And that pavement had to be repaved because of the fire. Is that correct?
Fire and damage from the accident.
When you're saying damage from the accident, that would be the vehicles themselves?
Well, there's damage from the crash. The specifics of it had to be repaired.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you. You may step down. Thank you. The next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State call Sam Vidali.
So swear testimony that about the case now being heard is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. See, can you state your full name, spell your last name, please, for records?
Sam Badawi, B-A-D-O-W-I.
Thanks.
You may work.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So I want to go back to Tuesday, November 14th, 2023, the bus crash. Are you familiar with this event, sir?
Yes.
How are you familiar with this event?
I was on 70 westbound on Columbus from Pittsburgh, coming from Pittsburgh. And before that accident, I saw the accident, I saw like the truck stop and there's a fire and smoke and then fire, some explosion coming out of the truck. That's what I saw.
Were you driving a semi, sir?
Yes.
And sir, what kind of semi were you driving?
53-footer.
Okay, 53-foot trailer. What about the actual truck itself?
The truck is, I believe at the time, it was international,
Okay.
2024.
Is that a Freightliner?
No, it's international.
Okay. And sir, how long have you been a Class A holder?
At least about 6-7 years.
Okay. And sir, the truck that you had, was it an automatic or was it a manual?
It's automatic.
Okay. And are you familiar with the differences between an automatic and a manual?
Somewhat. I only drive automatic, but I do have some knowledge in that.
Okay.
Six-job.
Sir, at some point in time, were you following the Freightliner driver on November 14th, 2023?
Yes, but to be honest, I didn't really see the truck till the accident because I really didn't pay attention to.
Understandable.
There's so many trucks, on our road.
The international that you had, is that speed limited?
Yes,
To what?
65.
65.
Governed at 65.
So is that the governed speed of it, or is that the
Yes.
cruise control speed?
No, that's the maximum speed that's allowed by my company.
Okay.
So they limit that. I can't exceed that.
Okay. And so it's mechanically and, or I would imagine electronically.
Electronically, they go in and change the speed to 65 max.
Okay. And sir, on this particular day of Tuesday, November 14th, 2023, were you coming up to milepost 118?
Yes.
And did you,
Very close to it, yes.
did you have a forward-facing dash cam, sir?
I do.
And was that activated?
Yes, all the time. Actually, that's soon I turn my ignition on, it will activate automatically. That's my company also installed that in all other vehicles. And will stay on after we turn the truck off. About 20 minutes, it will stay on. So it is activated all the time almost.
Okay, so as a driver, you have no ability to override?
I can't even touch it. I can't even do anything with it. No.
Okay. Does it have any collision avoidance technology in it?
Not the camera, the truck does.
The truck?
Yeah.
Okay. What kind of collision avoidance does this international truck have?
It has warnings that if you come too close to a vehicle, and let's say you have your cruise set, and you come close to any object, it's gonna, let's say I'm setting it for 60. It's gonna reduce the speed, by itself, even if I step on the brake. You can't maintain the speed I set it to.
Okay.
So, and like I said, there's alarms which give you if you come close to any objects.
And sir, this actual collision that occurred, was this person driving the same speed as you? Or were they
I
going?
honestly don't know because he was in the front of me. Like there's a little bit of a distance. I have to maintain so much distance based on that camera. Otherwise, we get penalized as a driver. So he was ahead of me.
Okay.
So I came. When I saw that, what happened, I saw smoke coming out, and shortly after there's fire. So that's when
Okay. Before we talk about that, in terms of distances, what kind of distance does your company policy?
6 to 8 seconds. So
Okay.
it's quite a bit of distance.
So-
I'll say like at least maybe almost 2 leagues of semi. Almost like 2 leagues of the semi.
Okay.
But I mean, you could come closer, but we get penalized if we do, basically on our driver.
Apologize, I'm just trying to pull up the video. You're gonna have a 10-minute break. Two things, I need to
Sure.
plug my computer in, and I need to plug the video.
Sure, let's take a quick recess, but let's have them get all set.
All rise. Recess.
Right, when it's actually at the site to put on 1.25, they decide to go on recess. Great. That's fantastic. Let's fast forward. That is the good thing about this trial. Everybody leaves. Oh, and they're back around here.
Ready to proceed? All right, you may be seated.
Mr. Dowery, I'm going to show you some Mark Stacy Exhibit 7. This reports to your dash cam video. Does that look accurate, sir?
Yes.
And that was the truck that you were actually operating on that particular. In terms of the road conditions out there, any ice or snow on the ground? you on a flat grade or level or hill or?
No, it was flat.
Okay. Any sun in your eyes or anything like that?
No.
Sun to your rear?
I don't recall.
You're going west.
Yeah.
Sunrise is on the east.
Yeah, so.
Okay, I don't want to confuse you.
No, it wasn't good.
The actual vehicle that we're looking at, that's the one that caught fire is in front of you?
Yes.
That's quite a ways away, isn't it?
It is.
Okay. This video truly and accurately depicts what was on your system.
Yes.
So this is the 118 sign, heading up Casco 1 mile away.
Right.
Looks like there's a bridge coming up here. There's absolutely no traffic in between you or in front of you or inside of you?
That's the way it was.
Okay. Is that unusual for that part of the roadway?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, usually it's very busy around the morning, yes.
It looks like there's I don't know if you can see it there, but it looks like there is, we have a PowerPoint for reconstructionists, but it looks like there's a white van that is actually moving into the fast lane from here. Can you see that, sir?
No, not really well.
Well, again, it'd be right off here on the side.
Yeah.
You can see that?
Yeah.
Okay. Oops, sorry.
That's what it's called.
Okay, you can see the white van at this point is pulled over into the
Yes.
in the turn lane,
Yes.
and it looks like there's some flame coming out from.
That's what I remember. Yeah.
So that's about 35 seconds into the video. Okay.
It's the first time I see it. Yeah.
Yeah, we see something on fire at this point?
Yes.
You know what was on fire at this point?
I saw the truck, the trailer on fire. That's what I saw. And I saw some debris from the smaller vehicles.
Does it show you? Seven video. Are you familiar with this video, sir?
Oh, yeah.
What is this video?
That's what I saw all the fire and explosions happening, and people start, piling on the side of the road to the right inside.
I'm going to back this up a few frames in a second, but this is before any police look like they've arrived.
Yeah.
Okay. It looks like this is looks like a Highlander, Toyota Highlander. It looks like parts of the semi are on fire.
Looks like it, yeah.
Okay. And you know who these folks are over here?
I think they were like when I asked, but I don't know if it's correct or not. People were in the bus, start stepping out.
Were they young folks or old folks?
Majority of them young.
And is this video? This is your video.
Yes.
Really accurately depicts what we're seeing here.
Yes.
Okay. Looks like we see a gentleman over here that has some kind of plaid shirt on and maybe blue jeans.
Yes.
Okay. You know who that person was?
No, I really don't.
Okay. You didn't know any of the people there, did you?
No, I didn't. To be honest, no. I kept my distance in the way, and the fire was going on, and I wasn't shocked, to be honest. So, and then when I stepped out of the people, some people say you need to guys stay away. I think they were maybe from the first responders, stay away.
Let's watch the video then. This explosion stemming from?
I believe the tires from the semi.
Okay. And the one on top?
That I don't know where, but it's from the semi, but I don't know what the cause.
Show you 7C. Is this you right after when you came to a stop?
Yes, that's my truck right there.
Okay. And again, it's a little bit hard to see, but we see some individuals that are out walking around.
Yeah, there's a person to the right. Yeah.
And the other cars that came up from behind you, now they're going around.
Yeah.
Continue their journey.
Yeah.
And we have a police cruiser, looks like, coming up now.
Yes. I thought they showed up really quick. at the moment corrected.
7D. So the, looks like the semi is further on fire, black smoke.
Yes.
I'm assuming you're a little bit closer to this, this is a van, a Ford Transit van that was, that you saw pull way under the bridge,
Mhm.
or before the bridge, around that area.
Yes.
Do State's Exhibit 7A through D truly and accurately depict the videos and what you observed?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
So, how do I catch your last name?
Without.
McDonald? Okay. So, as you're traveling behind Jacob McDonald, you're not assessing the speed of it, are you?
No.
I think you testified earlier, lots of trucks out there. You weren't.
Yeah, I honestly didn't pay attention to the pictures. Till that happened, though, when I stopped looking.
Right.
So I wasn't paying attention.
So, just before the accident, did you, or the impact, did you see the impact? Were you paying attention when that happened?
No, I've seen it when after I saw the the smoke stop. I knew there's and the traffic stop. I knew there's something happening in the distance.
Okay, so you couldn't testify today related to anything regarding the actual impact?
I didn't see them.
Okay. And you testified that the white van, did you observe that or only after that?
I did not know.
Okay, so everything that you're testifying today is more or less what you've seen after that?
Yes. Well, I'm testifying that the film we just saw, it's from my truck.
That film's from your truck, that's what you're
Yes.
testifying?
Yeah.
Right, okay. Okay, no further questions, thank you.
Redirect.
Were you watching the road, sir?
Of course.
Did you have any reason to think that a professional driver ahead of you would all of a sudden have his vehicle just go up in flames?
Of course, now this doesn't happen every day. No.
So that was a very unusual event.
It is.
Thank you.
Quick question. Yeah, do professional drivers get in accidents?
Of course they do. But to be honest, if you want to ask my opinion, they're usually better driver than the rest of the people. I'm being honest.
I'm sorry?
They drive, usually they're professional drivers, usually.
Okay. Do professional drivers get in accidents?
Of course.
Are you testifying as to why they get in accidents today?
No.
Okay, thank you, no further questions.
Thank you, sir. Give me a second. Mr. Murphy.
You're on the state call Eugene Mans Jr.
So we're testing the judge in this case. I think it's true, full truth, true, something else. Can you state your full name for your last name, please?
Eugene S. Mans, M-A-N-N-S Jr.
You may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir. Had to check that. Mr. Mans, how are you? And sir, I want to go back to Tuesday, November 14, 2023. What were you doing that morning, sir?
I was on my way back from Zanesville, Ohio, picking up a veteran, taking him back to the VA for an appointment.
Okay. Is that what you do, sir?
Yes.
And where are you employed at?
Department of Veterans Affairs at the time was in Columbus, Ohio, but now I'm back in Dayton, Ohio.
And sir, how long have you been with the Department of Veterans Affairs?
Over 4 years.
Okay. And sir, were you driving a 2024 Transit 350 van on that particular morning?
Yes, sir.
And sir, are you familiar with the operation of that van?
Yes, sir.
Have you driven that van before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And sir, how many people were you transporting on that particular morning?
That morning it was myself, the vet, and an aide.
Okay. And sir, at some point in time, were you on Interstate 70?
Yes, sir.
And sir, I want to show you. Apologize. Sir, this is a zoomed in PowerPoint of the last gentleman, Mr. Sam McDowell, video. I want to show you this vehicle here, sir. Is that your Ford Transit that you were driving?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And sir, before you ended up in the center turn lane, were you in front of the semi that we see to the right of you?
Yes.
Okay. And sir, I'm going to back this up. I'm showing you frame. Looks like 33, you're side by side with this vehicle, the semi?
Yes.
Okay. 34 is when you first start moving over. Would that be accurate?
No, I moved over before that.
Well, 33 looks like you're, going into the center.
Yes, yes,
Going back to frame 31, you're in the left lane, it appears here.
yes,
Frame 30, you're in the left lane.
yes,
Frame 29, you're in the left lane.
yes,
Frame 28, you're in the left lane.
yes,
Frame 27, you're in the left lane.
yes,
Frame 26, you're in the left lane.
yes,
Frame 25, you're in between lanes.
yes,
Frame 24, you look like you're probably all the way into the right lane or around the zipper line in the middle.
appears to be yes.
Sir, walk us through how you ended up moving from the right lane into the left lane and into the U-turn area.
But that morning when we were coming back, headed back to Columbus from Zanesville, Nate and I were having a conversation, like we always do when they ride with us. And we noticed that traffic had slowed down in front of us. So she said to me, traffic slowed down? I said, yes. So at that point, put my blinker on and then put it on, going over into the left lane. When I got into the left lane, we continued our conversation. Next thing I know, we heard a loud crash. Boom. Looked over out the passenger window and I saw the truck pushing the bus down the road. And I seen the truck go up the back of the bus like it was on a roller coaster and it slammed down. And as I was still driving, there was a burgundy SUV that was spinning toward me. I don't know where it came from, but it came spinning toward me and I turned over to the left a little bit more. And that's where we stopped. Then we realized what happened.
You said that the semi went up and into the bus?
It was pushing the bus. The truck was pushing the bus and then it went up. And they're like a roller coaster and it came back down.
Okay. At this time, were you aware that there was a vehicle between that semi and the bus?
No, sir.
Okay. At some point in time, did you learn that there was a vehicle between the semi and the bus?
Yes, sir.
And sir, when did you learn that?
After the news footage and found out that 3 more people had passed away.
You said that you were having a conversation with the aide?
Yes, sir.
And you were having a conversation with the aide while you were in the right lane and while you moved over to the left lane?
Yes.
Any part of that conversation prevented you from looking down the road?
No, sir.
Okay. And just so that I understand, the weather conditions on this particular morning, there's any ice on the road or anything like that?
No, sir.
Sun to your back?
Yes.
Any difficulty in driving that morning?
No, sir.
In terms of traffic congestion, is this an area that normally has traffic congestion?
Give or take the time of day and traffic that may be going that way. But
So-
typically there's not.
About 8:48 in the morning, typically, there's not?
Not that much.
Okay. And so was traffic stopped in front of you before the truck got involved in this collision, or was it just slowing down?
What I saw was a lot of brake lights.
Okay.
So I didn't know if it was like standstill traffic or was slowing down. I just noticed that traffic had like a lot of brake lights, so it probably had been slowing down for something.
Okay. But nothing prevented you from bringing your vehicle to a stop?
No, sir.
Sir, after this truck caught on fire, can you tell the court what you did?
But once I realized what had happened, I remember asking Abe to give me my fire extinguisher because I noticed there was fireballs behind the tractor of the truck. And the burgundy SUV that spun toward me, I thought his battery fell out the bottom of his car. So all I saw was fire. So I asked her to hand me my fire extinguisher and she couldn't get it. So I reached behind the passenger seat and grabbed the fire extinguisher and I went out and started putting out the fireballs that was leading up to the back of the truck and the burgundy SUV. And I asked, I looked in the vehicle and I couldn't see a driver in the burgundy SUV. And I remember asking, is anybody in there? And I heard somebody say, help me. And I looked in the front and he was laying between the driver's seat and the passenger seat. And I said, okay, sir, I'm putting this fire out underneath your car. And the fire extinguisher, I believe, went out at the time. I ran back to my van, forgot that the gentleman was in the vehicle and was trying to contact my dispatch to let them know what had just happened.
because I couldn't get the vet to his appointment because the road was blocked at that point.
Okay. Sir, you took a couple pictures.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what the marked states exhibit 3A. This is a photograph you took, sir.
Yes.
Sir, what are we seeing in this picture?
Seeing the burgundy SUV that was spinning toward me, looked like batteries on the road, the truck on fire, the door of the truck open, looks like students on the right side, in front of the bus, and another damaged semi-truck.
Okay. I'm going to show you what the marked states exhibit 3B. Are you familiar with states exhibit 3B?
Yes, sir.
What is states exhibit 3B?
Showing that the truck is more engulfed in flames, the burgundy SUV, the bus, again, looks like batteries are around the road, people, and a gentleman standing in the middle with his arms, look like his arms are raised up.
This shirt here, sir, this person here? Is this the individual?
He doesn't see your laser on his screen, so.
Yes.
Do you know if that was the truck driver?
Yes.
So the truck driver got out of the truck and at some point was standing up, watching his truck go up in flames with his hands in the air.
Yes.
Did you have an opinion after looking at the semi driver as to what his state of mind was, if you could tell?
I just remember when the accident happened, I remember seeing the truck driver and I yelled at him, "Sir, get out of your truck, it's on fire." And I seen him climb out the truck backwards like feet first, like he was coming down. I can't tell if he was disoriented or anything like that because everything that was going on at the time. I do remember him coming out, and that's all I remember as far as where he went after the fact. I have no idea because, like I said, I was out helping to put out the fires.
If you know, did this individual do anything to help anyone? Did he do anything to help anyone?
I didn't see.
Did you see which side of the truck was on fire?
The far right front of it appeared to be what I saw.
In the cab or the engine or behind
The very front of the truck where the engine would be.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Yes, right. Captain Lowe, that's a good question.
Sure.
And sidebar. Let's fast forward to sidebar. I love. Oh, what did I do? Oh, sorry. There you go. 1 second. There you go.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
This is a video that was, we just testified to frames earlier with prosecution. Do you agree with that?
It looks like yes.
Okay, let me fast forward a little bit so you can see your van. And that's going to be your white van right there. It's going to be coming out of the right-hand lane and the left-hand lane, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you testified earlier that you're having a conversation with the other vets in the van.
Having a conversation with the nurse's aide.
The nurse's aide?
Yes.
And you heard a loud boom?
No. It was after we seen the traffic had slowed down. Then I started to merge to the left lane. Then we heard the boom and looked over and saw the truck pushing the bus down the highway.
Okay. So you heard a boom, correct?
Yes.
And that caused you to look out the passenger window, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you looked out that window, that's when you saw the semi against the bus, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And 34 seconds here. So now you're still driving next to him at this point, right? You're still flowing next to the semi. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm curious if you can see right here, you're going to see a silver metallic piece. It's going to fly off. I'm going to back up just a smidge. See that silver metallic fly off?
Go back again, please.
Okay. See it?
Yes.
Okay. So you're still flowing next to the bus up until about that point, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm so sorry. The semi, not the bus.
The truck. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And at that point, you heard that boom. So That was prior, that you heard the boom prior to taking any evasive maneuvers, correct?
Yes, because at that point, when I started to turn over to the left more, that burgundy SUV came out of nowhere. And that's where I ended up turning to the left. After I got in the left lane, I ended up turning away from it.
Okay. So you hear the boom, you look over, and you see the semi into the bus.
Yes.
You immediately apply your brakes and turn to the left.
No, the brakes were already down because traffic was slow. Okay. But what made me turn to the left even more because the burgundy SUV, like I said, came out of nowhere. Okay. Once we heard the boom, seen the truck push the bus down the highway, the truck went up, it came back down, the burgundy SUV was coming. I turned to the left to get out the way of the SUV. And we ended up right where the U-turn of the highway was.
How much time lapse?
I don't know, it happened so fast.
Yeah, it happened very quickly. Move back up just a smidge here again, the point of impact. So you're flowing next to the truck here, you bring it back. Correct?
Yes.
And then if there we see the silver impact or the silver metallic, we have the impact. You agree with that?
Yes.
You're taking evasive maneuvers? You agree with that, sir?
Yes.
And there's a burgundy Toyota Highlander that you were avoiding. Is that accurate?
Yes.
The first question, sir.
That was 33 into 34 seconds, that metallic piece you can see.
Yes.
And just so we're following along on the PowerPoint, looks like you started to move over at 24 seconds.
It appears to be yes.
So about 10 seconds, a little short of 10 seconds.
Before,
by the time you move, to the time that silver piece goes off to the side, and then another second afterwards, there's the fireball.
Yes.
No further questions.
Peter?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You missed that time. All right, why don't we take a lunch break? And on resuming at 1:30. Anything further?
All right.
All right, lunchtime. And guess what? We can zoom through it. Zoom. An hour and a half that we can zoom through. So here we go. Hang on. Bear with me a moment. Just hold on, please. Hopefully you cannot hear my fan because it's getting that time where I am overheating. And yeah, so zooming through lunch break, which is good because it's going to give us not that far behind that we are. So we might catch up pretty soon. So, which is good. Oh, see you very soon, Marie. I hope you have a nice time with mom and say hi for her from us. But have a good time. I'll catch up with you later. It might be garden bought by the time you get here. So, yeah. And here we go. Afternoon session is about to start. Perfect zooming. Oh, you guys need to hear it though. You have a wonderful Monday, and I'll see you tomorrow. Yes, absolutely.
Hear any of the testimony of the other witnesses. We have this kind of unique situation here where there's live streaming taking place. Just want to put that on the record before we proceed any further. I've communicated this with the attorneys. Any issues to address with regard to this order before we proceed?
No, you're right.
All right, let's see then. Mr. Murphy, you are next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. This hearing call Dr. Lee.
Sort of testimony. Case I'm here is truth, truth, and something else. Yes, I do. Can you state your full name, spell your last name, please, for the record?
Dr. Charles Jeffrey Lee, LE.
You may inquire.
Thank you. Doctor, if you could introduce yourself and tell us what your background education training is.
Okay, my name is Dr. Lee. I'm the forensic pathologist at the Licking County Coroner's Office. I've been here about 25 years now. I graduated from Ohio University College of Osteopathic Medicine in 1992, then did a one-year rotating internship at Flint Osteopathic Hospital, Flint, Michigan, from 92 to 93. And then I did a 4-year hospital pathology residency at the Beaumont Hospital in Royal Oak, Michigan, just outside of Detroit. That would have been from 93 to 97. And then I did a 1-year forensic fellowship specialty training program at the Medical University of South Carolina in Charleston from 97 to 98. Then I worked for 2 years at the Richmond, Virginia medical examiner's office.
And sir, do you have any publications?
I have a few from several years ago when I was in training, nothing recent.
Teaching?
A little bit, yes. I teach at COTC once a year, some other high schools and some local colleges in the area. I like once a year, what does a coroner do? What's a forensic pathologist? Kind of a general thing, I don't teach a program or anything like that.
Sir, are you familiar with this case involving State of Ohio versus Jacob McDonald?
Yes.
Sir, my understanding is that you have coroner reports, death certificates, as well as your curriculum vitae for 6 deceased individuals.
That's right.
And they're marked States Exhibit A through F. I think we have a stipulation on those.
Yes.
So I won't ask you about them other than they're as what they seem to be. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. I want to direct your opinion, though, in the book in front of you is States Exhibit number 9. And I'm also going to ask you to look in the back of the exhibit book in the sleeve. There's States Exhibit number 10. But turning your attention first to States Exhibit number 9.
Okay, I see 9 and 10, yes.
Okay. Sir, what is States Exhibit number 9?
It is a letter from me to you, actually, from July of last year. It is, I wrote the letter to you after I reviewed the medical records from Mr. McDonald's stint in the emergency room on that day of November 14th.
And that's States Exhibit number 10?
That's 9, is the my
Right,
letter.
the actual medical records.
Oh.
It's in the back sleeve.
Yes, the first few pages look very familiar, yes.
Okay. And sir, what was a request placed to you?
To see if there was any evidence of a medical condition that Mr. McDonald may have had that could have made him less attentive at the wheel that day.
Was one of those conditions diabetes?
Yes.
And sir, what was the background or the information provided in those medical records regarding the defendant with diabetes?
He had had diabetes for a while. He was being treated with medication, not insulin, and he had a finger stick number of 173 or so on the scene by the EMTs, and then they drew his blood once in the ER, and his number was 156.
Okay. And sir, are you familiar with the treatment of this? I'm going to call it a disease.
Yes, in general.
Okay. Are those numbers outside the bounds of acceptability?
Not acceptability. No, they're a little high compared to what you want. If you're treating someone with diabetes, you would like to have it lower, and I think the normal for the hospital was 80 to 100, but you certainly would like it no more than 120 or 130 on a regular basis.
Okay. And from the information that you had, were you able to form an opinion as to whether or not diabetes or some other medical condition may have contributed or caused the collision that occurred in this particular case?
Yes, I didn't find anything in the records, including the diabetes, that would have caused him to be what I would think is less than conscious, unconscious, certainly not completely alert. With the high blood sugars, you tend to get jittery at numbers that are even a little higher than this. At this level, I wouldn't expect there to be much symptoms or signs from him or from anyone with those levels.
Then I'm assuming that you've offered an expert opinion in this court and the other court many times.
Yes, many times.
And were you able to, from a review of the medical records of the defendant, as well as your knowledge and background and subject matter in this, form an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty within your field of expertise?
Yes.
And what was that opinion, sir?
That there is no reason medically that I could see from the history documented in the medical records that Mr. McDonald wouldn't have been able to be alert and driving in an alert situation.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination?
I have no question, Charlie.
You referenced some numbers here. Are those like blood sugar numbers?
Blood sugar numbers, yeah. Sorry if I didn't say that.
Okay, I don't think you were asked, but you characterized them as a little high.
A little bit high, yes.
Okay.
They did not give him anything for treatment in the emergency room for those numbers.
All right. Follow up, Mr. Murphy.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Doctor. You missed anything? Okay. Your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Today we call Josh Chica. Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
You solemnly swear to testify that you this case might be heard as truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, see. You state your full name, spell your last name, please, for the record.
Joshua Henry Chica, Chieka.
You may part.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, my name is Cliff Murphy. We've talked by phone a few times. I don't think I ever met you in person. But I wanted to talk to you about the events that occurred on November 14th, 2023. Do you recall that morning?
Yes, sir.
And sir, what do you do professionally?
I'm a truck driver.
And how long have you been a truck driver?
About 3 years.
Okay. And were you a truck driver on November 14th, 2023?
Yes, sir.
And what kind of licensure do you have?
I have my CDL, has now all the endorsements.
In a class?
Class A.
Okay. And sir, when you say that you have all the endorsements and hazmat, what does that mean?
I could drive tanker, I could haul tanker, doubles, triples, hazardous material, things like that.
Okay. And sir, how did you get to that point that you have those certifications?
I just went to the test, studied for the testing.
And how did you get your class A?
I went to school.
How long did you go to school?
About 3 months, I believe.
Okay. And you indicated that you've been driving about 3 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Going back to November 14th, 2023, were you on state or interstate route 70?
Yes.
My understanding is that you were on the eastern side
Correct.
of that, not the western side.
Correct.
Okay. And sir, what drew your attention to what was going on the western side of the roadway?
Well, there was an accident up front, and there was traffic just stopped on the westbound lane, and I just kind of rubbernecking. And then
Stopped or rubbernecking?
I was rubbernecking going by the first exit. Then I seen that there was a bus that was on fire, and I noticed that there was nobody off of that bus.
Okay.
For some reason, I don't know why I stopped and pulled my tractor trailer to the side of the road and proceeded to cross the highway. And that's roughly about the time that the children started leaving the bus.
Okay. And sir, why were the children, if you knew, leaving the bus?
Because it was on fire.
Okay. And sir, were you able to discern why the bus was on fire?
Because the tractor trailer truck hit the back of the bus.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked in State's Exhibit 22. It's an addition. Are you familiar with State's Exhibit number 22?
Yes, sir.
And just not to give the ballot mark, huh? Is this a bus that you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
Now, is that the semi that you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
It appears that the front passenger wheel of the actual semi is off the ground.
Correct.
Is that the condition that you had observed it?
Yes, but I was so worried about the kids and that there's flames in the back, I didn't even notice that the flames hadn't even hit the bus at the time, to be honest with you. So this may have been a little bit before I actually arrived, this photo in particular. I'm guessing.
I don't want you to guess.
Oh.
Was the truck on fire?
Yes.
Is that how the truck generally appeared?
Yes.
The bus was probably in better condition than it looks like there.
Yes.
Okay. When you arrived, you indicated the bus was on fire?
Yes, I did, but
Tell us what you did when you arrived.
I ran to the front of the bus and I noticed that there were students getting off of the bus. There was a little girl that had a broken leg, I believe, and they all started huddling in the front of the bus where the door was. I asked the children, I said, you should probably get away from that. There was a little girl that was in crutches. I asked her if I could pick her up. She said, yes, sir. I picked her up. I brought her, about 50 yards, somewhere further away from the flames. At that point, I heard somebody say that there was still children on the bus. And this is where it gets a little grainy for me. I don't know what child I took off first, but I recall running in there, grabbing a child, driving the child out, going back in and grabbing one more child and bringing that child out.
How was the interior of the bus, smoke-wise?
It was smoky, extremely smoky.
Any difficulty breathing in there?
Yes, I had a very difficult time with that.
At some point in time, did you see another student hanging from a window?
Yes, sir.
Walk us through what happened.
I heard somebody in the back. It was the second child. I can't say if it was Brennan, the other young boy. But I remember yelling in the back. I promised I'd be back. At that time, I heard somebody yell, jump, jump, jump. I got back off the bus in the front. And I was catching my breath is when I heard that. So I ran to the other side, the opposite side of the bus, and I seen a child hanging out by his foot. At that time, I pulled the kid, and he goes, ow. I go, what do? He goes, lift me up, sir. So I lifted him up, and he ended up getting his foot unstuck, and I helped him down to the ground. And I remember just putting him in front of me as we were moving away from the bus.
At some point in time, did you help Trooper Grimm with the person who was in an SUV?
Yes.
Okay, talk to us about that.
I wish I could be more clear on the time periods, but everything was happening so fast, my adrenaline was going. I ran behind a trooper. He was talking to a gentleman inside of a vehicle. As the trooper went towards the back of the vehicle, I reached my hand in and helped the older gentleman out of that vehicle. At that time, somebody else took him, and I just proceeded to walk away.
Sir, you suffered some injuries from this?
The only injuries I really suffered was a burn on my right right arm, very small. And I went to the hospital because I had trouble breathing. I had a severe headache at the end of that.
In terms of driving truck, do you drive a standard or do you drive automatic?
I actually drive both. At the time that the accident happened, I only drove a standard, but since the time of the accident, I've actually been put into an automatic, strictly an automatic.
Okay. What's the difference?
Shifting through gears, and so on and so forth.
Is driving an automatic easier on the driver?
Oh yeah.
Why is that?
So all you do is step on the gas and go and step on the brake. You know, it's not, you're not controlling the gears.
Okay. In terms of the automatic, are you familiar with an exhaust brake?
Yes.
Tell us what that is.
It's a switch. There's 1 through 3 settings, and what it does is it opens up the valves and introduces air exhaust into the motor to help slow down the vehicle with your fuel.
Okay. Does that happen with the pressing on the brake, or does that happen, pre-driving?
You don't have to step on the brake. You let off the, if your Jake brake is engaged, you let off of the fuel and the Jake brake will kick in.
Okay. And in terms of the purpose of the exhaust brake, is that to, obviously it doesn't increase the fuel mileage, because I would imagine you're not able to coast then.
No, you can't coast that.
So what's the purpose of?
Slowing the vehicle down, so you're not running, so you're not riding your brakes, heating your brakes up, slows your vehicle down.
And just out of curiosity, if I have that engaged, if I have that on, whether it's my switch or some other way, just by taking my foot off the gas, so to speak, I understand it's diesel, the truck would brake, would slow down.
Yes, right.
Okay. If the vehicle was so equipped.
Yes.
Okay. And so, are you familiar with the 2019 Freightliner model? Or?
I'm familiar with that model. I've never driven them.
Okay, so you don't know how it works on that particular truck?
I mean, they're all pretty much similar.
Okay. Well, then, if I was driving down State Route 70 on a flat, level ground where the sun's to my back, and I'm sitting at an elevated position, and I can see everything in front of me, and I took my foot off the gas or the accelerator pedal, whatever you want to call it, and did absolutely nothing else, what would that vehicle do?
So it starts slowing down.
Okay. Noticeably?
Yeah, oh, yeah. Especially if you're in third, your Jake's on high.
Have you ever had to stop a semi on the quick?
Yes.
What kind of circumstances?
Just when there's vehicles, you know,
cut in front of you?
Cut in front of me. Somebody slams on their brakes to avoid something. Yes.
Okay. What is the stopping ability of one of these semis?
I would say at 65 miles.
What's your objection?
He's not an expert on the stopping ability of semis. He's a truck driver.
You can explore his background, but so far you haven't laid a foundation for it. Expert testimony.
I'm not as an expert, Your Honor, lay witness with additional knowledge. He testified that he has the prior training, he has the credentials, he has the additional experience.
He says he's been driving the truck for 3 years.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, so he's not familiar with the 2019 Freightliner.
Sustained at this point. Sustained at this point. You can lay additional foundation. Go ahead.
Sure. On your particular truck, what truck do you actually drive on a day-to-day, sir?
The one I drive is in between the Kenworth of 2023 or 2024 Kenworth Peterbilt, and I have operated not Freightliners, internationals.
Okay. And is that how those systems work?
Yes.
In those vehicles?
Yes.
So if somebody cut in front of me and I took my foot off the accelerator, would my vehicle, under any of those vehicles, come to a faster stop than if I did nothing?
Can you repeat that again?
Sure. If my foot's on the accelerator, what's going to happen with the vehicle?
It's going to speed up.
Okay, up until the maximum that it's covered.
Correct.
Okay. If I take my foot off, you previously testified that it would drop.
Correct.
And I think you used quite quickly.
Yes.
Okay. If you saw a vehicle pull in front of you, would you be able to bring your semi to a quick stop?
Absolutely.
What kind of distances are we talking about?
At 65 miles an hour, I think I could bring my truck to a complete stop within 150 yards to 200 yards, absolutely maximum. But as being a professional truck driver, I would be putting that truck into a ditch before I hit a vehicle.
Okay. Well, let me ask the question a different way without asking you whether or not you're going to ditch or anything else. Sir, assume for the sake of argument you had 800 feet.
Okay.
Is that something that you'd be able to bring that vehicle to a stop if you were actually watching?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
You just testified that you put your truck in the ditch before you hit something.
Correct.
So how much does your truck weigh when it's loaded?
I'm hauling heavy up to 100,000 pounds, but without permits, about 80,000 pounds.
It's not really maneuverable, is it?
No.
So if you saw a quick braking event occur in front of you, you wouldn't hit that truck in the ditch, would you?
Absolutely.
The car was several feet in front of you?
No.
Okay. So you'd need a considerable amount of distance to be alerted to that stopping event in order to maneuver your vehicle, correct?
I would say 100 to 150 feet.
150 feet to maneuver.
Yeah, between by the time I recognized what was going on and proceeded to remove that vehicle from the roadway, yes.
Okay. You mentioned earlier that these Jake brakes, they have variable speeds. You said that 1 through 3, is that what you said? So does that give us a variable on how much it works? So in other words, it has three variables. Is it variable one, give us a certain degree of slowing down, and variable two, even more, and variable three, even more?
Yes.
Okay. And is that something that the driver sets?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, are all Jake brakes like that?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And your knowledge is limited to the International and the Kenwood?
And Petersville.
And Peterbilt? Did I say Kenwood? Did I make that up? Or
No, Kenwood.
Okay. So how much weight were you pulling that day?
I was empty that day when that actually occurred. When I was loaded going to Pixel to drop off my load, I was about 80,000 pounds.
You're about 80,000 pounds. Have you ever, when you had the 80,000 pounds just for a test, locked up your brakes hard you couldn't see how far it takes you south?
Just not to test that out. That's not something that you would.
How about on I-70? Have you ever done that?
I've had vehicles stop, pull in front of me, stop. Yes, I've had this.
And you had to hit your brakes to where you came to a complete stop? Just jammed on the brakes as hard as you could?
Not as I recall.
Okay.
Not on I-70.
So you haven't really performed any tests to tell us how far it takes to actually stop?
Well, I mean, not on I-70, but I mean, on different highways, absolutely. You've been cut off, you have to slow
I
down.
didn't ask you if you've been off on the highways. I'm asking you if you ever performed a test to determine how long it takes to stop a truck with 80,000 pounds of weight.
No.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Sarah, we're not talking about testing, we're talking about the real world. Have you done it in the real world?
Yes.
Your lives matter?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further. Quick roll.
In those real world events, as I just asked you, you've never locked the brakes completely to come to a complete stop, have you?
I have locked up my brakes to not hit them. Yes, I have.
No, that's not what I asked you. I asked you on the highway, have you locked up your brakes, jammed on them, I believe that's exactly what I said, and came to a complete stop when you were 80,000 pounds heavy?
I've never came to a complete stop on the highway.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. The next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We call Trooper James Gotham.
James Hoffman, COFFL
You may inquire.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Trooper. Sir, where are you currently employed at?
Currently, State Highway Patrol. I'm assigned to the Academy in Columbus.
Okay. And what do you do at the academy?
I'm an instructor.
And what do you instruct?
How to be a trooper, police officer in the state of Ohio. All the duties: crash, defensive tactics, driving, firearms, traffic stops, traffic law, criminal law.
Okay. And sir, how long have you been an Ohio State Highway Patrol trooper?
Just over 10 years.
Okay. And sir, do you have any training as a DRE?
I do.
What is your training, sir, on that?
Drug recognition expert. It's an extra training you go to. So you have standardized field sobriety. You have to have what you get in the academy. It's a 40-hour week with practical application. Then we have a post-grad. So after we get done with our FTO training phase, we go through AROD, which is just more drug interdiction on the side of the road. And then after you have 5 years on, you can apply to be a drug recognition expert. And then you go through 3-week course, 2 weeks in our classroom. And then you have a week of practical that you have to do where that is, you can learn how to detect drug impairment. There's 7 different categories you have to look at. There's all kinds of just more in-depth standardized field sobriety that you get trained on.
Is it legal drugs or illegal drugs or both?
That's both, any drugs.
What are some of the things that you would observe as a DRE for someone who's suspected to be under the influence?
Well, it depends on the drug category. But some of it, like for instance, for like depressants, you would look at like slow or slurred speech. So like alcohol, think alcohol. You've ever seen them when it's impaired on alcohol? Alcohol is a depressant. So you look at blurry, watery eyes, glassy bloodshot eyes, slow slurred speech, lethargic movements, maybe a sway about their person. Then you have stimulants, which are like cocaine, amphetamines, methamphetamine. That's someone who's real rigid, very, very hyperactive. Then you have narcotics. The pupils will be pinpoint. They'll be kind of what's called on the nod, almost look like they're sleeping. So there's different drug categories that you look at. Marijuana, you have glassy bloodshot eyes, lethargic movements, very like laid back demeanor about their person. These are all just different things you look at.
Okay. So you're looking for something that would be out of the ordinary that you'd expect to see on someone who's not.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. And sir, how long have you been a DRE expert with the State Highway Patrol?
I went through DRE school in 2019.
Okay. And so I'm assuming then if you went through in 2019, you were so certified on Tuesday, November 14, 2023.
I was.
Okay. And sir, did you participate in an investigation of a collision that occurred on Interstate 70 near milepost 118 in the westbound lane in Lincoln County, Ohio? Okay. And sir, could you tell the court what your participation was in that investigation?
I was assigned to the Lancaster post, which is just south of the Greenville post. I knew that they had a serious crash going on 70. It was kind of an all hands on deck. I used to work at the Greenville post. So I called Lieutenant Vollmer and asked him if he needed any assistance. And then he asked me to go to Grant Hospital and make contact with Mr. McDonald, who was the driver of the semi. Most importantly, you want to make sure there wasn't any impairment or anything like that.
Okay. And again, impairment can be drugs, can be non-drugs, just some level of alteration.
Correct.
Okay. And do you see Mr. McDonald in the courtroom here today?
I guess he's sitting at the defense.
Can I ask the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant?
Sir,
Now, sir, in 2023, November 14th, did you have access to a body-worn camera?
I did.
Okay, and sir, were you wearing that body-worn camera when you had that interaction with Mr. McDonald?
I did.
Okay, I'm going to show you what has been marked. And I apologize. It's State's Exhibit number 11. I believe this starts at about 117, so I'm going to just move it up to 117-ish. Who was with you for this?
Gentleman right there, Madsen, Sergeant Madsen, and Trooper Dewars.
As good as it can be, huh? I'm Trooper Coffin with the patrol, obviously. That's Trooper Madsen, Trooper Diverson. Just come check on you. Ask you some questions. All right. Do you know? Can you remember what happened?
I can't remember any. The first thing I remember, the only thing I remember, is seeing fire outside my truck. And that's the only thing I remember. I don't remember anything right before that. I don't remember any kind of anything before that. Anything. I just remember fire going out the truck.
Just remember that's all you remember. Do you remember any vehicles that were in front of you? Do you remember any vehicles around you?
I don't remember it. I was driving down the road. I know that out of the house this morning. And I was driving down the road and my van on, and then next thing I remember, it's like I just woke up and I seen fire outside of my truck. That's the only thing I remember. And then I was like, I got to get out of the truck. And I pulled the handle on the door and it opened. So I kind of rolled out of the truck. And I seen all kinds of stuff going on. And I seen there was a red something, I don't know what it was, but a red SUV. Outside, and there was a man in it, and I tried to get him out. And I started hollering for some people to come over there because he was still in the fire. Of course, at that point, it was really bad in the truck, and I could feel the heat. And they told me to go over to the side.
That's about it.
Yeah.
So, you remember? So you don't remember? Did you hit your head at all during the crash? Do you know?
I don't know.
Did you have your seatbelt on?
Yes, I did. So I probably didn't hit my head. I mean,
do you have any medical conditions or anything? Are you diabetic or anything like that? Okay. Was your shirt? Do you know if your shirt was low or anything like that, or?
Not that I know of. I mean,
was your medical card your medical card's good for your CDL?
Yeah.
Okay. When was your last exam?
It's been less than a year ago. I don't remember. But it's been definitely less than a year.
So every year.
Because I've been taking it. Well, they make me take it. They said I have to take it back in a year. That's how I know it's been less than a year ago.
Okay.
I don't remember exactly when. But.
What was the last moment that you do remember while driving? Do you remember where you were at?
I remember. Let's see, the last moment I remember when I was driving. Our yard is at 126, and I was past it.
So you're past the 126?
I was past the 126.
Okay. Which direction were you headed?
I was headed east.
West? Okay. Do you travel that route often?
Every day.
Every day?
Yeah, every other day. I go from Vincent from Ohio, Marysville, Ohio, Pennsylvania.
Okay. What were you hauling?
Batteries.
What kind? Okay. Just the little small batteries that you put up in the front?
10 cars.
Okay. How many do you have?
I had, there was 8, 2, and 2. There was 12 pallets total.
12 pallets. How many is typically in a pallet?
I'm not even sure.
Okay. Do you know the approximate weight that you're running?
Probably maybe 15, 16 pounds.
Okay. Roughly 16,000?
I think, just rough estimate.
Okay. What time did you leave Marysville?
Well, I didn't leave Marysville. I left my house. I was going to Marysville.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I left my house this morning. I don't know. I don't know what time. It was, I would say it was probably around between 8 and 8:30.
8 and 8:30? Where do you live at?
In Zanesville.
Zanesville?
What's your address?
It's 2230 Adamsville Road, Zanesville, Ohio. One of y'all has my driver's license.
Oh, okay.
One of the doctors.
Yeah.
We weren't on the scene. They're still out there with it. So,
what lane do you typically travel in?
Right lane.
Right lane? Do you ever get over to the left, or do you recall ever getting over to the left, or were you right lane the entire time?
I think I was in the right lane pretty much the entire time. I mean, from what I remember, I was in the right lane.
So when you were at, you said it was the 126 is what you remember last?
I remember that.
When you were at the 126, do you remember what was in front of you, around you, anything along those lines?
There were a lot of traffic.
Yeah.
At that point. I don't remember a lot of the traffic.
All right.
what's at the 126? Do you know?
Yeah, the truck stops, because that's where our yard is. The truck stops, and our yard drives the road from there.
Okay.
So you didn't stop at the yard. You're driving from your house up to Marysville. Okay.
And then I always go back to the yard.
So you were empty now? You were?
Yeah, well, I had batteries.
Oh, okay. So when did you pick up the batteries?
Yesterday in Thompson, PA.
Okay. Then you drove them to your house for overnight?
Yeah, I drove my house, and then I phoned down the Marysville.
Yeah. Did you do your pre-trip?
Yes.
All right. Was there any issues that you found or anything like that on your pre-trip?
No issues.
Is that your truck or is that a company vehicle?
Company.
Okay.
Was the air was good the whole time? Like for your brakes and everything?
Yeah, I had no problem, no issues with it.
So you don't remember anything after the 126 at all?
Well, I don't remember anything that stood out. I mean, I don't remember how much further I went.
Yeah.
I don't really remember. I guess you'd say, I don't remember actually what I went.
Right.
But it's kind of weird. I mean, I don't know where it happened. I don't even know where it happened. So it happened on down.
I'm not sure near mile marker.
118, right for Amazon.
Big guns.
310, just past 310, stay around 310.
Yeah, I know about where it's at.
How much sleep did you get last night?
Like, I mean, I went to bed.
You a good sleeper or I wake up tonight, so.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say I'm a good sleeper, because I mean, I sleep. Usually when if I get 4 or 5 hours sleep, I feel good.
Yeah.
And I felt good this morning when I left.
Yeah. Did you eat breakfast?
No, I didn't eat anything.
Did you eat anything for breakfast?
No.
Do you have anything, cup of coffee, tea?
Just I had water.
Some water?
Yeah, some water.
The medicine that you're on, have you take it on an empty stomach? Does it make you nauseous or anything?
No, it normally don't bother me at all. That's what's scary.
Have you ever had periods before where you've traveled up to 8 miles without remembering anything, or?
Not that I can remember, no.
How long have you been driving for?
About 20 years.
Have you ever been involved in a wreck before?
Nothing more than I had a truck hit me. That's a nightmare.
Do you have I was gonna say, I have a question right on top of my head here. I'll come back. Keep going.
Do you run an electronic logbook?
Yeah.
Okay. That's what. Do you have kids or do you have dash cam? Is there a dash cam on your truck?
I don't think there's a dash cam on it.
Do you run alone or you run
alone? They don't allow anybody.
So you don't have a passenger?
No.
Is it a sleeper berth or is it just a cab?
Okay. Sleeper berth.
So you don't remember anything pertaining to any kind of collisions or anything? You just.
I mean, I'm trying to think. No, I remember fire.
Yeah.
That was to my right, or coming from over on my right side. I remember seeing that.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I remember.
Yeah.
Would you be willing to provide a voluntary urine sample?
Sure. I got nothing.
Other than the medicine, nothing.
Yeah.
You want to mute it?
Mute it, but you can't. I was about to turn it off. I just called.
Yeah. I got nothing.
All right. I'll get. Are you able to go to the bathroom right now, or you need to?
I probably am, but I guess took a bite. I mean, I probably can't.
All right, I'll get the nurse and we'll get it figured out.
I can't move right now. I mean, down here where I look.
Yeah, you're pretty sure down there. You don't remember how fast you were going or anything like that? If you're distracted by anything?
I probably go. Well, the last I remember, I was doing close to 70. But I don't normally. I mean, I sent a cruise usually, but I don't even know. I must have probably had my brakes a few times between time down and there. You think? If I had it set on 70, I already unset that sucker.
Do you remember the last vehicle that was?
Do
you remember if there were any vehicles that were next to you at any point?
No. I'm sure there were at times, but that's what got us so freaked out at all.
Did you take your metformin this morning? Do you normally take it in the morning?
I think in the morning.
What's the order?
Do you normally not eat breakfast? Well, you normally do eat breakfast. I normally don't. You normally don't? Okay. I'm not a big breakfast person myself, so it's usually me drinks coffee. You know, on the weekend I might eat it, but that's about it. What was the name of your medicine? What was the name of your medicine again? Metformin. Yeah. Do you take anything else regularly? I take several from blood pressure. You just took that this morning? I take it at night. You take it at night? Okay. I took it last night. Okay. What's the name of that? I'm not sure. The Senepril thing. What is it? Senepril? Yeah, something like that. I don't know if that's the actual pronunciation, but. How old are you, sir? 60. 60? Yeah. So that's for your blood pressure? You take it at night? Yeah. It's still, that's on my blood pressure. So you take Senepril, and then another one for my triglycerides. It's called, if you guys come to me with an A, for your reservoir? For cholesterol. Takes cholesterol. Yeah. That's triglycerides. The company that you drive for, what's the name of it? Mid-State. Mid-State? Is it Mid-State Systems? Okay. Yeah, okay. It's familiar. I had one of the trucks on the side of the road not too long ago. Yeah, that's right. She said she'd call back if she had more questions. He said I'll get one there. So if your blood pressure in the past has ever dropped, do you usually like get kind of disoriented and not know what's going on, or I've never had that. Have you ever had your blood sugar drop and you're like you don't know what's going on? Or? If you normally don't take your is it metformin? If you normally don't take your metformin, do you have any reactions that you know? I've never had any reactions. Now I have taken it before, and sometimes it'd be a little high. But I've never had any kind of reaction. Okay. How long have you been on metformin? Well, a few years. Same thing with blood pressure medication. You've been taking that for a while? Yeah. What, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years? Well, the blood pressure with the blood pressure medication that he gave me, I've probably been on it for about a year. A year maybe? That's at least a year. Is it the same dosage you've been taking? Yeah. Just having there, so she's having a bad day. Yeah. You don't remember feeling any impacts or anything like that? Like anything from the front or the back or side?
Have they ran you through some scans here?
Yeah, they ran through a body scan.
Have they told you anything? Or
they told me I wasn't going to be able to get this off for about my 3 or 4 minutes.
Okay. Is anything hurting on you?
Lower back, lower back. That's what I got. I really weren't hurt to that much.
Yeah.
I mean, I was sore, but when I got out of the truck, I felt like.
You said you did have your seatbelt on, right?
Yeah, I did have.
Does your truck have airbags?
It's a newer truck, so you'd think it was.
Were they deployed? Do you remember?
I don't think they were. I don't remember no airbags.
So this is going to be kind of a stupid question, but when you got out of the truck was stopped, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely it was stopped.
Did you turn it off?
I did.
You remember turning it off?
I remember reaching down because I was like, let me turn this thing off. I don't even know if it was on, but I physically turned the key off.
Okay. Is it a manual or automatic?
Automatic.
Did you put it in park?
It should have automatically went to park when I turned it off, but no, it didn't.
Okay.
I mean, that trucks are kind of weird.
Right. Especially with all the electronics.
Standard truck.
Right.
Up until about a year ago when I got that one, that was the first automatic I ever drove.
And not knowing, is a gear selector like a standard knob, like a vehicle knob?
No, it's in neutral normally.
Okay.
And to get it to go in the drive or reverse, you got to push the brake and push the knob down or up or down.
Okay. So it's like a tractor more so with the
Okay. So you remember seeing the red SUV when you got out of the? I didn't remember seeing the red SUV inside me. Do you remember seeing any other semis or bus, like a charter bus or anything like that? I remember seeing it was in front of me. The charter bus was in front of you? Do you remember, do you remember seeing, so you saw the red SUV, you saw the charter bus, do you remember seeing a vehicle between your truck and the charter bus at all, or? Just the side. Just that red one? So you don't remember anything between your truck and the charter bus, right? Your truck. And they were all on fire? The truck was on fire. Your truck was on fire and the charter bus? Or? I don't remember. The charter bus was on fire later, I think. I don't know if it was on fire then or not. I'm not sure. I do remember seeing it after I'd gotten out and was standing there at the rear end of the bus.
Were your fuel tanks, were they full, empty, half?
Probably a little under half.
A little under half?
Yeah, because I hadn't been to the yard. I always do a yard on the way back.
Yeah.
So they're probably a little under half.
So you run diesel, not compressed natural gas?
Yes, it's diesel.
Did you run single side saddle? Of your truck?
Did anybody say anything to you, or did you hear anybody talk anything about the crash as soon as you got out?
No. Nobody even come over to me until I got away from the truck. And I seen this guy there, and he was telling me, get me up, get me up. And I went over to him, and I told him I had to get up, so I got up. And I was like trying to, I said, he hurt.
I got you. Is that better? I was checking on your pain or anything, so. Okay. Thank you. Oh.
You should ask him to use his bathroom, because I think I can now. But, what was I saying?
Anybody say anything to you? You said there was a guy that was trying to get you.
Yeah, I went to the guy, and I said, I'll try to get you out, and I couldn't. And I went out and I started hollering at the guy, and I thought there was a guy in the car, and he was getting hot in the truck. I said, there's a guy in this car, and some people come over then, and they said, you need to get over there, and they got him out.
Okay.
The guy in the red SUV?
Yeah.
Do you know how many vehicles were involved total?
The red SUV, was it next to your truck?
It was inside of a truck.
Underneath your truck? Was it just sitting there?
It was sitting there inside of a truck.
Had it been hit?
It been hit.
Driver's side of your truck?
I'm not sure whether it was.
Of your truck?
On my truck?
Yeah.
So it was to the side, it wasn't to the
To the side of
To the, okay.
And it was kind of, when you got out of your door, it's a little bit behind the door frame, so you have to like fuels?
Yeah, exactly right. You're about right.
Do you remember how damaged it was? Do you remember what kind of damage happened? You couldn't open the door.
I opened it, so I hit the passenger door.
Okay, you got the passenger.
I went around the truck and got in the passenger side. And was trying to get him out.
But there was damage to his driver's door?
I don't even know. I honestly didn't see the driver's door. When I come out, I come around because it was a little behind me. I come around the passenger door. I think it wasn't damaged. And he was it was kind of weird because I asked him, was he the driver? Because he was in the passenger side of the car. Partially.
Yeah, okay. Just kind of have it over the center console?
Yeah, he was his seat was on this side of the center console.
Okay, on the passenger?
On the passenger side. And that's what kind of weird. I asked him, are you okay? Are you going back? Because I wanted to know if I was moving back.
Right.
And he started thinking, all right, I just need to get up. And so I tried to help him up. And that's when he was the old guy.
Okay.
And that's when I hollered for help.
He was the only one in the car?
He was the only one in the car. And he said, I was standing beside him, or sitting beside him. Once the guy was beside me, I asked him again. He said, yes, he was the only one in the car.
Would you have noticed if there was driver's side damage on that vehicle?
Not the way I come around. I don't know.
Okay.
Because when I come out of the truck, I went away from the truck. I came around to the passenger side. Well, yeah, passenger side.
So was that car facing the same direction as your truck?
It's kind of weird because I was trying to think that when he said that.
Okay.
And I really, he was facing the opposite way as my truck.
Okay.
Okay, so he was.
Because I can, yeah, that way. I'm not sure. I mean, I'll be honest, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would think that if I had done that, it would have been his driver's side. But I was actually looking at the side that he should have been on.
Right.
So I might have been confused about that.
Yeah.
So I'm really not sure about that.
Okay.
I'm trying to think, there's another one that I thought of, and it escaped me already. Question. Was his vehicle on like the zipper? Or do you know like where it was in relation to the lane? Is it one?
It was like in the middle. It was like in the middle of the road. On the he was in the left lane.
In the fast lane?
I'm sure in the fast lane.
Yeah.
But I don't remember which way it swung. Because I went around and I was in the passenger side.
Okay. Is that a 2-lane section or is it the split 2-lane or? So how many lanes were on your side of the road? Two. And then there's the shoulders.
Right.
Do you remember where your truck was in relation to that lane? And
my truck was to the right.
Was it on the shoulder or was it all the way in just that right lane?
At that point, I'm not really sure.
Okay.
You don't remember hitting your brakes or anything, or?
I don't remember anything.
You said traffic was pretty empty, pretty desolate out there. It wasn't heavy traffic?
Yeah, the last I remember, it wasn't really heavy.
Yeah. Is it typically heavier than that normally on?
Yeah, I thought so, but I was like, I mean, a lot of people out here today. Because I remember earlier, thinking that, a lot of people out here today. But see, usually it gets worse as you get past that exit also. He had to be turned, the SUV.
Yeah.
Had to be turned.
Facing
opposite direction, because now that I think about it, he was in the back seat, like,
Yeah.
and so it had to be turned.
So he was almost all the way to the back.
Exactly. Yeah.
Did you ask him his name or anything like that? Do you remember? You said he was an older guy. Was he tall, short?
I'm shorter than I am.
Shorter than you? How tall are you?
I'm 5'11".
Okay.
He's probably like 5'9".
Okay.
5'8".
Skinny little guy, or was he thick? Or
He was middle.
okay.
If you get them to give me yours, I'll take yours. I'm ready to
My buddy camera.
His laps were set off?
Yes, sir.
And they were negative for any drugs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. He doesn't remember hitting his brakes?
No, sir.
Doesn't remember anything past 126?
No, sir.
Doesn't remember the red 2006 Toyota Highlander?
No, sir.
Nothing. Did you see any, you conducted a view of him, determine whether he was under the influence of any drugs? Did you see any reaction that would be indicative of that he was either under the influence or abusing any kind of substance?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you see any signs or any indications that he was impaired for purposes driving or anything else?
No, sir.
If you had stopped him on the highway and you were going to make a determination as to whether to have him conduct field sobriety testing in the condition that you observed him there, would you do so?
I would not.
I believe you asked him a two-part question about whether or not he was impaired at some point.
I understand. I don't remember specifically that.
With apologies, I won't pull that up. You also got a handwritten statement from him?
Yes. I questioned. I read because you had the pulse and on his finger. So.
Okay. I want you to look at the book in front of you. States Exhibit number 12, please. Is this the statement that you had, that you were filling out in your notebook?
Yes, sir.
At the time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you give that statement for signature to the defendant, in this case, Mr. McDonald?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, is this truly and accurately depict the conversation or portions of the conversations for the written part that you had with the defendant in this particular case?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
So in that body cam footage, clearly, Mr. McDonald, you were aware that he was part of the accident prior to going to the hospital, right? Yes. So you expected to see him in some type of debilitated state and all that?
I didn't know what to expect. I didn't know any injuries he had. Or I was just told to get over and make contact with him.
Had you seen the accident prior to going out there?
Negative.
Okay. So at the time, he tells you he can't really remember anything past 126, right? Right. And memory kind of comes to when he's in the truck and there's fire. That's what he said. Okay. And he's trying to help you piece together the after effects, right, with regards to the Toyota Highlander and where the damage was.
The red vehicle was talking about when he gets out.
Yeah. But he doesn't remember much. Would you agree with that?
Leading up to the crash.
Well, you can't recall which side the damage was on the Highlander.
And that, so there's portions of it you can't remember if that's.
Yeah. He doesn't remember whether or not his truck has a dash cam.
He didn't remember that.
No. And initially he said he was going eastbound, then corrects himself and says westbound, right?
Correct.
And then he doesn't remember whether or not he took his medicine that morning.
Correct.
And he believes that he was pulling 16,000 pounds.
Objection as to what he believes.
I
Response.
told you that he was pulling 16,000 pounds.
Good.
That's what he said.
And you performed a test to see whether or not he had drugs in the system, right? Illegal drugs.
Correct. Is that by your statement?
Right. And that came out negative, right?
Correct.
As well as alcohol. Correct. When you asked him to take that test, he stated you, I got method high.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Retry.
Thank you. You were asked about portions he can remember or wants to tell you. It's probably the better way of saying that. Is that accurate?
Correct.
You don't know what You know, he is trying to tell you that you ever had people lie to you on the road?
All the time.
Why? Why do they lie to you on the roadway, sir?
Just say I want to hear the full truth and hide stuff.
Okay. The gentleman doesn't know whether he hit the brakes. That's what he told you, right?
Correct.
He doesn't remember anything past the yard in 126. That's what he told you, right?
Correct.
He doesn't remember whether or not he hit the red truck, the SUV in front of him, right?
Correct.
He doesn't even mention anything about the silver Murano.
Correct.
He doesn't know or want to tell you anything. It's one or the other. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
And just so we understand, you're not familiar with what Dr. Lee testified in this particular case, nothing medically that would prevent him from knowing these things, are you?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see anything from his eyes or anything that showed that he had any kind of medical condition that you would be able to tell versus substance use or abuse or anything of that nature?
Nothing out of the norm.
So he told you what he decided to tell you and nothing else.
Yes, what he told me is what he told me.
Thank you.
Recross.
Have you worked accidents before?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have considerable experience working accidents?
Yes.
Have you dealt with a lot of individuals who've been injured in accidents?
Yes.
Have you seen horrific accidents?
Yes.
Have you talked to individuals who can't remember what happened during the accident?
Portions of them, yes.
Okay. And you're an authority figure. You agree with that, correct?
Correct.
And oftentimes individuals want to please you because you're authority. You agree with that?
Correct.
Yeah. And when you're discussing Mr. McDonald's memory after he wakes up and sees the fire, would you agree that he's trying to recall things for you?
He's trying to paint the picture, yes.
Yes. Because you spent, I don't know how many minutes, you spent a fair bit of time on the red Toyota Highlander trying to determine which side he had gone around and which doors were open. Do you recall that?
The other troopers are not really talking about.
Yes. While you were standing there, that part was being discussed, and he's trying to recall that. You would agree with me on that, would you? So this is an individual trying to assist you in your investigation, correct?
Objection. He has no idea whether he's trying to assist him.
Overruled.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And again, he said, I ain't got nothing to hide, did he?
Yeah.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Trooper. You may step down. Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Trooper McKinney.
Anthony Matheny, M-A-T-H-E-N-Y.
You may occur.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, where are you employed?
With the House State Health Patrol.
In what capacity?
I'm currently assigned to the Licensing and Commercial Standards Division out of District 6, which is the Columbus District,
How long have you been Ohio State Highway Patrol Trooper?
for about 10 years.
Okay. And were you so employed on November 14, 2023? And sir, were you dispatched to an area on I-70 in the westbound lane around milepost 118?
I was.
And for what purpose were you so dispatched?
I was dispatched because there was a commercial ball crash that involved a bus and semi moving at that time.
Okay. And sir, at the time, were you wearing a body-worn camera like you have on here today?
I was.
And was that body-worn camera active at the time?
It was.
Okay. And sir, what were you doing out at the scene in that location? What were you requested to do?
First thing that I did out there after assessing the scene was I took photographs of the vehicles.
Okay. And you did that with the camera?
Correct.
And did you have the body-worn camera on at the time that you were walking around with the camera?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked States Exhibit. Apologize, sir. States Exhibit number 21. This purports to be your body-worn camera. Does that appear accurate?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And sir, it looks like you have a pole and a camera with you at that time.
I believe the pole and camera would have been the crash reconstruction unit there.
Okay. And who's on the crash reconstruction unit?
I would have been Sergeant Jasper.
Okay. Is Mr. Jasper in the courtroom here?
Yes.
Okay. So he was out at the scene?
I believe it was, yes.
Okay. And does this video truly and accurately depict your activity documenting the vehicles involved?
It does.
The commercial 31 to 1791 was originally on. Okay, on.
Actually, go ahead and create me a separate for the truck. I think 3277 can do the bus.
Okay. So that's 2017 trailer, Hebron Gatewood leasing, it expires 8/31/2024. Okay.
chicken, 37 side. No, sir. Nothing. Will do.
That's the bus driver station right there, sir?
That is.
Okay, it's missing?
Yes.
Is that from damage impact?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to see the bus driver?
I did not.
Okay. In terms of the third vehicle so far, the silver Nissan Murano, were you ever to take photographs at the scene of that vehicle?
I was not.
Why is that, sir?
Due to its extensive crash damage and where it was in relation to the semi and bus.
Where was it in relationship to the semi and the bus?
It was kind of up against the back of the bus and underneath the tractor of the semi truck.
So you documented that on top of this Nissan Murano?
Correct. Sorry, man. No, you're good. You stop in the middle. I don't know. Chief just called us because the fire beat out. You already better going down. Aisle way. And then I'm going to go about halfway and do another aisle shot. Because we pretty well front of the bus pretty clear. 32, so you're like protective, yeah. Right, halfway aisle. All right.
Truck driver in a hazmat. Where is he?
Transported to Grant. No. Mobile, walking around. Yeah, I don't know how, but that's everything I've been told because I've like triple checked that because I was like, no way, that guy's fine. But yeah, he was walking. He was sitting in the median. He was sitting in the median. I haven't seen him, but I thought it was fucking fatality for sure. So it was right there. I saw the smoke. There's no way. Well, I was like, well, that's, when I got here, I was like, that's one. Yeah, that's why I wasn't saying it. Anything else? No, so far we're good. You know the home addresses or not? Yeah, please. Just on the same side. Thanks, Doug. I'm gonna sneak back here with you. I gotta get a couple. Yeah, you only can come up the load. Nah, you guys are good. You guys' pictures are probably more important than mine. Hey, can you got me a camera? If anybody's, my camera's dying. No. If they do, then we'll get them later. But I'm not gonna do body photos on this card. Oh, that hurt. I'm sorry, so you good, buddy? You go get this in line, I'm done. I gotta take pictures real quick. How's that a public safety alert?
79 right on the Peterson subject. Valid 77 LM. Okay.
Yeah, we can stop there. Might be a couple spots. I mean,
I'm out. Some of these photos, sir, that you took were used by Trevor Jasper, Sergeant, for the purposes of his reconstruction report.
I believe you may have, yes.
Okay. And in terms of your other duties, involving the use of a cell phone. To the best of your knowledge, was any cell phone recovered in the wreckage of the defendant's vehicle here, Freightliner?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, and to the best of your knowledge, did anyone volunteer that the defendant had a cell phone in this particular case?
Not to my knowledge either.
Okay. And sir, in terms of commercial standards, you indicated that that's part of your job description. That's some of the things that you do.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And does that include traffic enforcement?
It includes traffic enforcement on the Federal Military Safety Administration side as well as the Ohio Vice Code side.
Okay, so both sides.
Correct.
And just so that I understand, in terms of speeds for a semi, are they limited different than automobiles in the state of Ohio?
They're not.
Okay, so if the speed limit posted in this area was what, sir?
Plus 70.
Would that be the posted speed limit for semi as well?
It would.
Okay, is there any special exemption that allows a semi to go faster than that speed?
There's not.
Is a semi driver exempt from any of the reckless standards, or following too close standards, or any of the lane violations that other drivers that have a Class D license? So they have to follow the same rules.
Correct.
They can be cited for both.
Correct.
Okay. In terms of the utilization of the cell phone, are they subject to Ohio statute for cell phones as well as other federal regulations?
Yeah.
Okay. So that would prohibit the use of electromagnetic communication device such as a cell phone while they're operating a motor vehicle.
Correct.
Okay. And that would apply to an automobile driver at Class D or Class A.
Are you referring to the ORC side?
Yes.
Yes, that applies both equally.
Okay. And the exemptions under Division B, they apply to people operating semis, at least on the state side, as well as for people who are driving regular cars. That's right. I believe that in this district, the burden falls on the individual to prove that exemption doesn't apply. Is that your understanding?
That is.
Okay. But again, no one mentioned anyone using a cell phone, at least initially, in the preliminary investigation, either at the hospital or at the scene.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Thank you. Further questions?
Cross-examination.
I have no questions, Roy. Thank you.
Thank you, Trooper. You may sit down.
Thank you.
Good time for a break, Mr. Murphy?
Yes, Your Honor.
Why don't we take an afternoon recess, 15 or 20 minutes, and we'll resume.
Hey, I just wanted to. Yeah.
Sandra Erlenbach, Erlenbach.
You may inquire.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name's Cliff Murphy. I don't think we've ever talked.
No,
Okay. My understanding is that you actually work for the trucking company Mid-State?
yes,
In what capacity?
safety director,
And how long have you been safety director?
40 years.
Okay. And what does a safety director do?
We hire drivers, we interview them, and we look over all their DOT files, make sure they're correct, their ELD files, assign them tractors, and just make sure that they're safe.
Okay. Do you also have a say in the selection of equipment that is going to be used by the drivers?
No, I do not.
Okay. So you don't participate in any of the selection of what model tractors are purchased?
No, I do not.
Okay. Tell us about Mid-State's ELD systems.
It's a JJ Teller system, and it's Bluetooth hooked into the truck, and then once the truck takes off, the ELD kicks in, and it's hooked to the engine, and it just shows the activities of the driver.
Okay, how does it transmit back to your company?
It goes back to, the driver submit the logs, it goes into the JJ Keller system, then the system comes into us, and we get it through our JJ Keller ELD system.
Okay, but is it satellite directed that way, or is it?
Bluetooth.
Well, Bluetooth is just one way of, like my phone communicating with the television.
Once the driver submit the logs, then it comes into our computer system through our ELD.
Does the driver have any control over that?
No.
Does the driver have the ability to manipulate that system?
No.
Does the driver have the ability to utilize any personal cell phone Wi-Fi network to facilitate the transfer of this information?
No.
Okay. And how often is this ELD system calibrated, if at all, by Midstate?
I don't think I can't answer that question.
Okay. You guys have absolutely nothing to do with it.
The calibration?
Yes.
Of the system?
Yeah.
For the ELD?
What about accuracy? How do you test it for accuracy?
Can't answer the question. It's hooked to the engine, and so when the truck engine's turning, the ELD operates. So whenever that truck moves, it goes into the ELD.
But it also records speed, doesn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And the speed would be important to Midstate, wouldn't it?
Correct.
Why would the speed be important to Midstate?
We don't want our drivers to speed or go over the speed limit.
And why is that?
It's against the law, and all of our drivers are required to follow all federal, state, and local laws.
Okay. And if you don't follow the laws, then obviously as a driver, you could be terminated.
Possibly, yes.
And if you have your records looked at through the federal people or state people, I mean, you can be fined as well, couldn't you?
Yes.
Okay. So in fact, they would do a review of the records to make sure that there is compliance by Midstate with these requirements. Would that be correct?
That is correct.
Okay. In this particular case, are you familiar with an individual by the name of Jacob McDonald?
Yes, he works for us.
And is Mr. McDonald seated in the courtroom?
Yes, he's right there.
Okay. And did he work for you on Tuesday, November 14, 2023? When I say you, I mean Midstate.
Yes, he did.
Okay. Is he still so employed?
No, he's not.
Okay. In terms of the 2019 Freightliner 315, are you familiar with that truck that he was operating that day?
I know that was his truck, yes.
Okay. At some point in time, did you have the opportunity to meet with any folks with the State Highway Patrol about showing them a similar vehicle to that?
Yes, we did.
Okay. I want to show you what's been marked. I believe it's States Exhibit 2A, B, C, and D. I'm going to show you on the monitor in front of you. This is States Exhibit 2A. This appears to be a view of the driver's seat for this type of vehicle. Is that appear accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Would that accurately reflect or depict the type of seat and configuration of cab that Mr. McDonald had on November 14, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you States Exhibit 2B. This appears to be a better picture, a complete picture of the steering wheel. It also looks like it has, and I apologize to bring it up with me. And I would ask you to look at the big screen. This is what I'm looking at, this device here.
The ELD.
Right. Okay. And that is the system that would be used to track, the speed and distances and other information.
That's the tablet, yes.
Okay.
The information goes to.
Can you play video games on that?
No.
Okay. In terms of placements for cell phones, is there a placement for a cell phone, personal or otherwise, in this cab?
No.
Okay. So there's no place that in this cab that Midstate provides to mount a cell phone.
No.
Okay. The reason I asked.
Hello. Unmute.
Hello, I was getting there.
Hello. I'm coming to put you to bed.
Oh. As you just said that, I said you're not here.
I'm here. I'm coming to put you to bed. So I'm going to share my screen so that you and your lovely crime friend can go to sleep.
So I don't muck it up this time.
You won't. I wouldn't even be worried about that. But yeah, I'm going to take you away. I'm going to add that. And
bye, peeps.
Oh, I'm putting them to bed, everybody. Katia is going to bed. That's why, Paula. She's ignoring everybody because she's putting on her cream and going to bed. So, Garden Bot, you have a good rest of your evening. Good night.
Oh, well, there. I'm not feeling the best
I
tonight.
ask you this question.
I understand that completely. Katia, good night, Garden Bot. Okay. Okay, go.
I will ask her in the morning, Paula. Good night, people.
Good night. Yay! We're going to hang out for a little while. a little while longer and see what we can get out of this right here. It looks like you guys were just about at the exact same spot that I'm at right now. It looks like she had you boosted and we were on 1.5. So let's start there and then we'll continue to watch for it is raining in the upper Dallas area as well too. Yahoo! But it's been raining for a week here. And then we'll continue to watch for the jury deliberations over on Christopher Schurr's side. I'm pretty sure we're going to end up coming back in the morning for that deliberation. So, okay, let's continue.
Question is, it looks like the ELD is mounted by, and to the front windshield by, I'm going to say a suction type device?
Yes.
Okay, there's no such thing for a personal cell phone?
No.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what you mark State's Exhibit number 2C. This would show the center console. It looks like there is a radio that's in there and another seat, but it doesn't appear to be much else besides that. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
And again, the State's Exhibit 2C truly and accurately reflect a similar cab that the defendant would have had when he was operating this vehicle on November 14, 2023.
Yes.
Yeah, and finally, I'm going to show you what's marked State's Exhibit number 2D. And again, that's a straight-on shot of the ELD, and it looks like there's something, a square right over the midsection buttons that's screwed shut. There's nothing that goes there?
No.
Okay. And again, there's no other spots for a cell phone or anything else?
No.
Okay. I also want to talk to you about State's Exhibit number 6. And if you can look at the book in front of you,
this book?
Yes. And I'm going to try to see if I can put that up on the board or the TV set for it too. Are you familiar with State's Exhibit number 6?
Yes.
Is this the first page or one of the pages of the ELD readout that was submitted to the National Transit Safety Board and to the OSP in the investigation into this matter?
Yes.
And does this exhibit truly and accurately reflect what Mr. McDonald's ELD readout and data would be on November 14th, 2038, last time of which would be 8:48 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of information are we looking at this besides we have a time and we have a street that says I-70?
Interstate 70?
Yes. Is that what that is?
Yes.
Okay. And then it has the driver's name. That would be the defendant.
Correct.
The city and state and zip. Is that his or is that the?
That's where the ELD is at the time.
Okay. So that's where the actual truck is at that point. Okay. The speed is at 0 at that point.
Yes.
The tachometer is at 566.
Yes.
That would indicate that even though the speed was at 0, the engine would still be running.
Yes.
Okay. And unit 315, would that be the defendant's unit?
That's correct.
Okay. And the item below that is the same date, but instead of 8:48 a.m., it appears to be 8:46 a.m. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And again, on I-70,
yes,
the defendant as the driver,
yes,
the odometer showing 52,900, 529,000, apologize, 906.3, and that would be in miles per miles
that's
driven?
the odometer that's on, yes,
Per
on the
mile,
truck,
not
on the truck.
So that would be a little bit less than 2 miles away from where the speed goes to 0. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And the speed that's registering at that point in time is 74.7 miles per hour.
Yes.
Okay. And would that be an accurate speed from your familiarity with these systems for this truck at that point in time?
Yes.
Okay. So Mr. McDonald, on November 14th, 2023, at 8:46 a.m., while on I-70, appearing to be less than 2 miles away from the collision site on this particular case, was going 74.7 miles per hour. Would that be correct?
Yes. That's what this shows, yes.
Well, that's accurate, isn't it?
Yes.
In fact, it would be a problem if it wasn't accurate, wouldn't it? It'd be a problem with the feds, it'd be a problem with the state folks too, wouldn't it? The speed limit out there, this isn't too far away from where Midstate is located, off of exit 126.
Yes.
So this is about 8 miles away from there, give or take. The speed limit out there is 70 miles an hour. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So Mr. McDonald would have been speeding at this particular time. Would that be accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, in terms of earlier, And I have another section highlighted. This is at 8:25. Again, on November 14th, 2023, same driver. It looks like the truck was going 75.2 miles per hour. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Again, that would be speeding on I-70.
Yes.
Okay. And obviously that's against the policies that are within the company. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. The actual vehicle itself that the defendant was operating, did this vehicle have a speed governor on it?
Yes.
Okay. What is a speed governor?
I can't answer that question.
Okay. You don't.
I couldn't answer it correctly. I think I know the answer to the question, but I'm just not sure.
Go give it a shot.
72.
Okay, you
I think it's governor at 72.
You think it's governed
Yes.
at 72?
Yes.
Okay. And so what does that mean to you?
It's supposed to be, I can't answer the question. I'm not sure.
Okay. What about cruise control?
Yes.
What is the cruise control limit that a driver can set a vehicle for?
I would think 72. I'm not sure.
You're not
No,
sure?
no.
Would it surprise you that Mr. McDonald told the troopers it was 70?
I'm not.
You just don't
no,
know?
I don't know.
Okay, that's fair. I don't want to beat you up on something you don't know. But as far as you're concerned, this information would be accurate.
Yes.
In terms of the policies that Midstate has, I want you to, if you could look at Exhibit 13 in there. Are you
I have
familiar-
Exhibit 13, yes.
Okay, are you familiar with Exhibit 13?
Yes.
The first one we're looking at is 13A, which is the driver's manual.
Okay.
To the best of your knowledge, you can take one like that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
To the best of your knowledge, would this have been the manual that would have been in effect on November 14, 2023?
Yes.
And what kind of information would you, what information is in 13A that I would need to know as a driver?
It shows all the rules and regulations from the state system.
Okay. Such as? Not allowed to have a radar detector? Okay, that's covered in there, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, am I allowed to speed?
You need to follow all federal, state, and local law.
Okay. So I'm looking now at page 14, 13A. Warning letter and personnel file.
Page what?
Page 14, rather.
14.
So there's speeding violations, driver alert, DOT, roadside inspections, accidents that are preventable, late deliveries. That's in there?
Yes.
There's also an after-hours telephone numbers.
Yes.
Okay. And looking at 13B. Talks about the use of
13B.
Yes, States Exhibit 13B. It's on page 13.
Okay, yes. No, this is 13H. Can't find me
This is
13B.
what I'm looking at. It's
I'm
right out.
sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
This one?
This is what I'm looking at.
Oh, it says H, right? Or is that a B?
That's a different one. That's a B.
Okay.
That's what happens when
Yes.
you're before education. So I apologize.
Yes, I see this.
Okay. Midstate has a policy regarding personal cell phones.
Yes.
What's your understanding of that policy?
They're not allowed to use any handheld devices. It all has to be hands-free.
Okay. But you can use a hands-free
Yes.
headset.
Yes, yes,
And that's in compliance with federal law?
yes.
Okay. And there's, now I'm looking to the next page, 13C. And then employee acknowledgement. Is that your signature under management signature?
Yes.
And to the best of your knowledge, is that Mr. McDonald's signature?
Yes, it is, yes.
Okay. It appears that it was signed on June 2nd, 2020.
That's correct.
And then there's a receipt for the educational booklet for drivers.
Yes.
Okay. And it looks like disclosures regarding background investigations. Okay, so these are all the official documents that if you want to be a driver at Midstate, you have to review and you have to agree to and you have to sign.
Yes.
Is there a policy that deals with circumstances when Midstate calls the driver, as whether the driver can take the call?
No, the driver shouldn't take the call.
Okay. What is the driver required to do?
Just wait until he's at a stop or whatever, and then he can call us.
Okay. So as far as you know, there's no exceptions. You're not supposed to be using a personal cell phone, at the time that you're operating the vehicle, other than with a headset.
Correct.
Okay. And just so I'm following along, Midstate doesn't give their employees cell phones or anything like that.
No, we don't.
Does Midstate supply Wi-Fi services for the personal use of the driver while they're operating or in the vehicle owned by Midstate?
No.
Okay. And nothing in the ELD, to the best of your knowledge, runs off of a personal cell phone that the driver would have?
No.
And again, State's Exhibit 13, you would agree that also truly and accurately depicts policies referencing drivers from Midstate. That'd be 13A, B, and.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. Again, going back one final time to 13, we have 13A, B, C, and D, 4 exhibits. To the best of your knowledge, those 4 accurately depict the policies and truly and accurately depict the policies the driver would have and the obligations that they would have working for Midstate.
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to State's Exhibit number 19. Did I apologize? State's Exhibit 19 may be something I have to ask the president of the company, but I wanted to ask him first. It's all the way at the end. Nothing's easy, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Oh, here we go. Yes, you will have to ask Mike.
Okay, this would be the bill
Yes.
sheet for the freight liner that the defendant was operating on that particular day. You would not be able to speak as to this.
No, I did not.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Oh, sorry.
State Exhibit 6 is still there. So I'll just talk to you about, you were just testifying to State Exhibit 6 earlier, and that's the ELD data, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we're looking at the ELD data, that's at 8:46 a.m., correct?
Yes.
That's 74.7 miles an hour, correct?
Yes.
And the last entry is at 8:48 or 2 minutes later, and almost 2 miles later, correct?
Correct.
That's 0.
Correct.
If we look at the entry before that, 71.5 miles an hour, that's also 2 minutes before, correct?
Yes.
If we look at the odometer, it's about 2.5 miles before.
Yes.
Very similar.
Correct.
You would agree with that?
Yes.
If we look at the other highlighted portion, 75 miles an hour, this is at 8:25 a.m.
Yes.
The next entry, which is 5 minutes later, is nearly 10 miles an hour below.
That
That's
is
the speed,
correct.
isn't it?
Yes.
Now, how long have you worked at Midstate Systems?
40 years.
40 years?
Yes.
Is it fair to say you know a little bit about semi-trucks?
Yes.
Okay. Can I ask you, when a semi-truck's loaded, and in this particular case, are you aware how much weight's on that truck?
About 23,000.
23,000 pounds?
Yeah.
Okay. And a semi-truck itself, this 53-foot trailer and tractor is about 20,000 pounds, is that
That is
accurate?
correct.
Okay. So we're looking at, we're looking at 46,000 pounds?
Correct.
Okay. So a semi-truck that's 46,000 pounds, that's on cruise control, if it starts going down a hill, does it pick up speed a little bit?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And then that same semi-truck, if it starts going up a hill, does it bog down in
Lose
speed?
speed. Lose speed.
You would lose speed?
Yes.
Would you expect it to lose more speed going up a hill?
Yes.
Okay. You said the speed limit on I-70 is, well, as far as you know, 70 miles an hour.
That is correct.
Okay. And you didn't really want to speak to it, but you said, as far as you could guess, the governor was 72, is that accurate?
I think so.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Okay. And this truck has cruise control?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So this data that we're looking at right here, this is from the J.J. Keller platform,
That is
correct? Okay. And the J.J. Keller platform is more or less software back at your headquarters that captures the data from the vehicles.
That is correct.
So you have, how many trucks are in the fleet?
Right now we have 23.
23 trucks. So each one of these trucks transmits the data back to Midstate Systems.
Yes.
Okay. And then you can go into that software and pull various reports. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Okay. And that's the one you pulled here for, was it for Sergeant Jasper? Or
NTSB.
the NCSB? Okay. And can that pull other reports?
Yes.
Did you provide another report to the NTSB?
Yes, we did.
Okay. We have it with part of this sensitive B. I have here a report. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes, the NTSB wanted latitude and longitude.
Latitude, is that something you normally do?
No.
But that's something that you were able to do through the J.J. Keller system?
Yes.
Or platform, I guess?
Yes.
Okay, so, and in this report, it looks like multiple dates. Is that accurate? We go from 11/13, which would be the day before the accident,
Yes, it is.
all the way to
multiple days.
11/10, to 11/9, to 11/8?
Yes.
Okay. And so they wanted a multiple day report from you?
Yes, they did.
Okay. So you mentioned earlier that when the truck moves, it starts transmitting data.
Correct.
Okay. And does that happen when the truck fires up or when the truck moves?
When the truck fires up.
Okay. So once that engine is started, then the ELD device comes to life.
That is true.
Okay. And the ELD device should be transmitting data continuously. Is that right? We're looking at 2-minute increments here on it.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So what, in your estimation, what's the lowest speed that ELD data picks up?
We thought it was under 5.
Okay. Can you look? I have it highlighted for you here. On 11/13, 1448, I believe that's Con. I might be military time. He was in Nance Choice City,
Pennsylvania, yes.
Pennsylvania. So that was the day before, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it picked up a speed as low as 2.5 miles an hour?
Yes.
Okay. Later, or actually earlier that day, he's still in Pennsylvania, correct?
Yes.
And it picked up a speed of 3.3 miles an hour?
Yes.
Okay. How about the day before that? He was in Hebron, Ohio?
Correct.
And that's still Unit 315, correct?
Yes.
That's his truck?
Yes.
And it picked up a speed as low as 0.8 miles an hour?
Yes.
As far as your cell phone policy goes, you state that you'll reimburse them, I believe, up to $20 a month. Is that accurate?
We used to $20 per month, yes.
That's to what, the data or the cell phone bill?
Years ago, the cell phones cost more, and so we did reimburse the drivers $20 a month for their cell phone.
So they're not forbidden to have a cell phone inside the semi truck?
No.
Thank you, no further questions.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Hey, Chris. Somebody do it back.
I take it?
Yeah. Okay, going back to State's Exhibit number 6. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And this is looking at 846 I-70, speed registered at 74.7 miles per hour.
Yes, that's correct.
Odometer, last 4 digits is 906.3.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to go and show you Defendant's Exhibit B, and just to show you there, that's what I'm looking at here. And I'm going to ask you to show me where 906.3 is on this sheet for odometer.
It's not on here.
That's weird, isn't it? Well, let me ask you this question.
Was the time at different intervals on each of those?
Well, I'm asking you because I'm looking at 832.
Correct.
And where it says 71.6, and the mileage in the last 4 digits was 889.8. You see that?
Yeah, I'm wondering if when we were running the intervals, you could run it at 5-minute intervals or
Right.
2-minute intervals.
That's exactly where I'm at. But let me ask you this question. Other than looking at my hand and looking at the damn sun is done. But 906.3 is a number higher than 889.8. Would you agree?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so the 908.1 is the zero speed, the top line, and it's the same zero speed on the top line in State's Exhibit number 6. Would that be correct?
Correct.
Okay.
But the times are different.
So the more accurate one, based on the shorter interval, near in time to the collision that we're here to talk about, is not the 889.3. It would be the 906.3. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Okay. That would show a speed of 74.7 miles per hour that McDonald was doing. Would you agree with me on that too? Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Recross. The ELD device you just testified on redirect that does 2-minute increments, correct?
It can.
It can. And these seem to be about 2 to 5 minute increments.
Yes, that's the report that we were asked to run. Yes.
See right here, it says 1117 Lee Street.
Yes.
That's the initial engagement of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
We're setting about 560 RPMs.
Yes.
Our RPMs go up to 897 RPMs, correct?
Yes.
And that's roughly 5 minutes after the initial engagement of the engine.
Then he turned the ELD on. Yes.
The address changes, correct? From 1117 Lee
Yes.
Street to 1111 Street.
Yes.
The vehicle's moving, isn't it?
Yes.
How many miles an hour is it going?
If he was under maybe 5 miles an hour, it wouldn't register.
We just looked at 5-day data. We
I
picked
know,
up 28
sometimes it
miles an hour.
doesn't, but I don't know why. I can't answer that question.
He's continuing to travel down Lee Street. You would agree with me, right? At 8 o'clock, we
Yes.
have another data point.
Yes.
Another data point at 8:10.
Yes.
Another data point at 8:15.
Yes.
All of those show 0, correct?
Right.
The first data point we get is on the on ramp at 38.6 miles an hour. Is that accurate?
Yes,
We know we drove from park position to that ramp.
yes, yes.
And further.
I have a couple of questions about States Exhibit 6. This is the ELD report we talked about.
Yes.
Last entry, data point 8:48 a.m. 0 speed. Okay. So the data points prior to that, the one most prior or just prior to was at 8:46, 2 minutes before.
Yes, that's correct.
Then it was 8:44, 2 minutes before that.
Yes.
Then it was 8:43, 1 minute. Then it was 8:41, 2 minutes. And then it was 8:36, 5 minutes. Explain to me what prompts these data point timestamps. Is it continuous? Is it every 2 minutes, or
I think it's,
is it located to some sort of positioning the vehicles in?
I think
Or do you
it's
know?
whatever we put in for the increments. I think it's, I'm not sure. You know, if we put it in for 1 to 2 minutes, or we could go 10 minutes or 5 minutes. I think it's what, when I'm saying think, it's what was put into the system to pull the speeds.
Okay.
out.
So another question. 11/14/2023, 8:46. This is the entry that says the speed was at 74.7 miles an hour. What does that tell me? That at that moment, the truck was going 74.7 miles an hour, or is it a rolling average? Or do you know?
I do not know that answer to this question.
Follow-up questions, Mr. Murphy?
Sure, the judge asked you about rolling average. Are any of these other numbers that are here appear to be a rolling average? I mean, do we take zeros and roll that average with 75 and come up with 38?
I can't answer that question. I don't know.
Who's responsible for the system?
We are responsible for the system, but I don't understand the rolling average. I don't understand the question.
Okay, well, let me rephrase the question. Who put in the data that yielded States Exhibit number 6?
We got the data from our JJ Keller system.
Okay, you have no control over that system then.
No.
You can only make inquiries to the system.
Yes, that is correct.
And the inquiries here was somewhere between every minute or every 2 minutes.
That is correct.
Okay, and the last speed that actually was reflected prior to zero was 74.7 miles per hour.
That is correct.
Do you have any reason to believe that that's inaccurate?
No.
Do you have any information or training that was provided to you as a safety officer for mid systems that this would be inaccurate?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think to the judge's question, if you put a query, you do queries off of this system. So if you, I'm asking this if this is correct. If you put into the system, JJ Keller, you said, pull me 5 minute increments, and it maybe has some data points that have been sent to it that might be less than 5 minutes, would it pull those too? Is that why we get the irregular? Could that be an explanation as to
That could be the explanation.
why we get the
Yes.
irregularities in the
Yes.
timestamps? Okay. And as far as accuracy goes, as far as you know, the 0 miles an hour that's entered in from 1117 State Street up to the time that we're on the ramp, that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 entries at 0 miles an hour. That can't be accurate because we know the vehicle is moving, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, man. Let me sit down. Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Your Honor. Senator Call leads as Worski.
Okay. It looks like, where are you sorry for being a bad influence? You're a bad influence. They do have a couple of more things going on today. Right now we're about 30 minutes behind. So we're going to stop there for the day so that we have something for TCA to show tomorrow during deliberation. And it will be very much longer before this one closes out for the day as well. So anybody got any questions? Anybody got anything going on? Anybody want to talk about anything before we go? What kind of you're building a supermodel? Oh, wait till I tell Katya. Wait till I tell Katya. You saw it here, guys. He's building a supermodel. Oh, finishing a supermodel. Pickles, you have a wonderful night. You guys have been hanging out with us for almost 8 hours today. I am so happy to have such cool people to hang out with. Do we want to hear Touch Grass before we go? We didn't get to hear any lunch songs today. I'm almost saddened by that. Thank you for spending the day with us too, Hannah. I'm gonna put touch grass on, and then we'll leave on that note for the evening. You're almost done cooking? Aw.
You're always online, chasing the thrill. In the dark corners where nightmares are real. Whispers and shadows, stories unfold. Innocence lost and the secrets they hold. Reach out and touch grass. Leave the screen, step outside. Reach out and touch grass. Feel the earth, feel alive. Sensational headlines, the dramas you muse. Capturing moments, the heartbreak you choose. Behind every story, a life to reclaim. Remember the human, not just the name. Reach out and touch grass. Leave the screen, step outside. Reach out and touch grass. Feel the earth, feel alive. Spotlights glow, don't forget to breathe. Disconnect to reconnect, it's okay to leave. Step away, take a break, find some peace of mind. True crime and drama, but balance you'll find. Reach out and touch grass. Leave the screen, step outside. Reach out and touch grass. Feel the earth, feel alive.
All right, guys, we're going to end it out here. Have a wonderful rest of your Monday. Happy Cinco de Mayo. And thanks for hanging with Hio and Katya and Garden Bot. And hugs to you all until we meet again. See you tomorrow.
And I'm a real-time crime professional.